Hello, to whom this may concern, it's Oodie night. It's Sunday night, which means Oodie's on and chilling out. Chill out, Tish. I still have a stupid amount of game and film slash TV trailers that keep amassing up. I can never get through whatever the list is that I've got that I've collected during the week because it's still bolstered by stuff from the previous week, and that just keeps on, leapfrogging ahead. So that's good, I guess. We're never short of content just to sit around and watch junk. And I do look forward to these nights because I don't have to rack my brain or reflexes over some game while staring directly into an Elgato key light. I get to actually give my eyes a rest and chill. The princesses are still too hot. I will give them a test. Actually, no, we're in the ballpark. That's some good shit. I like to leave them there so they can hang out with us, keeping the princess juice nice and toasty, and watching along. Anything big happened in the last week? No events. Okay, good. I like to just double check because sometimes people remind me of stuff midstream, and it's like, oh shit, now we're watching like a 2 hour long convention video of something that I should have planned for. But I don't think anything interesting's happened. I did hear that E3 got cancelled. That was surprising. Or is it? Is it really surprising? Not really, I guess. I mean, I heard that one of the potential reasons might be the fact that every games company is now hosting their own fucking conventions and expos. Everyone's doing their... I don't know if this is a good idea. It's kind of like what happened with streaming. Everyone was so keen to jump off cable and just stream. It seems so much easier and cheaper. But now every film producer thinks they can have their own streaming platform. It's not just Netflix and Amazon. It's now iTunes and HBO and Peacock and Shudder and what am I missing? Stan, Hulu, Disney Plus. I can't believe I left Disney Plus that late. Who forgets about Disney for that long? Like fucking every single person that produces their own shit, it has to have their own streaming platform. It's like, I feel like the Expo thing is the same thing now. We're going in the same territory. Rather than having just E3 and everybody goes there and it's a one-stop shop event for everything. Even though it's still, commercial. We're watching ads basically, but it's still fun. I always liked it. Now every single publisher, that would have gone to E3 has their own expo. So instead of watching one expo of like 200 different people's things, we're watching 200 expos of just a few things belonging to that one group. It's maddening. I don't think how do they not realize that they're creating an environment where we just won't go see their shit? Who's going to take the time to go watch 200 different expos? You're going to watch 2 or 3 of the ones that have the shit that you like the most, and everything else you're just like, yeah, well, do whatever. That franchise is cool, but cool, whatever. If the game comes out, I'll maybe give it a shot. I I don't have the time. I don't have the time for this shit. I got a life to lead. So they're gonna get less eyes on. If you've got one thing that takes everything into one thing, a lot more people are gonna go to that one place and just see everything. It's fun to go to the one event and see all the things and make a big, show of it. That's a festival. That's a carnival. That's a circus. For one night only, that's a good time. To see 200 different circuses, just to see every act individually, that's like a couple of months of your life. No one's going to the circus every night for a couple of months. No, you're going to go to the one that seems the coolest and the biggest. Maybe 2, if you really care. And the rest can go fuck themselves. Like all the smaller publishers. Bye. What would I do? Let me think. Every single publisher had their own expo that you had to tune in for like a 2 to 4 hour show. What would I tune in for? Annapurna. If everyone split up into their own shit and I could only go to one of them because they're all on at the same time, I would go see Annapurna Interactive's Game Expo. Because Annapurna Interactive is hitting for me in a big way. Like in a huge way. What was that? Oh, my headphones. Annapurna Interactive is like the A24 of game development. Like, all their short, indie, extremely original, but incredibly A+ production value titles are just so solid. I love spending a night with an Annapurna game, start to finish. 3 to 5 hour runtime, credits roll, perfect little tight, tear-jerking short film kind of vibe. Okay, I'm not doing them really that justice. Not all their games are not like little indie dramas. Like, was the space opera, electric guitar space opera game theirs? It was, wasn't it? Let me double check that. What was that game called? Holy shit, I can't remember. Annapurna. I think Annapurna is a place. Is it? Yes. Oh, Outer Wilds is theirs. Stray is theirs. Neon White is theirs. I'm telling you. Telling you. Annapurna is the shit. They might be my top. They've stolen it. They've stolen the top spot. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Let's have a look at their rundown. Is this their website? Annapurna Interactive. Yeah. Thirsty Suitors. That's coming out soon. I saw the trailer for that. Very like Indian culture, I think. But to do with like dating, being a teenage girl in that culture. She's a skateboarder, a cook. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's going to be hard to explain without seeing the trailer. Cocoon is about worlds within worlds. Very recursive multiverse kind of thing. Never seen that. Forever Ago. Flock. Bounty Star. That was an intriguing trailer, but I wasn't sure what to make of it. Laura Lee and the Laser Eyes. Excuse me? What is this? An old Baroque manor, perhaps a hotel or a museum. Somewhere in Central Europe, a woman wanders in search of answers. An international auteur. What does he want? Okay, where is this going? Numbers, patterns, puzzles, all part of a macabre game. So it's like a Agatha Christie murder mystery in a Baroque hotel, but like with gameplay similar to escape room stuff. The fuck? Maybe I should watch that trailer. I'm gonna leave this page open. Let's skin deep. Some kind of shooter. Let's not get too distracted. Open roads, hindsight. That's the one with the blinking, I think. There's a game where every time you blink, your life shoots forward in stages. And you gotta try and not blink to see more of what your life is like during that period. It uses the webcam, I think, to look at your actual eyes. Memoir Blue, I played recently. Beautiful. That's the one. Artful Escape. Electric guitar. Space opera. Amazing. Maquette I got for free on PS Plus. Haven't played it yet. Very similar to that VR game, Fisherman's Tale. Last Stop I played. Unfinished Swan was that game back when the Wii Move ones were a thing and you had to splash ink everywhere. That was dope. I think you can get that in VR now. Hang on. If that's true. I might already have this wish listed. Unfinished Swan. I do not. VR. I don't see no VR. No, this is Unfinished Swan VR? Question mark. Why is it not already a thing? I guess if people are thinking the same thing I am, they're talking about it. Didn't know Unfinished Swan was theirs. Should be a dream come true in VR. You might enjoy Introversion's Scanner Sombre. Yeah, I would have thought this would have been a no-brainer to bring to PSVR or something. PlayStation can get on that for PSVR too. In the meantime, I'll go wishlist it so I don't forget. Check out the Annapurna Interactive franchise on Steam. Ooh! You got any sales, bro? Stray. Oh, Thirsty Suitors is not out yet. Or Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. What's Skin Deep? Immersive first-person shooter. We got sneezing. We got things getting stuck in your feet. Stalking through vastly new starships. And what? You have no shoes. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ah, hi, Genie. You just ended a stream, did you? Damn, I was actually working on my alerts today. I created new alerts for subs and bits, and I'm still working on alerts for donations and for raids. I should have got the raid one done. That would have been cool. I have an idea for it. I've already downloaded a bunch of footage and stuff. I'm just making it in After Effects still. It's it takes a while. It took me the rest of today to finish my sub one. What were you playing? Where did you just come from? Oh, hang on. My microphone is drooping. The hell's going on here? Oh, you actually did start Resident Evil 5. You told me you were thinking of doing it. I guess you jumped right in. Nice. So do you reckon at some point in the future, if Resident Evil 4 Remake goes on sale once you've done with 5, do you reckon you'll jump across and do the new 4? Wait, you beat the story already? Did a few levels to get S rank, cut the time down for infinite long. Holy shit. You were on my stream the other night and was like, I think I might play Resi 5. The very next time I see you, you're like, oh, by the way, I've beat Resi 5. Or should you do a marathon session? And had the time to go back and get some S ranks. Wow. Saturday session. Wait, what's it? Oh, it's Sunday, obviously, because I'm in the Oodie. Stupid question. I'm so used to asking what day it is because I always lose track. Sometimes I miss the obvious. Yeah, I'll have the raid animation done by the next time you see me, probably. Because I've actually started that project. I'm in the middle of editing it now, so the next stream you see me on, I'll have the raid alert animation plugged in and good to go. Oh, it should be fun. Probably won't see that one as much. I don't recall, like, raids have been pretty quiet for a while now. I feel like raids go through periods. Like there'll be a period of streaming where for like a week or two, like every other stream there's like a raid or two, and then for months in a row, not much. There's Maquette. I own that on PlayStation. It was free. Sayonara Wild Hearts. I've got that on my wish list. Ashen was theirs? I didn't know that. That's surprising. Gorogoa, Edith Finch, and Donut County, I was aware of. Flower, I was not aware of. This company always surprises me. Discounts. Anything? No, no disc. No cheap games for you. Sorry. What's the top seller? Storyteller. How is that the highest selling? Really? It beat Outer Wilds and Stray and Neon White. Okay, I gotta see what this is. Award-winning puzzle game about building stories. Start with a title, setting, character. Create a story that fits the story's script. Really? How? I gotta see how this works. Where's my headphones? Hey, Sham. I'll be with your link in a second. I just need to see how this works real quick. Because this is intriguing. Wait, start that again. Shit. He's got production value. So what's the game? It looks like cut and paste stuff like clip art into scenes to make story, but like what is the game element? Oh, okay, so the game, alright. The game requires you to achieve a certain kind of story outcome, and you have to be clever with the items and the people you put in. Because they don't always act... The characters don't seem to act predictably. Like one character wouldn't pick up the gun, but another one would. That's interesting. I don't really know... Like, I'm struggling to think about how you'd build like a full game out of that, but I bet it's a lot more clever than what I'm able to even figure out in my head. Alright, I'll wishlist it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. If you're on the Annapurna production list, then you got my attention. I can't believe I missed out on playing 12 minutes when it was on Game Pass. I'm so cut by that. So you make little storyboards. Yeah, it seems like that, but I think the game element is definitely the fact that it's like the level will require you to take a certain template and then make a certain story outcome happen. And then it's up to you to decide what characters to put and what items to put in what frames to watch them and their AI interact in a way that only they would. So if you need someone to get murdered, you need to put like a weapon in the scene and a character that would actually pick up that weapon and would want to use it on the other character. You know what I mean? So I feel like there'd be a build-up across different levels of getting used to and understanding the items and the people and their personalities so that you can solve more complex puzzles down the line where lots of things would have to interact with lots of things in a very complicated system across multiple panels. That's my theory. I'm pulling this all out of my ass. It was at the top of the list on Annapurna's top sellers, so that's got to be worth something. It beat Outer Wilds and Stray, which is crazy to me. Because people love cats, and Outer Wilds is one of the best games I've played in my entire life, so... You know. Donut County is also very good. I really enjoyed that. Also, Artful Escape. Play Artful Escape if you like yourself some electric guitar rock opera. If you fancy yourself an intergalactic Ziggy Stardust, it's a game for you. Alright, what's Sham dropping? This motherfucker. Wait. Whoop. Some kind of sham. I almost burst into somebody once told me. It's so hard to say the word some without then transitioning fully into Smash Mouth. Alright. Let me slide aside. Also figure out the positioning of all my shit. Microphone, come over here. Thank you very much. Some brother Sham told me the world was gonna roll me. He's got some links for you to watch. Oh, my keyboard almost fell off the desk. Soz? What is this? Scream 6 anime promotional trailer? What the fuck? Is this, like, legit? Like, official? Or is this fan-made? It's good quality, but you can see the in-betweens. I might be more interested in Scream if sorry. Oh shit, my Stream Deck's just deactivated. She did. Now what? The title treatment was sick. Alright. Who did this? David Liu. Anime promotional vid created for the Scream 6 film upon its release. Produced by Lineage and Paramount. So was this a tie-in? This looks legit. Produced by Lineage and Paramount. By this guy. So like viral marketing, I'm guessing? Seems viral to me. Let me restart my Stream Deck software so I can get the audio controls back. It does that sometimes. The buttons for the volume control stop working and I have to like reboot the damn thing. It's a pain in the butt. Come on, audio. I don't want everyone to blow their eardrums. Let's see. There, it's back. Alright. Minus 15 decibels. Scream anime would be dope. We need a good horror anime. I mean, anime's got good horror, though. In fact, anime's got better horror than live action. They're not afraid to be weird and psychological with it. That's the thing. Too much live action horror is like, look at this oogity boogity creature that screeches and bites your head off. Or look at this slasher guy with knife. I feel like slasher guy with knife would be a bit more fun if it was anime and a little over the top. In live action, it's a little bit like, nah, it's just some dude. Ooh. Okay. Princess Juice is done. Yeah, that was fun. I like that. I kind of wanted it to keep going. I want to see... You know what I want to see? Now that I've seen that, what that's really got me interested in is... I want to see anime fight scenes between slasher, famous slasher figures. That animation and art style with like Ghostface versus Michael Myers or something. You know what I mean? I want to see throwdowns, Freddy vs. Jason type shit, but like anime. Because Freddy vs. Jason was a fun movie just for it being complete trash. And them leaning into it a little bit. Like, they leaned into the black comedy of the concept, as opposed to taking it too seriously, which is probably for the better. But, dude, that Freddy vs. Jason type shit, as an anime, taking itself very seriously, just going all out, it'd be so dope. Afro Samurai X Mickey. Wait. Mickey is forced to choose between Goofy and his country. Oh, it's some Vietnam thing. No, not quite what you thought it was, Genie. It's like a Vietnam animation. And the guy's name happens to be Mickey. Everyone in the comments is screaming for it. They love it. Agreed. Agreed. Okay, let me close down this Annapurna love fest I was having. I don't even know how I got on this. Oh yeah, I was talking about the E3 cancellation earlier, about how E3 isn't happening this year, and how it's kind of ridiculous that every company wants to just have their own expo instead of going to one big one, and how that's going to be a disaster. Oh, also, let me just see what this Laura Lee and the laser eyes thing. I left this open for a reason. Just give me a sec. Annapurna! I love you! Have my baby. Okay, I want to see gameplay though, because I got the vibe from the screenshots in the description. This looks like Killer 7 by Suda. Is it Suda 51? Oh, this is a trip. This actually looks like a Suda 51 game. What the hell? Sort of. Okay, cool. I'm down for anything you guys make. Anything. Even if it's a game about a football team running a train on my own mother, I will play it as long as it's Annapurna interactive. Hey, Menace. What's up? Oh, Sham's got something else. Sham. What are you doing not using the link system? What is this? Is this the thing you were talking about the other night that was the short based by the guys that did Skinamarink? Oh, okay. I might hang on to this one in the other tab for a bit. Maybe later. Jumping into a 30-minute horror thing might be a little bit much for the start of the stream. I've only been on for 30 minutes. Bit full on. Also, Menace can't sleep, so you might make that worse. But I'm intrigued because I would still like to see Skinamarink. I like the vibe of that trailer. Good concept and preferred over the film. Really? How come? Is it because the concept works better in short than as a feature? Because when I saw the trailer for Skinamarink, I was like, this is a great trailer. This is really giving me the heebie-jeebies. But, you know, I couldn't imagine how it would hold up that same vibe for like 90 minutes. Which is probably why I saw some people saying they found it boring. Oh, before I go on, I'm going to show you something funny I found. Check this out. I mean, it's funny, but also not funny. I was locked in a room and forced to watch Chucky as a child. I don't get scared. I actually watched Chucky as a child as well. Child's Play. I saw it on VHS when I was a kid and freaked me the fuck out. I saw this Steam review today. Someone posted a screenshot of it on Twitter. And I just found this fucking hilarious. Wait, can I enlarge it? There we go. Check this out. This is a review on Steam for a game. Is this game woke? Interested in buying? Can anyone playing tell me if this game is being influenced by the woke leftist agenda so I know if I can play it or not? Between Dead Space's woke bathrooms, Hogwarts Legacy's woke genders, RE4's woke soundtrack, I'm starting to doubt if I'll ever be able to play any new games this year. I mean, far be it for me to laugh at another person's pain, but if this is how you're living, if this is how you're living your life, in fear of the woke agenda, this man is like peeking out the blinds of his living room across the street. Is there woke out there? Is the woke coming to get me? Dead Space has woke bathrooms. I'm not actually sure what he's talking about with any of these, but here are my predictions here. By Dead Space's woke bathrooms, I think what he means is unisex bathrooms. I can't think of anything that would make a bathroom woke except for maybe being unisex and being in the future. Future depictions in fiction generally do unisex stuff. I don't know why. That's like, look at Starship Troopers, for example. In Starship Troopers, that's like a fascist vision, like militant fascist vision of the future. And in that, there's nothing but unisex bathrooms and showers, like men and women all just showering naked together. I think it's a very popular, almost utopian view of the future that we can just, like, everything's going to be eventually unisex. Not entirely sure if the real world is going to catch up with that, but it's a thing. Hogwarts Legacy's woke genders. I think what they mean by that is the character creator in Hogwarts Legacy is very non-gender specific. Like, um, there was some talk about the irony of the game being um, very hated by the trans community because of JK, but the developers going through all this extra effort to like make things like trans inclusive, but in ways that I think people still found a little bit cloying. Is that the word? Like the trans community wasn't buying it. They were more like, "Oh, you're just doing this to try to butter us up. We're still mad about JK." No budgets for separate bathrooms in the future. Oh, maybe it is a budget thing. I mean, they can afford spaceships, Planet Cracker class spaceships. Um, I don't. The only one here I don't understand is RE4's woke soundtrack. The only thing I can think of is that the soundtrack might have a lot of um, European bands because of the country that the continent the game takes place in. So there might be a lot of like European other language music to fit the setting, and somehow this guy found that appalling. Whatever. I love the reply to this guy as well. There's a woman shop vendor that fixes up your boat and installs new equipment. If that's too work for you, you should probably move on. I guess he was trying to be helpful, but if you're mad about RE4 having a woke soundtrack, then I feel like a lady shop vendor that's also a shipwright that can fix your boat might seem too woke to this man. I think legitimately he'd find that too woke. He's probably one of those dudes that's like, oh, a lady shipwright. Nobody but men, manly men, work on boats. Boats are a man's game. Okay, dude. I love. Also, if you go through the thread attached to this, pretty much everybody is stuck on the woke soundtrack thing. Everyone's like fascinated by the idea of woke soundtrack. Woke soundtrack? What the fuck does that mean? My brain doesn't understand. Can someone explain to me what a woke soundtrack sounds like? I guess it could also... Maybe there's a lot of female vocal music on the RE4 soundtrack, and this is one of those dudes that thinks like chick music is woke. And by chick music, he means any song or band that happens to have a female on an instrument or on the mic. I'm just trying to figure out his thought process. You know, it's hard. This person is a freak. Damn, it must be so hard living your life being this scared of stuff like this. Imagine not being able to play any video games for fear there's going to be some woke content in it. Like, dude, chill. Which game is this? I actually would love to know. If I had to hazard a guess, I'm going to go with that new game, that new indie game, Dredge, that just came out on Steam recently. Because in Dredge, you're a fisherman that has to go out every day and catch fish to make money to upgrade your boat. But the game is also half Lovecraftian psychological horror, because while you're out on the boat at night, your sanity meter can drop, and then you start seeing weird stuff like tentacles in the water. I have seen some reviews of that game and some Let's Play stuff on YouTube out of curiosity, and there was a female shipwright that upgrades your boat. So the J5 Alive reply may have given it away there. But yeah, you know what's extra funny to me? The dude that's freaking the fuck out about games that contain what he calls woke content is a dude with a cute female anime display pic on Steam. I don't know what anime that is, what character that is, but it just seems so typical though. It's like, yeah, you're over here having a wank over anime chicks, but you're also screeching about feminist woke content in your games, and that's why you don't get to play any games. It's Pyra from Xenoblade 2. Well, there you go. Genie knows. How did you even see that? You're usually looking at Twitch on your phone, which means that thumbnail would have been tiny on your screen. Good job. I can understand how you'd find the Dead Space and Half-Life and Harry Potter things work, even though it's stupid. How the hell is it? Well, yeah, that's why everyone in the comments is making fun of him for the soundtrack thing. Because even though it's dumb, the Dead Space and Hogwarts thing, you know what the thing is that he's complaining about, even if it's ridiculous. The soundtrack thing is just like, what? You're on your laptop? Oh, okay. You had to lean in real close and squint. Yeah, on your phone it probably would have been just a blurry mess of pixels. Um, I do enjoy that this guy's getting completely roasted all the way. Every single Twitter reply is just a roast. It intrigues me that people find the concept of a unisex bathroom woke because unisex bathrooms have existed for like more than a decade. Um, Usually for all kinds of reasons, depending on the location and the context. But like that predates the idea of wokeness by a pretty large margin. That Binky person. Oh, wait, this one? Woke soundtrack. Woke me up. Woke me up inside. I can't. Oh, I just got it. It's Evanescence. Woke me up inside. Save me. Save me from this nothing I've become. Can someone go and make that cover, please? Can someone make a woke Evanescence parody band where every single Evanescence song is changed to be about wokeness? That'd be hilarious. Oh shit. I like this one. That scene from The Simpsons. It's woke, it's woke, it's woke. Yes, Mr. Sherman, everything is woke. While he's in an insane asylum. I think in that original scene, he's just screaming, it sucks over and again. They're making fun of movie critics being really negative about everything. Which is a thing in critic circles. I think the longer it's almost like the Harvey Dent quote in Batman. Live long enough as the hero. Wait, what's the quote? Live long enough to become a villain? How does that quote go again? Oh, you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. I feel like the same thing goes with critics. If you're like a film critic, like a professional film critic, there's a little bit of a psychological element of the longer you live in the role of a critic, the more your mindset around the art sort of devolves into pretension to the point of you eventually become like the villain of the entire medium. Like everything you watch sucks. Everything you're overly critical of. It gets to the point where like you just don't like anything. Every one of your reviews is a rant about the state of cinema. And it's like, dude, you've just forgotten how to enjoy films. You've forgotten how to let go of the things that don't matter. I think that's one of the things I liked. You might disagree with me on this. This is one of the things I liked about Roger Ebert, because some people do still see him as quite pretentious, but Roger Ebert was actually really good at keeping the mindset of... he had a quote once where he said, it's not about what a movie is about, it's how it is about it. And what he usually meant by that is that every movie needs to be reviewed or considered on its own terms. So he'd give like a really cheesy like kids film a 4-star review, but would be pretty open about the fact that it's like, I'm not saying, Mr. 40-year-old adult out there, that you're going to go to this movie and you're going to enjoy it like it's fucking the next Nolan masterpiece or something. I'm reviewing this as a kid's film. How good is this film in terms of like the enjoyment that a kid would have and maybe the educational value they'd get out of it? Same with action films. He notoriously gave the film Shoot 'Em Up with Clive Owen a 4-star review. No, 3.5-star review. 4 stars was his max. They didn't review out of 5, they reviewed out of 4. He gave it a 3.5 out of 4 review, even though it's an absolute, like, ridiculous movie. Like, it's very silly. And I remember him saying in the review, like, this movie knows what it is. It's doing nothing but trying to be the most crazy, over-the-top version of what it's trying to do, and it's nailing it. And for that reason, I'm giving it a good review on the basis of they're absolutely slaying the thing they're going for. They're going for absolute, exaggerated, over-the-top Looney Tunes insanity. Like, he kills a guy with a carrot, literally. Like, the movie's nuts. It's pretty wild. It's really fun. You should actually watch it. But he was saying like, yeah, I'm not reviewing this like it's all an almost perfect 4-star review, like it's meant to stand up to Citizen Kane. In the avenue of action films, and action films like this that are just trying to be absolute top tier nonsense, this is a masterpiece, and I'm going to review it as such. And I used to think that was like a really good mindset. It wasn't that every single film was being reviewed on the same scale of quality. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the menu. Yeah, like the menu was about that kind of pretension, but through the lens of food criticism. I haven't seen it yet, but I know all about it. And some people hate it because they find the movie itself pretentious. But yeah, it's like I like the menu. It looks like the kind of movie I would like. Um, but yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like you can't review or give an opinion on everything on the same level. You can't say a Pokemon game on Game Boy is better or worse than a cinematic AAA PS5 title like Last of Us remaster or something. You know what I mean? Like these are such different genres existing on such different platforms with different technical limitations that it's like you can't sit there and go, oh, but Last of Us got 4 stars, and you only gave Pokemon Ruby or whatever 3.5. You saying that Last of Us is better than Pokemon? I enjoyed Pokemon better. It's like, dude, these are such different things. Like, stop acting like the 4 this game got is somehow an affront on this game's 3.5. Like, compare the Pokemon games to each other and each other's ratings. Like, you know what I mean? Don't go Pokemon to fucking Last of Us to Microsoft Flight Simulator 10 to Need for Speed Miami or whatever the hell. It's, these things don't equate. And that's what I hate about IGN's YouTube comments nowadays. Like, if you go into any IGN review on their YouTube and you look at the comments, it's nothing but people screeching and roasting IGN for being a shit review site and citing like, oh, well, they don't forget they gave this game this review and they're giving this game this review like 9. How dare they give 9? And it's like, you shut the fuck up about the numbers. Just watch the review, listen to the things, the actual opinions they have about the game and why they've got them. What are the technical flaws of the game? What are the things they didn't enjoy about the game's structure or design that they feel like let it down? But everyone is harping on the 7.5 out of 10 number and going, yeah, but fucking Pokemon got 7 out of 10. These people don't know what they're doing. And it's like, no, you don't know what you're doing. You're just another schmuck with an opinion, complaining about some website's opinion. The writer that wrote that review and gave it 7.5 out of 10 is the same dude that you are. It's just another schmuck that plays and likes video games and is trying to give a critical and you're acting like there's some kind of there's some kind of fraud. Like your opinion in the YouTube comments is like any more valid than theirs. Sorry, I'm ranting a lot right now. But I watch and read reviews on the internet for things a lot just for fun because I like hearing opinions about everything. It's not a deciding on what to play thing with me. It's more just I like hearing the discourse, and I'm frustrated by that stuff in particular because it ruins the discourse. It adds a toxicity to the discourse. I want to see and contribute to people talking about the art. I don't want to see people talking and whining about the meta environment around the art, about the act of reviewing and the number system and all that. It's like, fuck that. I want to talk about Resident Evil. I don't want to talk about how IGN reviews games or what number they gave what. How boring that shit is. You people are only commenting this stuff because you think you're mad cool for doing it. You think you're cooler and better and more of a gamer than the dude that got paid by IGN to share his opinion. It's like, just because he got paid doesn't make him some kind of hack. You're the loser that nobody knows who you are that's commenting on a YouTube video. That's why a lot of movie reviewers nowadays don't do scores. Yeah, I prefer it when that happens because I feel like if you don't use a score system, you kind of avoid a massive shitstorm of toxic weirdos coming in to just complain about that. Escapist has a good review series, 3-minute reviews. It's basically just 3-minute video reviews, and they don't give a score at the end. They leave it up just to the general opinion, the writing of the author that's reading out the review over the gameplay footage. They don't put any A or B minus on the end. They don't put a 5 out of 10. And I think that's nice. That's what's fun about Yahtzee's zero punctuation reviews as well. It's like they're not reviews in the sense that he ever gives a score or any kind of verdict. It's just like an angry dude with a UK accent roasting stuff. Like his whole bit is to be extra negative about the games he talks about because it's funny. It's like you don't really take him seriously to the point of like you don't listen to a zero punctuation review and then go and not play the game. It's like, oh, Yahtzee said it was shit. It's like you watch his reviews to laugh and then you go play the game regardless if you feel like it. Like he knows what his space in gaming pop culture is, and he leans into it. Especially for someone like Chris Stuckman, he's always going to be biased to a filmmaking making process, and the fact that he just talks about his enjoyment, I think, is good. Yeah, he's a lot of people like Stuckman. I've seen him interviewed in a lot of other people's shows as well. He gets around. He roasts everything, even games he loves. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's Yahtzee's bit. Like, it's a bit. He kind of plays into his kind of snobby game critique character, just for the purpose of making videos where he just roasts the shit out of stuff in very creative prose. Like, it's just as much about how he roasts and the personality by which he roasts stuff. It's not like it was never intended to be like his stuff is never intended to be reviews. You know what I mean? Otherwise, no one would play anything because he just fucking hates on. Well, there's a couple of like he likes Resident Evil 2, and he likes Dizzy, the game about the egg on the old Amiga computer. I think that's about it. It's very rare when he does a video about a game that he actually is very positive about. But even then, he finds a way to be snarky about it, usually. About some aspect of it. The days of scoring and numerical or grade scale should kind of just die out. It is, in some respects, like, there are a lot more publications and video sites that are just not bothering anymore. But not in a big enough way that it's changing the culture. Like, all the biggest, like, things like IGN, like the biggest name publications, they still do it, and they're still encouraged to do it because I think of review aggregate sites. When you're like, for example, movie reviewing, right? If you're a movie reviewer, it means a lot to be accepted by Rotten Tomatoes into the critics score algorithm. When you actually get accepted as a professional level critic and you actually get your contact with Rotten Tomatoes and your score gets pulled into their algorithm, that's a big deal. Like, that's the kind of thing that establishes you as like a real critic. So that kind of system does encourage keeping score systems afloat because aggregates like Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic, they kind of need there to be scores so they can aggregate the average opinions across the internet of stuff, so we can get a rotten or a fresh, just in general. But even then, some people hate on stuff like Rotten Tomatoes a little bit unfairly. Like, I've seen people railing against Rotten Tomatoes on the internet of like, I never listen to Rotten Tomatoes, they don't know nothing, and like they're fucking paid off by the, and it's like, dude, tell me you don't know how aggregates work without telling me you don't know how aggregates work. There is nobody at Rotten Tomatoes reviewing anything being paid off by anyone. It's an aggregate, it's an algorithm. Everyone who's fed into the system because they've reached professional critic standard get pulled in. All the numbers get pulled together and they get mathematically averaged out. That's all it is. There is no Mr. Rotten that has an opinion over on the website that is saying yay or nay to movie. Like, you're only supposed to go there to see. You could average this shit out yourself if you got 6 hours to put aside a day to collect everything and then do the maths. This website exists so you don't have to do that. You don't have to take it seriously, but it's a useful metric. Needs to implement a meh tomato. Oh, you mean like a middle ground, so it's not just good or bad. There could be average as well. Yeah, that's fair. Like, if it was something like, let's say, if it's above 70% fresh, if it's below 30% rotten, if it's anywhere between 30-70, average, meh. There you go. I could easily do that. I think they wanted to keep it simple though. They wanted to keep it thumbs up or thumbs down, which in their case is rotten and fresh. Which is kind of like the old school way of doing it. Back in the Roger Ebert days when he was younger, all reviewing back in those days were kind of done on a thumbs up or thumbs down basis. Like him and Siskel's show was all about the reason that the Roger Ebert's website, which is now run by like other reviewers, is a 4-star system, is because there were only 4 ratings in Roger Ebert and Siskel's era. It was thumbs up, thumbs down, double thumbs up, double thumbs down. So the worst movies, double thumbs down. Then you've got 1 thumb down. Then you've got 1 thumb up. Then you've got 2 thumbs up. Which is why they have, when they went to the internet, it became a 4-star system for those 4 different thumb ratings. Which worked. I mean, 1 or 2 stars was bad. It's just 1 was worse than 2. And 3 or 4 stars was good. That was a single thumb up or was a double. Nice and simple. A lot less likely for people to get antsy. When you have an out of 10 system like IGN is, that's a lot of potential numbers, and that's why people get shitty. There are people in the IGN comics that'll literally turn red in the face and go fucking ballistic over the fact that IGN gave a game they like 9 out of 10. Or 8 out of 10. They'll be like, you gave this game 8 out of 10? The best game I've ever played? This is why you guys are fucking hacks and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, 8 out of 10 is a good review. That's a thumbs up. Might not be a double, but it's a thumbs up. It's good. They said they liked it. They said it's better than average for this genre of game. You like first-person shooters? 8 out of 10. One of the better first-person shooters you can buy right now. 5 is average. 8? That's more than above average. That's good to great. But you're pissy because it didn't get 9 or a 10? I've seen people get pissy about 9 out of 10 games not getting 10 out of 10. Can you imagine getting like livid over the fact that the game that you wanted to get a 10 out of 10 only got a 9? Like, that's the hill you're choosing to die on? That's what you're raising your blood pressure over and risking a stroke? Jesus Christ. 9 is a really good review. It's just shy of perfect. And then if you actually watch the review and they explain the 1 or 2 technical issues that make the game not perfect, it's like, well, there you go. That's why it didn't get a 10. And they pointed out 2 things that are legitimately like issues that are actual objective problems in the game. Like, why are you ignoring that? Just pretending the issues don't exist? The number rating system is too difficult and broad for many different genres. Well, they've tried to simplify over the years. Remember when IGN used to do percentages? Back in the old days, they had out of 100%. So a game could get 65% or 68%, which basically is like a decimal system, like 7.8. You can give a game a 7.8. They went from the... Ooh, wait. My computer's shutting down. They went from the percentage system to the number system, but kept the decimals. So they used to be able to give like a 78%. And then when they switched it to the out of 10, they kept the decimals so they could still give it 78%. They just gave it 7.8. And then they got rid of the point system. I think they started doing only 5s. So it can get 7, you can get 7.5, or it can get 8, but nothing in between. And now I believe they've gotten rid of the points as well. So it's only 7 or 8. There's no in between. So they've been simplifying more and more over time. But they still get fucking roasted for the stupidest shit. Marvel Ultimate Alliance is one of your favorite games of all time. It has terrible reviews. Well, the thing is, like, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, if you're a critic and you're reviewing it based on as many metrics as possible, what's it like technically? How does it run? How does it run? What's it like solo? What's it like co-op? They're trying to be as critical of every aspect as possible. And so that might bust the game down to a 6 out of 10 or something like that, right? That doesn't mean that what the game means to you and how you experienced it isn't, in your mind, a 10 out of 10 worthy experience. Like, people have to keep in mind that this stuff is always going to be subjective. The world of critique has to approach it like it's an objective thing. You're looking at all these specific elements. You're looking at music, you're looking at the technical design, you're looking at the graphics, you're looking at the storytelling. You're trying to bust it down into as much of an objective way of thinking as possible so you can put a score on it. You know, you're trying to be, that's how you try to be professional about how you critique something. But it's always going to be a subjective medium. So no matter what that review comes to and how much sense the review makes on an objective sense, you're still going to have a subjective experience. Like, you might have played Marvel Ultimate Alliance when you were 15, 16, and you played it with 3 other friends, 4-player co-op in your den with pizza, and it was the greatest time you've ever had. Like, you laughed it up, it was hilarious, it was fun. It kept going, like, there was so much content, the game kept you going for months. Every weekend your mates were around and you just kept, unlocking costumes and upgrading Marvel heroes. Like, that kind of enjoyment in your mind might be worthy of a 10 out of 10, but you have to keep in mind that that was specific to your experience, and that, like, a review that gives it 6 out of 10, they might not be wrong about any of the reasons why they knocked it down points, but your experience and that objective review are 2 different things. And I experience that all the time. Like, for example, and I don't only accept it, a lot of the times I'm able to separate the 2 in a way that my feelings about something and how I feel about someone's review are both equally valid. So here's a good example. Speed Racer, the movie, produced by the Wachowskis and directed by the guy who did V for Vendetta. The Speed Racer movie has got terrible reviews. And I agree with all the reviews on the objective level with which the movie was reviewed. I enjoy it immensely. My own review of it might not be a full 10 out of 10 or anything. I wouldn't go that far. But in terms of my just sheer childlike enjoyment, as someone who saw Speed Racer cartoons on TV when I was a kid, and enjoying anime in general, and kind of really digging the failed experiment that was turning an anime into live action, which was Speed Racer. Everything about Speed Racer's look, design, the editing style was trying to mimic like kids anime shows from that period, like the actual Speed Racer cartoon. It doesn't really work in live action. It's a bit too fucking insane. It's actually just sheer absurdity, like to the point where some people just couldn't handle how insane it was. But as a failed experiment that I understood what they were trying to do and what they were actually trying to match, because I was a watcher of Speed Racer, I found it fascinating on one hand to watch it as an experiment in filmmaking, and on the other hand, because I knew it was an experiment and what they were going for, a lot of the things that would piss off other viewers, I was kind of enjoying about it. So I can watch that Blu-ray and have a really good time and really enjoy that movie. But when a film reviewer says it's a 3 or a 4 out of 10, and they give all the technical reasons why, I agree with them. I'm like, yeah, you're right. This is probably the appropriate review. But I'm enjoying the movie like it's an 8 or a 9 out of 10, if that makes sense. Numbers on reviews are dumb. I like it. 10, I don't. 0. See, I always thought it would be funny to do my own, like, review website or channel where I basically took the piss out of a rating system by, no matter what I say about the game or the movie, regardless of how much I rant about how shit it is or how good it is, I only always give it 10. Like, the review at the end is always 10 out of 10, even if I'm hating it. And just see how long it takes people to realize that I'm not actually giving it a number review. I'm just leaving the 10 out of 10 in there every time. And the number is actually pointless. It's essentially me with Sucker Punch. Yeah, see, there you go. Sucker Punch is a good example. Like, I think Sucker Punch is a really good trailer for a movie. When I watch the trailer for Sucker Punch, I think it looks fucking sick. When I watched the movie, I was like, oh my god, like, this really isn't working at all. Like, from a storytelling perspective, this just was a really bad idea. This doesn't make any sense. So I didn't enjoy it as much as you did Menace, obviously, but I understand why you did, because I do get the same vibe from Sucker Punch that I get from something like Speed Racer. On a technical, objective level, it's an absolute fuck-up, failed experiment of a movie, but it's also the kind of crazy thing that a person could watch and enjoy for their own kind of, like, reasons. Almost like it's a 10 out of 10 film. And, like, you could watch it over and over again and just enjoy what it is you like about it. Your first exposure... That was your first exposure to Oscar Isaac? Sucker Punch? Holy shit. Interesting. Yeah, I saw Sucker Punch at the cinema, and I was really keen because I loved the trailer so much. Um, but as someone who had also studied like screenplay writing at university and done film school stuff already, like from a storytelling perspective and the reasons why the different fantasy sections were happening and how disjointed they were from the story and didn't actually matter, it was really kind of pissing me off during the like. I don't want to go on a rant about Sucker Punch. Like, it's cool for what it is on a visual level, but that's the reason why I agreed mostly with the bad reviews of the film and struggled to enjoy it was like that disconnect between the story and why those magical cool scenes were happening that was so cool in the trailer was so disconnected that it was really irritating me. I was like, really? This is why this stuff's happening? This doesn't matter at all. The movie's literally stopping for this. Like the actual story is back in the asylum and these fantasy sequences are complete nonsense. Like if you took each one of those really cool, visually spectacular fantasy sequences out of the film and put them on YouTube as short films, just on their own, that would be sick. Like I would love each and every one of them. But in the context of the film and why they were happening, I was just like, oh, okay, this is not working. You went to the theater to see Sucker Punch. Yeah, that's how I saw it. I was there like opening night because I was sold by those trailers hardcore. I thought of another good example. Oscar and Carla were hot. Yeah, Carla. I don't know how to say her name. Gugino. Yeah, she's gorgeous, especially in that movie. But I mean, a lot of the female actresses were gorgeous in that film. That was one of the high points, I suppose. Um, I thought of another good example, and this this is gonna be a funny one. Um, why are we still on that Twitter page? That's weird. Um, Freddy Got Fingered, the Tom Green movie. Freddy Got Fingered is like a 1 out of 10 type movie. That movie's got some of the worst reviews you'll ever see, and it deserves them. It's barely a film. It's complete and utter nonsense. Maybe even trash. Maybe I'd even use the word trash. I find the movie very funny. Like, if you said it was a 1 or a 2 out of 10 because it doesn't even qualify as a film, it's just so fucking stupid. Um, I would agree with you. I would say yes, correct. But I can watch that movie over and over again, um, on repeat because in its absolute ridiculously stupid absurdity of just Tom Green doing whatever the hell he wants with Hollywood money and not giving a shit about making it make sense. It's fascinating to me, and I do find the sheer audacity of Tom Green in that movie actually funny. The real movie is the fantasy world. The real world doesn't matter. I have no idea what you even mean by that. Um. Uh. uh what the fuck? Wait. Do you mean like the real reason to watch the movie is the fantasy sequences, and that the real world, um, psych ward stuff doesn't matter? Um. In strange take. Because I mean, in the context of the film, like her getting abused and then thrown into that insane asylum and trying to break out with the other girls, like is the real world, and the magical realism sequences are the fantasy stuff in her head when she's doing the dancey shit to distract people, which is when you say it out loud, it's a little weird. But in the movie, it makes sense. It just um, it's the kind of thing that would have made more sense on paper, and then when you do it, it's like, oh, wait a minute, we're literally stopping the movie to play these little short films that don't matter. The entire time you're like, yeah, this is pretty, but what's happening in the story? I feel like I'm looking at my watch of like, if I was watching this on YouTube, I'd be like, yeah, this is a sick little animated thing, but what's going on with the girls? I want to know if they're going to be okay. You still have no actual fucking idea whether any of the Sucker Punch was real? Well, I always accepted the straightforward reading of it, of the mental asylum stuff was real, the girls wanting to escape was real, all those magical sequences was her fancy whenever she goes into that mode where she like starts to dance like a fucking hooker or whatever that she's doing in real life to distract people so they can steal the key or whatever they're doing. Um, and then in the end, she chooses sacrifice so that someone more worthy of escaping can leave. And then she gets lobotomized. This is what people don't realize about Fight Club. There are so many like wild takes on Fight Club that I've read over the years. It's ridiculous. The plot twist isn't that he's Tyler Durden. What was that video we watched? I think we watched it on stream, didn't we? There was a YouTube video we watched that had like a whole new take on Fight Club. That was a bit of a stretch, but when you watch the video from start to end, there's plenty of evidence to support it. It might have been you that shared that video, Sham. The Matrix is real and Zion is fake. That's the thing with films that deal with reality, versions of reality and hallucination, is that you can choose to take different readings on it if you want. That's the thing with art. I mean, no one's wrong for giving a take that they choose to run with and how they understand the film or what the film's point is. It's kind of like how nowadays with what's happened with like the trans movement and the anti-trans like movement going back against them. There's much more talk nowadays about the Matrix as a trans allegory than there ever was in the 90s and early 2000s. Like back then, most people's take on the Matrix is mostly about wokeness. Like the concept of woke really comes from stuff like the Matrix. The idea that like the Matrix is like the real world. Like this is the world we know, the world we live in, but it's a shell. It's a shell game. There's things in motion that are controlling stuff that you're asleep about. The patriarchy, you know, all these systems of toxicity and control and like racism and bigotry that are keeping people held down. And the idea that like you can become awoken to this stuff. You can wake up and actually see the Matrix for what it is. A system of patriarchies and things that are controlling us all and bigotry and stuff that... And when you go out of the Matrix and you're on the Nebuchadnezzar, when you're at Zion, all of a sudden you see like a much more broad view of humanity. Like there's more brown skin, yellow skin people, red, like all of the... There's more genders and in-between genders and all kinds of stuff. Like, whereas when you're in the Matrix, it's just chicks in dresses and dudes in suits. You know what I mean? So the take on the Matrix used to just be about waking up. That was the main take. It was waking up to systems of oppression. And like it's interesting how much that's evolved nowadays, where it's become much more specific, because the Wachowskis are trans women, and because that kind of being woke thing that the Matrix is all about, as made by trans women, could very be easily seen through the lens of, oh, it's about if the real world that's being fed to you is about being a specific thing or controlled in a certain way, you know, which includes just being male or female. But when you wake up to the fact that you're being oppressed like that and you can actually be whatever you want or whatever you truly believe you are, in the real world, in the Matrix, you're a woman because you were born a woman. In the real world, you can be a trans woman, a trans dude. It's you. You is whatever you choose to make of it. And it makes total sense why that something of that theme would be made by two brothers that would eventually go on to be two sisters. And now there's fights about that going on in pop culture. There's a lot of people that don't want to accept the Matrix, like because they feel like that's some kind of like revisionist history. It's like, oh, you can't go back and now make the Matrix about trans issues. And it's like, well, it never was not about trans issues. It was just about the broader idea of wokeness. That's what the Matrix always was. We just didn't use the word woke back then like we do now. But the word was embedded in there. It was about waking up. The entire plot was based around being woken up. It was about, you know, waking up from the fucking pod people machine and stop being a battery to run the machine. You know, go out and fight against the machine, rebel. You legitimately thought there were two Wachowski sisters and brothers? Oh, I mean, no. I mean, they were brothers when they made The Matrix, but shortly after or in the middle of making the trilogy, one of the Wachowski brothers made the transition to female, and then a little while after, or a long time after that, the other one also did. So one was a little bit slower on the transition, but now they're both sisters. Um, and that was, as it goes with a lot of people who make their transition, that stuff that was always in them. You know what I mean? Like even at the time, even if they didn't realize it, there would have been something inside them that would have felt uncomfortable about who they were, and they were trying to express that through their art. And then at some point, after being able to express themselves through art, they were able to actually express it in the real world for real and be who they really are. Like, that's what art is very good at. That's what a lot of artists are drawn to art for, whether it's musicians, painters, filmmakers. There's something about the real world that bothers them or about themselves that bothers them, and they're exploring it through a medium. It seems like the Wachowski sisters don't know what made the original great. Oh, you're talking about Matrix 4? Yeah, well, the Matrix 4 was a unique situation, though, because the reason why only one of the Wachowski sisters was involved in Matrix 4 is because neither of them wanted to make the Matrix 4. Um, was it Lana that was involved in Matrix 4? Um, Warner Brothers basically said, "We own the rights to the Matrix. We're making the Matrix regardless, with or without you." So Lana jumped on board and said, "Okay, if you're going to do this anyway, I might as well be involved, but I'm not happy about it." And so it's kind of obvious when you look at the Matrix 4 that a large amount of the theme or the point of the story is vitriol against the idea of making another Matrix. Like, look at the plot of the Matrix 4. It's a large aspect of the plot is venom and toxicity against the very idea of cashing in on the Matrix and making more Matrix. In fact, the Merovingian comes in as a bum and does a massive monologue whining about how trash the Matrix is and how like you've ruined a good thing because all you're obsessed with is nostalgia and wanting to see slow motion and wacky kung fu. And the entire time he's whinging and making that monologue, there's a Keanu Reeves versus Agents fight scene going on in the background that we're not even focusing on. And it's got the lamest, blandest choreography. They're just doing it in the background while the Merovingians like basically shitting all over the entire franchise. Matrix 4 was Lana basically saying fuck you to Warner Brothers. She basically made a shit Matrix on purpose and made that part of the plot. There's that part where they're talking about making a Matrix video game in that office with the video game company that Keanu works for, and they're being so shallow about it, where it's like, oh, you know what makes the Matrix great? Bullet time. We just have to put bullet time, and everyone will go crazy for it. It's like this is Lana literally like calling Warner Brothers out for the reasons why they want to make a Matrix and how cheap and nasty this whole process is. In that way, it's kind of genius, but it doesn't make it a good movie. Kind of off topic. It's weird they only ever really did Matrix. They did a movie before The Matrix that was very good. Bounce. What was it called? Also, they did some very good producing. They produced some amazing stuff. What was that movie called? It's the reason why they got to make The Matrix, basically, because Bound, 1996, a good indie film. Bound got some awards, I think, and then they made The Matrix after that. So that's a good film. Cloud Atlas, I really liked as well, but that was not a universally loved film. But I personally really enjoyed Cloud Atlas. Oh, and Sense8. Jeannie's right. Sense8 is very good. I also watched that on Netflix when it first came out because I was keen to see what the Wachowskis were doing with themselves nowadays. I really enjoyed Sense8. That was great. Actually, I've enjoyed most of what they've made. Bound is good. Matrix is good for the most part. Sequels waver a little bit. Cloud Atlas I like a lot. Sense8 I like a lot. They were all written. Those were all written and directed by Wachowski stuff. So they have a pretty decent track record. It's just not. It's just not universal because most of those things I just referenced, people either love or hate. Um, like Cloud Atlas, for example, a lot of people hate Cloud Atlas, and the reviews are not universally good. I just happen to personally like that movie a lot. Lebowski, brother. Don't invoke the name Lebowski nowadays, Sham. You know that someone's gonna not be able to resist remaking that. I do not want to see a Big Lebowski remake. Um, oh yeah, I do remember watching the trailer for the new Hellraiser and then reading up that that was her that did Pinhead. That was really cool, and it's more accurate to the Clive Barker novels. The Clive Barker novels, Pinhead is meant to be androgynous. You're not supposed to really be able to put your finger on what gender Pinhead is. So her casting and that style of Pinhead made a lot more sense. That was another thing because people on Twitter were whining about Hellraiser going woke by making Pinhead a female, and it's like, dude, it's more accurate to the original books. Like, fuck off with the woke shit. Like, they're actually doing it better than the originals in the 80s. Um, oh, wait. I thought of another one. Man, no, the Wachowskis have been working, dude. Jupiter Ascending. Remember Jupiter Ascending with Mila Kunis and fuck, what's his name from 21 Jump Street? Ah, oh, goddamn. You know what I'm talking about. The hot guy. Channing Tatum. Hot white boy. Channing Tatum and Mila Kunis. Another one that some people like a lot and a lot of people hate. That seems to be the Wachowskis' thing. Since The Matrix and Bound, everything they've written and directed after that has been love it or hate it. 50% of the audience love it. 50% of the audience trash. Didn't it flop? Yeah, flopped. I don't know how well Cloud Atlas did. I don't know if that was a flop or not, but critically, all their movies have had the same problem. Critically, middle of the road, average, not too great, wavering. In terms of how people feel about it, either love it or hate it, which is kind of nuts. But their producing has done much better, but is also all over the board. They produced Speed Racer, which was largely reviled. They produced V for Vendetta, which was largely loved. So they're kind of running 50-50 a little bit. After Glass, I'm super hesitant to ever watch another M. Night film, but I wouldn't mind watching Cabin or streaming. Cabin, I've heard mixed things. Some people actually really like that Cabin movie, and other people can't stand it. But that's also typical M. Night. M. Night has a habit of making very divisive movies. Like, yeah, Unbreakable was one of his really good ones. People loved Sixth Sense, although it only really works if you don't know the twist. Sixth Sense, yeah. What was the other one? Signs. Signs was another divisive one. Some people really love Signs, but other people are like, man, watch it again. This movie is like ridiculous. Complete trash. Glass was weird. Watching Glass is an exercise in like seeing the better movie in your head as you're watching it, and not being able to figure out why he didn't do that instead. That doesn't happen too often, where you watch a movie that seems so dead set on being this one weird version of an idea, where you can see the grander scope would have been much better. It's just confusing. Yeah, Unbreakable and Split both worked pretty well in their own ways, but once it combined into Glass, it was like, what is even going on here? This is such a weird way to... Poor Genie keeps on wanting to add little extra things, but needs to be right back real desperately. Glass was his chance to make a 3-part superhero epic. It felt like Glass felt like it was hamstrung by not having the budget to do what would have made a better movie with the concept. Like, it felt like Glass is only like what it was because that's all he could afford to do with it. Oh, Sarah Paulson is good. Yeah. Have you noticed that Sarah Paulson most of her roles are basically that. The character she plays in Glass is like the character she plays in most movies. This like weird, somewhat sinister chick that may or may not be behind some bad shit, but you're not quite sure. She's like soft spoken and kind of motherly, but also kind of creepy. And you're like, okay, you're behind like some entire psychopathic supervillain thing here, but I can't quite put my finger on it. We're just waiting for the other shoe to drop that she's the villain. But yeah, he's done. I mean, fucking Happening is an absolute clusterfuck of a movie. Um, Lady in the Water is an absolute clusterfuck of a movie. That was one of the worst ones where not only was the movie bad in terms of like how it was made, the acting, how it was written, but it gets an extra level of cringe by the fact that M. Night Shyamalan cast himself in the movie as the world's greatest writer, whose writing is going to save the world at the end of the film. And it's like, bro, you didn't just like no, you can't watch that movie and not read that film's third act as like the biggest ego trip ever put to film. Lady in the Water is M. Night's version of if Andrew Tate made his own movie about how he's the manliest man that ever lived. That's what Lady in the Water is. If he didn't massacre Avatar, he'd get decent budgets. Well, it wasn't just Avatar. It was a 1-2 punch of Avatar and After Earth with Will Smith and his son. Those two movies were actually fairly decent production value science fiction movies back to back that had money. The money was on screen with the visual effects, and the movies were trash. And then he got 2 chances in a row, and he fucked both of them. So they were like, okay, you seem to do well when you're having to pull up your shoelaces by your bootstraps and try to make good writing work without any money. That's when you've done well. The second we've given you a budget, like you've gotten lazy and you've written some bullshit. And I mean, Avatar had more problems than that though. Airbender. Yeah, that had way more problems than that. That had like issues with casting, where it was like, you do realize how like weirdly racist your movie comes off with how you've chosen to cast some of these characters. You've taken an iconic Asian or Indian roles and you've white flipped them and stuff. It's like, how did you not realize this was going to go down badly? One of the most disappointing scenes in cinema history? Oh god. What is this? Oh, is this going to be the Earthbenders? Oh no. Oh yeah, it is. Didn't know audio? Oh wait. I forgot to bring it back up. Do it in the smaller screen so YouTube doesn't get mad at me later. Copyright or some shit. Yeah, this was a weird scene. It's for a scene that's meant to be an action scene, it's bizarrely poorly staged and under choreographed and undershot. It's a lazy camera looking back and forward as a bunch of people do katas with the expectation that someone will whack on some visual effects later and hopefully it'll be good. I don't think anyone was trying jack shit there. Okay, that didn't really help. All you did was speed ramp some of the moments. I don't think it made it much better. Wait, let me just double check the audio is working, because that was weirdly silent. I'll do the Doom test. Hello, Doom test. Oh, where's my Doom? Hello? Okay, no, we lost it. There's supposed to be audio and it's broken. Hang on a sec. Oh, voice meter. Oh, fuck are you at? What is going on? Hang on. me just check something. Voice meter banana. What are you doing? Let's see. 270. USB sound device. Try that again. Computers, man. Oh, shit. Here it comes. Wait for the drop. There we go. Doom test successful. Audio's back. Sorry about that. Not that we needed audio for that M. Night scene anyway. It's trash regardless. Do you ever see the stunt team for the new Netflix Avatar Airbender show they're working on? The stunt team shared some work-in-progress action scenes that they filmed in the gym for the new Netflix Airbender. And it's fucking sweet. They've got like the shitty placeholder effects just thrown in just to show you like what they're thinking. It's basically like animatic style stuff. Tell me you guys have seen this. Because if you haven't, I'll find it. I'll bring it up. Because it's so good, man. Like, I didn't know how I felt about Netflix doing their own live action Last Airbender, but when I saw what the stunt team were cooking, I'm like, all right, we're going to let Netflix cook. So they got something over here. I wonder if it's on... I saw it on Twitter. Let me see if it's on YouTube. Netflix Airbender. You're keen to see how the Netflix show turns out? Same for One Piece. I'm really scared about One Piece. One Piece has given me the vibe of a... Netflix... the Netflix One Piece so far, from the casting and the shots on the set I've seen, is really giving me the vibe of like a young adult, like a YA novel CW show. Like all the characters seem like they're cast too young. Like I wasn't getting the feel of the characters. Oh shit. Okay, that's someone looking at it, I think. Yeah. I think it's this one. I think someone's put it up here. Alright. Hopefully this is the whole thing, because this is fucking sweet. Why is such bad quality? Yeah, dude. Like, they've actually built real martial arts into this. That's fucking awesome. The fact that they're weaving the rock bending into the martial arts choreography, that she's actually pulling rocks out of the ground as part of her attacks, like mid-combo, mint. There's a beat in there I love as well. She uses airbending to slide one of the enemies in the way of another enemy's attack. I thought that was a really nice touch as well. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, all right, this is what the Shyamalan movie was definitely missing. Was some real like martial arts know-how and choreography. Obviously, like the effects you're seeing in there are stuff that they just whacked in because that's meant to be a proof of concept to sell the action scenes to the directors that they're working on for the scenes, and then you build on it from there. But yeah, like that's the key to Airbender, I think, when it comes to fight choreography. You've got characters that can bend rock, wind, fire, and water. You need to be super creative with how you weave that into the martial arts. The idea of like a character being able to throw a punch or an elbow, and as the dude gets knocked this way, they can use rock bending to pull like a spike of rock out of the ground from the other direction, hit them in the head from the other side. That kind of interplay, exactly what you need to be doing. The entire show, every time we get an action scene, they need to come up with some new set pieces of how someone uses water, earth, wind, or fire in a clever way, either in a large sense against other characters or in a way to counteract other people's bending. There always has to be something interesting going on. It can't just be like, I threw a rock and now I win. It's like, that's the base. The fact that someone can throw a rock or use wind to push something is the basis. That's how you introduce how that shit works in like a training montage. When you're in real fights, you need to do that Naruto shit. Naruto is a good template, actually. One of the best things about Naruto is how cleverly and they were able to build on fight scenes using the different character abilities in clever ways to counteract one another. It's one of the reasons why I was never able to get into stuff like Dragon Ball. Because every time I watched something like Dragon Ball, all I ever saw was dudes floating in the air screaming and about having higher power levels than each other. And then like the repeat frame punching shit where someone's going, and all it is like a flurry of punches and someone going getting riddled. And it's like, yeah, it's either someone getting riddled by punches or someone throwing a fireball. It's other than that, it's just screaming and power levels. And I'm like, I want Naruto shit, where it's people with very specific abilities having to outmaneuver like a chess game how the abilities of someone else works. And One Piece has a little bit of that as well. Because they all have very specific powers in One Piece, there are specific fights in One Piece that are actually quite clever with how the way a certain power works gets used in a new and different but clever way to counteract someone else's power. And it doesn't happen enough, but it is one of the good things about One Piece when it's at its best. The song you played during the sound test reminded me of this. The song I played during the sound test is literally the theme from Doom. That's the Doom 2016 heavy metal theme. Oh, I've still got this open. Does this game work? Go away. Let me see. Oh, Dead or Alive. The Christie ending. Dude. I am someone who played Dead or Alive through with every character to get every single one of these cutscenes. And I remember this Christie strip club scene very, very well. Wait, this song actually sounds familiar, not just from Dead or Alive. No one's talking about it, and it's not in the description as a copyright claimed song, so let it ride. I know for a fact that I know for a fact that Genie would have played this as well and unlocked this cutscene. This sounds like... Why does this song sound familiar? I might try to Google it after this. Does that guy look like, oh my god. That dude looks so much like, oh god. What's the Aikido actor's name? Why can I never remember names tonight? I'm in that mode again. From the fucking Jean-Claude and Arnie era. The movie with the ship. Oh god, he's got so many movies. He's such a shit actor. Please, somebody help me. I'm dying here. Under Siege. That's the movie's name. Steven Seagal. Good lord, how did I forget Steven Seagal's name? I need sugar, that's why. I'm gonna eat some of these salad sweet. Yeah, that dude looks so much like Steven Seagal right now. Yeah, I remember all of the Dead or Alive ending cutscenes vividly. I used to play Dead or Alive 2 on my Sega Dreamcast. That's how far back I go with that series. He's such a shit. Well, he's a shit everything. I mean, in his prime, he did know Aikido. To be fair, he does know how to do Aikido. He's a shit actor, and the choreography of his films and how he applies his martial arts in films is kind of shit. Like, none of it makes sense. It's all dudes running up, letting their arm or leg get caught, and then standing there waiting to get hit by Steven Seagal. None of his action looks real. The same goes for his tournament katas. If you ever watch any of his martial arts katas on YouTube, where he's doing demonstrations where guys run up and he judo flips everybody, it's just dudes running up and like letting him do stuff to him. None of it actually looks applicable in a fight. Nice. And then off she goes. That has to be... Let me just look that up real quick. Song in DOA Christie ending. Because they use a lot of licensed music in DOA. Remember the intro music? The intro video? It was Dream On by Aerosmith. My Grave is a song that first appeared in DOA 4 and was used as an ending theme for Christie. Song was later again used in DOA Extreme Beach 2 when the girls show off their pole dancing. Hell yeah! Damn right it was. Okay, so it is kind of tied to the game. Maybe that's why it's not copyright protected in the way that, you know, a lot of songs are on YouTube. That's fair. Bold of you to Google female dead or alive on Google. Well, it's not. I wasn't Google image searching it. I wouldn't Google image search it because then we get into some trouble. You want to know why Dead or Alive was so horny with stuff like this Christie ending and a lot of the other ones? Wasn't the Lei Fang? Is it Lei Fang? Wasn't her ending like the train stops really sharply and some like old Japanese man trips forward and like almost lands in her tits and she like kicks him like out of the train window, essentially murdering the man for something that wasn't his fault. Yeah, the reason Dead or Alive is so horny is because of the lead developer. I used to know his name off by heart because he was kind of a rock star, but he was known as a bit of a sleazebag, and he got into trouble a few years back for some inter-office sexual harassment accusations, which no one was surprised by. We were disappointed by it, but we were not surprised. Dead or Alive lead. Not her. No! Dead or Alive game director. Tomonobu Itagaki. Yes, Itagaki-san. I used to know Itagaki-san's name off by heart because I used to see him in the news all the time. And you need to see this man if you've never seen him before. This man looks like the kind of video game rock star that would make horny shit like Dead or Alive. Look at this dude. Look at this. Hang on. Oh my god. Can we get a zoom and enhance, please? It's all sunglasses, long hair, and leather jackets. Every photo of his you see. Look at this man. Oh, what a look at this dude. He actually, this guy, Itagaki-san, he very obviously saw himself as like an Axl Rose from Guns of Roses type. Like he modeled himself as like a rock star, a game development rock star. Look at this badass. Yeah, so anyway, he's the type of dude that was like, when I make a game and I have women in my game, I want them to be sexy. I want them to be my subjective taste of sexy, which means big tits, nice asses, thighs, long legs, long hair. Every archetype of sexy, really, as long as they got big titties. Even the cute little girl next door types, like Lei Fang, just big titties as well, just because. He's not the kind of developer that survives well in today's climate, because, like, obviously he's not the politically correct type. He's just like, I have female character, I want her to have big tits, because it's my game. It's my game, and I want big titties in my game, and there you go. And then, like, in today's climate, you'd have everyone, like, boycotting the game on Twitter, because it's like, oh, this is body standards, and you're a misogynistic sleazebag, and boycott the game, and all that stuff. I don't know. Some things are a product of its time. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't really fight for him much, because he did actually get into legit trouble, legal trouble, with actual, like, inter-office sexual harassment issues. So it's like, all right, you took your titty-loving sleazebag rockstar antics a little too far. Now it's a real-world problem. You just stuck to just putting big tits in video games. I wonder where he is now. Hang on, let's see what it says. He left Team Ninja. Oh, wow. Oh, Kasumi was my favorite. Out of all the girls in Dead or Alive, Kasumi was my waifu. I mean, I had the hots for all of them, really. I mean, Christy, you saw that cutscene. But Tina had some absolute watermelons on her. But Kasumi always best. Kasumi best girl. And her fighting style was fun. The kind of ninjutsu spinning leg stuff she does. Kasumi and Ninja Gaiden was insane. I remember her sister in Ninja Gaiden a lot. Don't remember Kasumi much in Ninja Gaiden. What's her sister's name again? Ayane? Ayane was legitimately like a major part of the plot in many of the Ninja Gaidens. Like, she showed up a lot to talk to the main character. I don't remember what Kasumi did in the games, or which game she showed up in. Ayane, yeah. It says here that Itagaki-san left the company after working there for 16 years. That's Ninja Theory. Because he was behind Dead or Alive, Ninja Gaiden, he was involved in all that shit. He formed a new company called Valhalla, and with several ex-Team Ninja members, and they made Devil's Third. How did Devil's Third do? I don't hear about anyone talking about Devil's Third. Can I see this Valhalla company? Hang on. What's it called? Valhalla Game Studios. Let's see if they've done anything else but Devil's Third. Whoop. Valhalla Game Studios. Wikipedia. They've made Devil's Third for the Wii U. Devil's Third Online for the PC through Nexon. Ooh. Fuck Nexon. I hate Nexon with a passion. Momotaru Dentsu Chichigari Nippon for the 3DS. Wow, this company has done fuck all. Oh, Team Ninja's been working. They haven't stopped making games. You'd probably be surprised at the games that they're responsible for. I'll go to that in a sec. But then they made Devil's Third in 2015 for the Wii U, and then the online version 2016 for PC, and then some random Japanese game on the 3DS, and also in 2016, and then nothing for 8 years. Where have they gone? Oh, they were merged with another subsidiary, effectively closing them down. So they were open just long enough to make Devil's Third, and now they're gone again. Jesus. That was short-lived. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you what Ninja Theory's been doing. No, not Ninja Theory. Fuck, that's the... They made the other stuff. Team Ninja. Ninja Theory's great, though. Check this out. Wolong Fallen Dynasty that just came out like a week or 2 weeks ago. That was them. The Final Fantasy game Strangers in Paradise that came out end of last year. That was Team Ninja. Nihon 2 the year before that. That was Team Ninja. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. That was Team Ninja. Rise of the Ronin that comes out next year, which looks amazing. That's going to be them too. There's a Ninja Gaiden Master Collection that came out not long ago. That was obviously them as well. Yeah, see, I told you, like, sometimes this happens to me with developers as well. Like, you feel like you haven't heard their name in a while, and like you think they just haven't been around. But then if you actually look it up, it's like, oh shit, they were responsible for that and that and that. That's what I was when you guys first showed up on the stream earlier tonight. I was right in the middle of looking up the games list for Annapurna Interactive, and I was shocked by some of the games that they're responsible for publishing that I had no idea was them. Fucking love Annapurna. Yeah, shouldn't eat too many of those sour sweets. Oh wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Check this out. They were working on a game called Dead or Alive Code Chronos at one point. It was going to be a prequel to Dead or Alive and was going to focus on the backstory of Kasumi and Ayane. And it wasn't going to be a fighting game. It was in development in 2010 and got cancelled. Dude, that sounds awesome. Imagine a Dead or Alive prequel with just Kasumi and Ayane, but not a fighting game. Unless it's a kart racer. Like, I guess it could be anything. That sounds awesome to me. You know what I think it should be? Do you remember Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks with Liu Kang and Kung Lao? I reckon that's what Code Chrono should have been. Kasumi and Ayane side-scrolling beat-em-up type game designed for co-op, where you do tag team moves with each other. They probably moved those resources to another shitty beach volleyball game. They probably did, yeah. But to be fair, I really enjoyed the beach volleyball games. And not just for the tits. Oh, hydrate. Good point. I don't actually have my water bottle out. Let me go grab that. Ooh-cha. Oh, my Oodie's so fluffy. Woolly, woolly, woolly. I kind of want more game franchises to do ridiculously weird spin-offs like DOA Beach Volleyball. Specifically ones that have hot chicks in them. I want Resident Evil to have like a weird beach volleyball style spin-off where Jill and Ada and Claire and Shiva and Ashley and Rebecca and whatever the underage names. Wait, not her, because she's underage. I was about to say whatever the underage name one was, but then I realized it was a beach volleyball game, and I'm like, okay, no, she could stay back. Oh no, she would have grown up by now. Birkin, Sherry. Yeah, Sherry is probably over 18 by now, so that's fine. She can be in it. And just as a joke, Wesker in a speedo with the fucking abs and pecs and everything. You hate SM on a fundamental level, but I do agree that it could be good when made by a studio that makes those style of games. SM? What's SM? I don't recognize that acronym. Oh, Shaolin Monks. I don't mind it. I think it's a bit of fun. I did hate it for a period though, because both myself and some friends of mine had the same glitch in the game that actually like fucks up your progress and you have to like restart the game. It's this glitch where like the game gets stuck in an area where you can't get out and you can't like go back to a previous save. Like the save gets you stuck in this spot where you can't actually progress. It had a couple of bugs like that. They're like game-breaking bugs that if you're lucky enough to get it, you pretty much have to restart the whole game. So there was a period where I hated it for that reason. But outside of a game-breaking glitch, I thought it was pretty cool. I think one of the things that actually made it better in my eyes was the fact that I'd also previously played the Sub-Zero Mythologies game, which was also like a side-scrolling beat-em-up type thing, and that game was so fucking janky for its time that Shaolin Monks was like smooth in comparison. You just like the story and the gameplay. I don't actually remember the story, so I guess it probably wasn't that great. Like, if I remember nothing of it. Yeah, have you seen this Rise of the Ronin? That Ninja Theory, fucking Ninja Theory. I keep saying the wrong company. Team Ninja is working on next. It looks amazing. It's essentially Team Ninja doing their own kind of what was that samurai game that was on PS4? Fuck, what was that game called? PS4 samurai game. Hiroshima? Ghosts of Tsushima. That's right. I couldn't remember the Tsushima game. You've heard of that at a game show? Yeah, they it's only been known about for about a year. At the last game shows, at last year's game shows, they revealed it. Summer of Games Fest and TGS, I think, showed some of it as well. Yeah, State of Play, September last year, had a trailer. I think most of this might be pre-rendered shit. Hang on.
And our nation began to tear itself apart. Leave to the past. A warrior.
Yeah, it's gonna be like an open world.
And bonds.
Yeah, some gameplay. It's gonna be like an open world action thing by the time of like the colonialization era, where all the whites were coming into Japan, and this where the samurai was about to end.
Future.
Look at that shit.
Your time has come. Rise as one.
More. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, there's gonna be like handheld gunplay along with swordplay because of the way the West and the East are mixing during that time period. But like stuff, it reminds me of Ghost of Tsushima on a samurai level, but then there's like stuff in the gameplay they show off that remind me of Tenchu, Stealth Assassin. Someone who's absolutely god-awful at parries is unfortunately never be able to fully enjoy the game. Oh, that is yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty parry heavy. I feel like anything with a sword generally is. I don't know what I would call myself when it comes to skill level with that kind of thing. Maybe not a master, but maybe not bad either. Somewhere in the middle. But I love it. Like, the idea of parrying is one of my favorite things in a combat game. Like, it's one thing to defend, it's one thing to wail on somebody, like button mash. There's nothing more satisfying than a successful parry. When someone throws a fist and you catch it and then flip them or do whatever, the good shit. That was one of the reasons why I was such a big Dead or Alive fan, is compared to Street Fighter and Tekken and Mortal Kombat and all that stuff. Dead or Alive had like a parry counter system that I always thought was like the coolest thing ever. The forward X, or the diagonally up X, or the diagonally down X, depending on if it was a high or low. And if you nailed it properly, like Kasumi would like catch the arm of the dude and flip them around and punch him in the kidney. It's nothing cooler than parry animations. The parrying in Dead or Alive was hard though because the frames were tight. They had very very small frames for getting a successful parry, and you had to predict whether it was going to be a high, low, or mid as well, which made things a little trickier. It's one of the reasons I'm pretty keen to play Sifu as well. It looked like that game had some nice kung fu parrying going on. Oh, and it's one of the things I enjoyed the most about Midnight Fight Club. No, sorry, Midnight Fight Express. Midnight Fight Express is a great parry system, and so many animations for parry kills, and parry takedowns, depending on whether it's with your hands and feet, whether it's with a melee weapon, whether it's with a gun, and it always looks sick when you pull it off too. Let's close all these Itagaki-san photos, where we look like creepers. Hey, Christy. The hotness. All right. Let's dig up a trailer, shall we? What have I got? Whoop. Any games? Let's do something that looks like a horror game. Stray Souls. I don't know what Stray Souls is. Never heard of it until I just saw this thumbnail. But I'm down.
When my grandmother died, she left me her house. My own place. No rent, no mortgage. I thought I'd won the lottery.
Good graphics, jeez. That looked in-game.
But all that changed after I met Martha.
Alright, it's okay graphics.
There's no way this is real.
Dope. That's freaky as. I hope this is Silent Hill-esque.
I get that this is all really weird, but there are a few things you need to understand. I know some things about your grandmother. Best I can piece it together, she was someone pretty high up in a secret society.
Bit Blair Witchy.
Martha says I'm not safe. That I should be prepared to defend myself in case those cultist nutbags come looking for me.
A little bit of Blair Witch, a little bit of Silent Hill.
Lottery. I inherited a nightmare I can't wake up from.
Why is it so low res looking? 1080p. The fuck? It's about 10 a.m. your time. You know, force yourself to sleep. No worries, Menace. Good to see you again. Good luck with the sleeping. I've been going to bed at like 6 or 7 in the morning because of some of my streaming habits have been flipping my times. I gotta figure that out somehow. Gotta sort that out. Otherwise it's gonna get worse and worse. But yeah, good morning, dude. Is that a spider? Oh my god.
Every family's got secrets. But not like mine.
Daniel, no!
Daniel looks a bit generic. This is not bad, actually. I didn't know what this was when I clicked on it, but that's got some pretty decent production values as far as horror gaming goes. I mean, Mr. Bland Milquetoast White Boy protagonist looks a little bit nobody. But maybe that's the point. To wait to see what the story's all about. That was some legitimately creepy shit, though. Multiple armed spider people in the forest. Thing that kept on peering around furniture at him. And that face at the end was pretty decent. Hang on. Where's that face? Oh yeah, that's creepy. Yep. Where's that eyeball going? That eyeball's getting all Picasso with it. It's floating off the face. Alright, that's it. I'll keep an eye on that, actually. That surprised me a little bit. Good stuff. Anything else funky? Anything else? Creepy. Dark Swarm? Okay, wait, let's have a look at... No. Wait. Hail to the Rainbow. Forest Cathedral. Everything sounds like a horror game, but they're not always are. It's hard to tell sometimes. Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2. Hey, VR. I like me some VR. Alright, I'll check that out. I'll buy it. Walking Dead Saints and Sinners is still one of the best VR games you can get. Whoa, what was that? Don't mind.
People are starting to wake up.
Light the flare with a
See the
gunshot?
light.
It's kind of a waste of a bullet.
Change at the top.
A trade network could ease a lot of suffering.
Everybody in Nola's gonna know that the Pawn King always delivers.
The Pawn
Mom is
King.
the enemy and needs to be taken out.
Look out,
Is that a secret message?
Always delivers.
Mom is the enemy and needs.
CEST. Cestark Tower. No, I think it's just random missing letters. I read too much into it.
look out over our city, tourists. I wanted nothing more than to save every last soul.
Perhaps you have heard the tales about me.
Sick bow and arrow. Bow and arrows are such good weapons in VR. They feel really nice to use.
Comms equipment, tactical gear.
The tower can no longer be a beacon for all. It must be an ark for the chosen few.
My decision has been made. You will face
Yes.
retribution.
Yes. This is why these games work so good in VR.
My decision has been made.
This right here, the fact that you can actually hold on to an enemy 3D model's body, actually brace them and hold them back with one hand, while throwing a knife into somebody else.
You will face
Hot.
retribution.
Garrick's a psycho.
You haven't lived until you've manhandled a zombie,
Firepower, and I can connect
like
you with a
held
friend
it
of
down
mine
while
who has
stabbing it in the
access to
skull, and have your knife actually get stuck in there and have to pull it out with physics.
Death comes for us all. Every sinner, every saint.
Good luck to you, tourists.
A day of judgment is dawning for all those beyond the tower wall.
Jesus. Some really high climbing sections. VR games are a little bit obsessed with climbing as well.
It pains me to do what must be
Pretty
done.
obvious VR mechanic.
Put the gun down!
Stop telling me what to do!
You think I'm a vile monster, don't you?
This is a good trailer.
Regrettably, it is the only way.
You live through this.
Walking Dead Saints and Sinners needs co-op.
Seems our moment has arrived, tourist.
I'd like to shut up.
Death draws near, tourist.
There's a lot more guns in this one,
You cannot prevent the inevitable.
like fancy guns.
You wish for death, and I will provide it.
Fuck, it's a good game. On PSVR 2 as well. VR is getting a lot more affordable. I mean, the PSVR 2 is pretty expensive, but if you've already forked out for a PS5 previously, I mean, go nuts, man. If you can afford it, just do it. Do it. If you can really afford it, skip it. Go straight to Valve Index or something. Go hard in the paint. Oh, play that. It's whenever I see something like that, I get this sudden surge of motivation to get my VR set up in my study. I'm so hesitant to get it done because I still think I might get in trouble if I put those sensors up on the walls. Someone in the comments has said exactly what I just said. Would love two-player co-op of this. Oh, just think of it. Someone else can hold a zombie still for you from behind while you come up in front of it and work it over. Played it on my friend's headset. So awesome. Can't wait to buy it on mine. It seems like a lot more people are buying into VR nowadays, though. Like, it's getting there. We're starting to get these headsets out. Finally. It's taken a while, but we'll get there. Okay. Fort Solis. might be another creepy one. Let's get that out of the way. Well, there's less people in the chat to get freaked.
I need to make contact with
I think I've watched the trailer for this before.
Don't even risk the LTV in this storm.
Jack Leary responding to Fort Solace alarm. Is everything okay over there?
Oh, it's space. It's space creepy.
Be careful. I think something is off here.
Jess, how many people are in Solace?
The system lists 6.
There's an incident here.
An incident? What kind of incident?
I don't know.
I like how grounded the visuals are.
Well, what the hell is going on there?
Like it's
Someone
not
was down there with me.
it's not flashy like a Callisto
Back up to the
Protocol.
surface
It just
level now.
has a grounded realism to the look that I appreciate.
Need to get out of there,
It's a bit more immersive.
I'm still in there!
Jack!
Alexa, shut up!
Answer me!
Although it's hard to differentiate a trailer like that from every single other space thriller slash horror game. It's someone alone in space station corridors and environments, basically freaking out over something. Something is scary, but it's all you're really getting is mood. It's a scary mood, but what exactly is the horror? Like, what's the problem? There's someone on the intercom going, "Jack, answer me." Why can't Jack answer? Like, what is the horror? Are there aliens? Is there an Umbrella Corporation monster that was worked on in a space lab? Is Cthulhu here? Because he's a space guy. He's an ocean and a space guy simultaneously. That Cthulhu. Such an overachiever. We shall support the man that has brought us Arthur Morgan. Okay, so the voice actor is the guy that did Arthur Morgan in Red Dead 2. That's neat. They've got some money at least. Proper sci-fi thriller, I'm in. See, that's I think the vibe that I like about that trailer. It might be a little generic in terms of what they're showing, but when I get the feel of sci-fi thriller rather than sci-fi horror, I think that's more intriguing. Because thriller has a question of like, this is more grounded in reality, but also what is going on. Whereas horror is like, we know exactly what's going on. Monsters are monstering. And that's it. That's the entire concept. There's icky poo creatures that are trying to tentacle your bits. And we don't want that. But, you know. That's why thriller is more intriguing, because you don't really know what is the deal. This requires investigation. I want to investigate. Give me a game, please. When is the release date? Summer 2023. What the fuck does summer mean? I'm in Australia. God damn it. I hate it when they say... I hate it when release dates give you... climates? What the fuck do you call it? Oh my god, my brain is so shut down tonight. It's insane. Winter, summer, spring, autumn... Seasons. Oh my god, how did I lose that word? This is the 4th time tonight this has happened to me. I need more sugar. Maybe I haven't been sleeping enough. This one doesn't have a hole in it. I'm going to assume this means it's extra sour. Hey, Chanky. They got frozen stiff from seeing Team Cherry write a delayed announcement. What did Team Cherry do again? Hollow Knight. Ah. Winter, December, February, change every... Oh yeah, it's just... I literally forgot the word seasons. I forgot the word that describes what winter, summer, autumn, spring means. My brain is not braining well tonight. Earlier on, I forgot the name of Steven Seagal, and I had to look it up. Can you believe that? Poor Team Cherry. They'll get there. They'll get us that Silk Song eventually. Still says 2023. Still this year. Okie day. I think this is the only other spooky one that I've got on my list of stuff I wanted to check out. Outbreak Island. I think this is a spooky spook. Wait. Abandoned diner in search of food. Oh, this is a gameplay walkthrough. Oh, sweet. Okay, even better.
A couple of months ago, I couldn't even imagine that I would end up here, and all this would happen to me.
Wait, you've never heard of the person? You never heard of Steven Seagal? Action hero Steven Seagal? Fat Aikido dude? Wanted to fight Jean-Claude Van Damme? Star of Under Siege and Under Siege 2? And also Exit Wounds with DMX? Wait, was that DMX? Some rapper was in that. Do you really not know who Steven Seagal is? That's crazy. That's like not knowing who Jean-Claude is. Or Sylvester Stallone. He's made like 500 movies. All as a martial arts action star, doing Aikido on thugs. He's a weirdo, though. Never heard of those two either? Oh my god, Tanky. Have you ever seen an action movie? I'm just wondering.
This freaking island can wipe out all of humanity.
What is this game?
And I'm here to make things right.
There's a thirst, a food, a stamina bar, and a health bar.
But first,
no sleep.
It's time for dinner.
No sleep bar, though. This is kind of neat. I like the graphics.
What a mess.
I like that you can see your legs, too.
I hope there's finally something fresh on the menu tonight.
It's such an underrated thing in games, being able to see your own body when you look down. I love that shit. So much more immersive.
Oh, here we go. Let there be light.
What the fuck?
And here come the first customers.
What is happening?
Enjoy your meal.
Zombies?
So, how do I start my day on the island?
Alright. Sleeping with your jeans and your boots on? I suppose that's smart, because if anything happens, you want to get up and go real quick.
Just like any other normal person does.
There's a rocket launcher. I think this is like a survival thing during the day.
Of the forest in the morning.
And then like alien lights come at night to turn like zombies against you.
Nothing invigorates you better than a jog in the fresh air. Living my best life. On my way, I stop for
interesting
groceries.
Voice acting though.
A hearty and balanced breakfast is the foundation of a productive day. Usually, the selection is not too diverse, but sometimes you come across real delicacies.
I hope there's a storyline. I don't want this to be like a...
I cook breakfast for myself.
Survival for survival's sake.
I have to improvise, but it always turns out finger-licking good. Afterwards, I drive to work. You have no idea how wonderful life is without traffic jams.
It looks a bit frustrating having to drive
There
around
I
car
do
wrecks,
my routine stuff.
Oh, neat.
Trying my best not to get into any trouble. Finally, I'm home. You know, this is the only place where I truly feel safe.
This is cool.
Sometimes I overdo it a bit.
They're collecting the firewood of the truck and put it on pallets and stuff. I love the realism.
My insurance is expired, but the service here is not the best either. The day is coming to an end, and my faithful yellow friend and I are heading out to grab dinner.
How do you get fuel?
And here we are. The next link in this crazy food chain. Who's next?
Is that a cat? Do you get to have a pet cat? No, there's a rats. There's a giant rats. Holy shit, that horse is well rendered. Dude, the graphics on the horse? Those look pretty cool. Look at the fucking horse, man. The mane billowing in the wind. Maybe horse is born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Oh, yes. That horse conditions with palm olive aloe vera extracts. That is super... What a shot. Flamethrower as well. Yeah, that looks great. But I'm fucking obsessed with the horse. That was neat. See that house? The house that kills you and anything else in the middle of summer? Have you ever seen the Spielberg movie Monster House? I always thought that would make an interesting game. A literal house that kills you. I guess if someone actually made that, it would probably have the vibes of what's that Neighbor game? Bad Neighbor? Secret Neighbor? What the fuck was that game called? It's a shit game anyway. Some kind of open world like thing with a suburb, and you and the other kids are suspicious of this one house. It's like that might be eating other children, and one day you actually catch it moving or swallowing somebody, and then the whole game is about you trying to like, as a child going out into the world, gathering resources to like build little kid traps or slingshots or whatever, and get food, health items or whatever, and then at night when the house starts getting spooky haunted again, you sneak in and try to navigate the house's bullshit. That seems really cool. The person's name sounds vaguely familiar, but I've no idea what he's made or what his first name is. Who? Spielberg? Steven? Unless you're talking about the Mexican ripoff Spielberg, Spielbergo. Not as good a director. Let's see. I'm sold on Outbreak Island. I just hope there's a story to it. I hope it's not just survival for survival's sake. That always disappoints me slightly when there's like no point to playing the game. I want there to be a campaign aspect to it. All right, let's get Alien. Aliens is always good for something. Dark Descent. I think this is the XCOM style one. The top-down turn-based, not turn-based, but the tactical XCOM style game in the Alien universe, which I think is a really cool idea. I love XCOM.
Hello, and welcome to this exclusive first look at Aliens Dark Descent.
It's not the first look. I've seen trailers for this before. In this short preview,
we reveal what kind of experience awaits you.
Aliens. They're gonna lay eggs in your chest cavity. Good luck.
Dark Descent is a real-time, squad-based tactical action game.
Sick.
You are the commander.
Sick.
Marines are your weapon.
Why have we not got something like this before?
You are tasked with investigating a sinister uprising that caused a vicious xenomorph outbreak on the moon.
On the moon?
Your squad is controlled fluidly
That's pretty close to Earth.
As one
That's closer to Earth than
where
Aliens have ever got.
Any issue is automatically dispatched to the Marines best equipped for the task. Whether you're using mouse and keyboard
they
or
stood
a controller,
so close to that explosion.
We want you to be fully immersed in the world and the
I'd play this on
iconic
PC for
Aliens
sure.
experience.
Mouse all the way.
You know what to do. Lead strategically. Enter combat without breaking stride, slowing down time at the touch of a button, just enough to distribute tactical orders with military precision.
Those aren't aliens. What the fuck are those?
Tread carefully, though, because death is permanent in Dark Descent.
Aliens.
Losing a Marine in combat is irreversible.
It's dragging him away.
Forge unique paths.
I've never seen an alien do that. Just drag a dude away by his hair.
Explore large open levels to complete story missions and side objectives.
Open levels?
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Level up your loyal Marines with special abilities, perks, and gear, and customize the squad composition.
Can you unlock the ability to say "Game over, man, game over" when things are going badly?
At Tindalos, we're extremely excited to bring this game
to buff the
all
team
fans of the legendary Aliens license, and to all the real-time action strategy fans.
How has this never been done before? I don't understand. It seems like such a perfect use of the Colonial Marines vibe. Please tell me people in the comments are being chill about it. Alien Isolation was amazing. Wish we were getting a sequel to the best horror game ever. Don't talk about other games. Original reveal had me thinking it was going to be dumb fun twin stick shooter, but this is more strategic gameplay, has me excited. Okay, good. Get the guy who reviewed Alien Isolation to review this one. It'd be hilarious to watch him comprehend even more complex mechanics. That guy didn't... People really misunderstand that IGN review. He gave it a surprisingly low review compared to most people, but it's not like he's an idiot. Just wasn't feeling certain things. I understood some of his criticisms. Good game, though. Okay, thank God everyone's being positive in the comments. I hate it when people do real-time strategy or squad-based tactics, isometric stuff nowadays, and everyone roasts it for not being another first-person shooter. It's like, why does everything have to be another FPS? Like, there's so many genres out there. Keep it coming. Mix this stuff up. I just can't believe we haven't got this from Alien yet until now. This is amazing. Colonial Marines is so perfect for a tactical strategy game. It really is. It was built for it. But everyone just keeps trying to make FPSs. I guess XCOM is not the best descriptor then, because XCOM is turn-based, whereas this is real-time. Which means you got to have the squad formations like in check, because when something goes down, it's too late. I hope you can take cover. I hope you can move people from cover to cover just to make sure you're covered at all times. I love games that let you do that. Okay, not a single negative comment. In fact, it's very positive. A brilliant idea, looks cool, exciting. Yep, sweet. Okay, good. Just making sure. I was going to drop my own comment being snarky if people were being bitches about that one. I wasn't gonna put up with that shit. Okay. What is, let's see. Cowboys and Rustlers official announcement trailer. Let's see what that is. Let's move away from science fiction and horror stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Hello? Oh, it's an isometric cowboy action game. With a bullwhip. And a talking horse. Okay, so it's a comedy. Is that a skate ramp? In the Wild West? What the fuck? Just poker. Have you noticed that nobody can make a Wild West game now without there being a poker minigame in it? It's like the law. Damn. Cowboys and Rustlers. Okay, well, it didn't say much about the game aside from look at a bunch of footage and good luck. Skating cowboys never get old. What's with the skate park? That was so random. Also, I've noticed that Westerns are starting to get into comedy a lot. Because we just had Rustler recently, which was like Grand Theft Auto, but like the old school top-down isometric Grand Theft Autos, the original ones. But it's Wild West, so you're like stealing horses and stuff, and it even has the 5-star cop system. And the police horses have the little siren lights on them. And now this, which once again is adding meta comedy to the Wild West. I wonder why that is. Maybe people are so tired of super serious westerns that they're like, you know what? Comedy now. Let's go. Wonder if you can use the skate park or if it's just visual. That'd be fun. Skating minigame. Skating minigame in a Wild West simulator. Cool. Blip. I'll try to remember to wishlist that later because I want to see how that game goes. That seems interesting. Do I have any more VR stuff? Because I want to see more of that shit. Yes, Pixel Ripped 1978. We have a new Pixel Ripped. We've already got 2 of these games. I guess this is the third in a trilogy. You've never seen any of the Pixel Ripped games? It's basically a game of you in VR trying to get away with playing a handheld console in class or in bed. Or so your mum doesn't catch you. So you're playing a game within a game, basically. But it gets more complicated than that, trust me. I might be underselling it a little bit.
Good morning.
Live streaming tells us what Atari's doing. Video games. They seem to have captured America's imagination.
I can't remember what the other years were.
My name is Barbara, but you can call me Bug. I just started a new job at this place called Atari.
Sick.
They've been working on this cool new thing called video games. Feels like it's really gonna catch on.
Sweet.
Electronic games being this year's bestseller.
So you're a game developer now, actually making the games.
I'm building a brand
Not just
new
a kid
game.
playing them in class.
Oh, and this is Dot. I created her. Isn't she rad?
Travel back in time.
It's a little rough around the edges. Glitches,
Sweet.
broken code, stuff like that. It's not all fun and games being a programmer. So I invented this nifty device that allows me to go into the game. You know,
a little bit
patch things up from
after
the
your
inside.
time for 1978, but sure. She's basically invented Tron. Oh my god. Next level.
Good thing I've got Dot, because sometimes the bugs can be a real problem.
So you're going into various Atari games through like a Tron virtual system to try and fix them from the inside.
Looks like I've got my work cut out for me. Good thing it's 1978 and this technology is on the cutting edge.
Good thing. Good thing 1978 was the cutting edge of technology for gaming. Is a thing she just said. I mean, I guess technically most eras of gaming are on the cutting edge of gaming technology because gaming technology is always progressing, which means compared to any year before now, this year is on the cutting edge of gaming technology. And next year will be as well, and the year after that. So you can say that about any year, really. Except for any year before gaming technology existed, in which case that doesn't make sense. Although this is not the most original concept anymore, just because a lot of VR games do that now. There's quite a few you can find that are VR games about being someone in a world that goes into VR. So it's like double VR. In fact, there was the games company owned by the Rick and Morty guy that makes Accounting Plus and that other one. The one where you use the PlayStation joysticks and you're the little purple guy in the chair. Something saves the world. I don't know. The Squanch Games. I think that's the name of the gaming company. I think they also did that new High on Life game. They did a game, I think Accounting Plus and one other VR game basically take the piss out of that concept where you go further and further into VR. Like you go into VR while in VR, and then you go into VR while in that VR, and you go down multiple levels of VR, and it gets weirder and weirder. I think that might have been Accounting Plus, or it might have been the other one. Oh, they both kind of do something similar. I just can't remember the name of the other game they did before that. Bugger. Anyway, that's neat. I think that looks really cool. Let me just double check what the other ones were. Pixel Ripped. 1995, 1989 are the other two. It keeps going back. 1995 was the first one, then 1989, and now the new one's 1978. But I'm pretty sure the first two were about being a kid and actually playing the games. Now you're a developer making and fixing them from the inside. So they've progressed slightly plot-wise. Sweet. Okay, next. What is... Fountain of Youth. What is this?
Peggy 6.
This might be a survival... This might be a survival game.
Peggy.
Survival crafting shit.
Peggy 16.
Stop Peggy 16ing me. So I'm ready to go. There we go.
Peggy 16.
Now I'm ready. What the hell is happening? Oh, you're on a ship that's sinking. Got it. This looks like one of those generic survival simulation games that are like... There's like 2,000 of them on Steam right now. Not bad graphics, but this shit can be misleading in trailers. I thought it was an island, but then I saw a desert. Maybe it's multiple locations you have to survive in? Survival, Fountain of Youth, Early Access coming spring. Oh my god. It's going to be one of those survival games that stays in Early Access for like 5 years. And then never actually comes out or gets fixed. They just take what money they can while the janky Early Access one's around. And then they just bail on a new game. Pegging 16, straight from R Barely Legal. Is there an R Barely Legal? Just curiosity. Not because I want to go there. I might want to go there. Pegging 16. What does PEGI stand for? I know it's an acronym. Pan-European Game Information. So that's the name of the UK's ratings board. Pan-European Game Information. What was the American one? OFLC? US Game Rating System. The ESRB. Entertainment Software Rating Board. ESRB. What's Australia's? Hang on. Australian Classification Board. No acronym. Man, we need a cool acronym. Oh no, wait, we do have one. OFLC. Office of Film, Literature and Classification. That includes games as well. I completely forgot about OFLC. I used to hate on them quite a bit because we never used to have an R rating like over a decade ago. So we had like random games like GTA just censored, so I had to import them from Europe. You died from the cold in Far Cry Primal? You can die from cold in Primal? I never got to play that one. I've got it on disc, but I never actually played it. I didn't know weather was an actual system you had to take into consideration. That's interesting. I'll play that on stream someday, I think. Since I've got it and I can play it anytime I want. Might as well. Looks really cool. Single player kills it for me, sticking with Sons of the Forest. I mean, most games like this are single player. It's pretty rare to find the ones that are co-op, but then they end up being like bigger. Like Raft. Raft is pretty big, but that's because you can play it with your friends. So more people play it for that reason alone. Stranded Deep I actually own on Steam, but I've never played that either. This does look a bit better than Stranded Deep, though. It looks like more environments and more things to do. Not bad. Not bad, bitch. Whoops, I forgot to get rid of Pixel Rip from my list. So I don't get confused about where I'm at. Brother. Hail to the Rainbow. Let's see what Hail to the Rainbow is. It's got a cool name, and I think I might have seen a teaser once before, because the name does ring a bell. What does it say? New game from Sergei Noskov, coming to PlayStation 5 in 2025. Post-apocalyptic cyberpunk. Dope. Alright. Interesting. Bloom. Okay. So to drive around in a car in the wasteland finding survival shit? Interesting aesthetic. This is a little different. It's kind of like simplified. The art style. Not too showy. It kind of... Shots like this remind me of like Silent Hill if it was in like an actual city. Like with skyscrapers and stuff. That is a concept. Oh my god, think about that. Imagine a Silent Hill game where the Silent Hill influence bleeds into a major city. And you've just got like skyscrapers and dead traffic congested roads. Just enveloped by fog. That could be super cool. I like my ideas. People should make games of my ideas. Feel free to steal my ideas. I don't care. I don't want to make money from it. I just want to play the damn game. Wait, I'm lying. I do want to make money from it. Cite me or I'll sue you. Give me a cut. Give me like give me stocks in the company, something. One of the enemy clans, Udam, live in the north where it's just snow and ice. That upgrades the cold kills you in 2 minutes. What, so the upgrades are like things like skinning a mammoth and making like warm clothes so you can actually move around in the cold. That kind of thing. Man, I do need to go back and play that. I even own it on disc. I have the box on the shelf. I'm just a bit behind on the Far Cry series. The last one I played was 4, including the DLC for 4, with the Abominable Snowman and stuff. I missed 5 and its spin-off, New Dawn, I think it was called, where they added the health bars and the loot system. 5 is the one in America, right? The Heartland. And then 6 is the latest one. That's the one in like Cuba, where you get to be a guy or a girl with the backpack system. And backpacks that can fire like grenades and stuff. And Gus Fring from Breaking Bad was the bad guy. That game's got some interesting DLCs I've seen. Far Cry does some cool DLC experiments. Every single one of their games has got some weird DLCs. Like, I saw Far Cry 5 had one that was like set on Mars with laser guns. There was these fun little stories. There's one in Vietnam, etc. Sour. Okay. Let's see. It didn't tell us much. That just gave us a bit of a vibe. I'll keep an eye on it. I like driving around doing survival stuff. It's not bad. See how the rest comes together. Okay. The story trailer for the Gollum game. This should be interesting. I've been keen to see how this turns out. People were less than impressed by the gameplay reveal. So this game has a lot to live up to.
Gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal. So shiny, yes. So
the graphics are okay. I think some people are thrown off by Gollum's look. He's freaky, which he should be, but in a goofier way than I think people expected compared to the movie.
People are growing anxious. We cannot let this evil linger among us, Gandalf.
Okay, nobody looks like they look in the movies. They're just going off the books with this, I guess.
Tell him?
Nothing. I swears.
The Lord sent me.
They let him keep more of his hair.
To oversee matters.
Maybe that's what's throwing people off.
The creature. Bring it back.
Shelob. No, 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 no. Do not lag.
We must find help. He mustn't see us. No.
Ring rates.
Him. Don't be scared.
He's a resourceful little shit, that golem. You gotta give him that. He's gross looking, kind of annoying. Maybe a little funny. Between darkness and light, an emaciated little meth junkie will be the one to save us all. Actually, he is the one that saves us all. If it wasn't for Gollum, the ring would never ended up in the volcano. He's really the one that saves the entire franchise. Franchise? Plot. Got it. Got it. You know how when you play a Resident Evil game, and on the main menu you hit the start button and it goes Resident Evil? I want the Gollum game to do the same thing, except when you hit the start button, it goes Gollum. The choking Gollum noise he makes. In fact, every time you pause the game, make that sound, please. I think that looks okay. That actual, you know what? The teaser was intriguing, just for the sole fact alone they're making a Gollum game. The gameplay reveal was disappointing. People thought it looked shitty, even if it's like an earlier version. So maybe we shouldn't be so harsh. That one I think goes up again. I think just the way that trailer's edited and the scope and the epicness of the story, I think comes across in that one. So I think they've pulled it back around a little bit with that. I'm interested again. What's the Lamplighters League? Is something. Lamplighters League. Bloop. What are you? There's blood and violence, that's all I know. And it's made by a bunny rabbit trapped in a light bulb.
Never have I seen a lock this complex. Only a true master could. I got it.
Ooh, only a true master, huh?
Exactly. These fingers are the pride of Cairo. Did I ever tell you about the
Fortnite
Are those
graphics.
famous fingers done yet?
Actually, I like this. This is Pixar-esque.
Corporal, check that out.
If this is a dungeon raiding co-op game where every player's got different skills, I think I'm in.
Anyone spare a match?
It was a terrible idea. She's good.
Oh, what do you know? Didn't even get to use my gun.
There are other ways to solve problems, you know?
Do it now.
Well, there are lots of solutions out there. Wrestling, punching, and
running.
I've got sour sugar in my throat again. Light the way. What does the graphics in the game look like? Oh my god. Not what I expected. I thought it was going to be a third-person co-op game where you had to cooperate with the 3 different skill sets. I'm guessing it's a I'm guessing it's a solo, single-player XCOM strategy game, except Indiana Jones style adventure. In fact, let's look a little closer at that. Hang on. Ooh. There's Ingrid. Some kind of spy chick. Eddie. Celestine. Okay, so there's more than 3. Agents. Oh, there's heaps. Those 3 we saw in the trailer. There's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn. Cool. All right. I have a feeling this is going to play more like... oh, wait. Enemy turn. All right. I have a feeling it's going to play a bit like that Shogun game. Blades of the Shogun, I think it's called. Or Desperado. Because I've seen vision cones and stuff like that. And they're different characters, different skills. Except just turn-based. It's the turn-based version of that. I'm going to say XCOM meets Desperados. That's the vibe. That's the vibe I'm feeling. I'm down for that, though, because I love XCOM games, and I do actually like those Desperados, Commandos, Sons of the Shogun, or Blades of the Shogun, whatever it was called, and that new pirate one they're making. I think they're very good. They're just hard. They're hard as balls. And when I played the Shogun game, it made it harder because I was playing it on console. And those games are not very easy to play on console. Moving a mouse cursor with a joystick slows you down quite a bit, and sometimes you got to be quick. You don't have the time to flub around. Flub. Okay, well that was a surprise. It's not the genre of game I thought that was going to be. Black Faith Forsaken Aloft. What's Aloft? That looks like it might be VR. Let me check this out. Bloop. Oh, dear God. No, this is not VR. I went to third person then. Oh, is this that game where you're on floating islands and you have to... Yeah, okay, it's a survival crafting game. We're going to build and farm on these floating islands, and you got to float from island to island to get resources. It's interesting. Is this co-op? I think I'd be more interested if it was co-op. I do like realistic tree cutting. If it actually chops the bits of wood in the right spots where you swing the axe, and then the thing actually falls over naturally, it's so satisfying. Cool. Yeah, I think you can basically turn the island into a vehicle. If you build the fans and stuff like that, and ways to steer it, you can basically fly the island around, closer to other islands. It's awesome. Turning a floating island into a flying pirate ship. What a great idea. I think it seems like you have to, oh, wow. Oh, wow, that was awesome. God Turtle. It seems like you have to cleanse the corruption from islands before you can do anything with them. Because he killed a couple of bad guys on that one island, and then the whole thing turned from evil to good. Like all the vegetation came back. What was that just came up there? Blight Survival X? Official gameplay trailer? Alright, I'll buy it. So, I definitely want to play Aloft. I think I've already got that wish listed. I just forgot what that game was. I didn't recognize the thumbnail. I just really hope it's, wait, maybe the description will say. 8-player co-op. Alright, down. Awesome. I'm pretty sure it's still in early access, though. Not a big fan of early access, so I'll wait on it. What's Blight? 4 months ago. Action horror roguelike with 4-player co-op. 4 months is quite a while back. I feel like I must have seen this already. Pre-alpha gameplay. Oh my god. Are we sure that's gameplay? That looks pre-rendered. Damn, look at those graphics. That's pretty slick. So it's like a Plague era horror game. Action horror. Kinda. The combat system was fun. I like it when horror games have decent combat systems that are actually enjoyable to engage with. A lot of horror games will do the opposite, just because they don't want you to be able to action hero your way through fights. They want to make it hard and scary. You can scavenge dead zombies. You found a mushroom in that zombie's pocket. Light leather. Peeled directly off his shoulder. Human leather, skin leather. Steel ingot. So there's survival crafting in this too. Seems like every game has that now. Right ho, entering the Markreel Woods. Hoping to find a couple of decrepit zombies. Find more leather and ingots. Maybe a few mushrooms.
Hey, are you listening to me?
That's almost the voice I was just doing.
I am.
You're hearing me. You ain't listening.
Leave off, Granger.
Look at him, or I'll make you.
Wait, those are fellow humans. Why are they enemies?
Alright, I'm looking.
I don't really understand what's going on in the game world. Maybe like all apocalypses, there's factions of humans all fighting for each other, for themselves.
Yeah, you said it, Granger.
It is so hard to do stealth in a night suit because of all the metal clanging on you.
Sometimes it's harder to spot, yeah? Gets in your veins first, clogs up your brain, infected before you know it. He's dead.
You know what I feel this developer did? I feel like they looked at games like Plague Tale and Last of Us and just combined them. This is like medieval Last of Us. Complete with like human raiders that are more deadly to you than the zombies. It's a quick kill. Thorough. Steal his mushrooms. I mean salt, sorry. Chest with the golden glow from fucking Pulp Fiction. Sick. I like the look of this. There's only one arrow in that bow. Can you get the arrow back out of the zombie's head? Not enough games let you retrieve arrows from kills. That guy is not a threat. Okay, what? That's weird. How do you know which ones are threats and which ones aren't? Because the guys before he avoided and stealth killed, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh hey, a human. Hi. We are friends. There's probably no rhyme or reason to it though, because this is pre-alpha, designed just to sell the game. So they're just doing stuff, really, that looks cool. What is this dude up to? I want to see what the AI does. Western hinterlands. If he's like an NPC ally, I'm curious if he'll just like run into battle and start shit on his own. Blight. Survival X. Or is it just survival? Is that not an X? No, just Blight Survival. I think the X is just for fun. Just a graphical motif. Action horror roguelike. The roguelite, I don't understand. Is the Swamp procedure generated? 4-player co-op? It's pretty fucking cool. I don't need 4 though. I'd just be fine with one other. That's probably what that other guy was. That was probably another human player. I mean, they sold it. That was great. From what I saw, that with a co-op partner looks like a great time. I still think they saw Last of Us and they went, this, but medieval times and co-op. Go. I just don't like the word roguelite here. I don't like the roguelite part. I want linear story driven game world like a Last of Us does. Or like a Plague Tale. Meh. You love having a massive cave bear. One that shoots all but chieftain enemies. Oh, one-shots all but chieftain enemies. What, you trained a cave bear in Far Cry Primal to kill people for you? In one shot? That's pretty dope. That must not be easy to do if it's a one-shot kill creature. Like if they made it too easy to get the cave bear, it would break the game. What else have we got? Blah. How about Demon Spore? We will do Demon Spore. Yes, we will. I don't know what Demon Spore is, but it sounds like a horror game from the name, but the thumbnail's kind of goofy, so I think it might be like a black comedy kind of game. We're about to find out. In Far Cry Primal, you are a beastmaster. You can tame wild carnivores. Oh, nice. I didn't know they leaned so hard into the animal aspect of Primal. I've seen the footage of you being a caveman with spears and bows and stuff like that, but I didn't know that the animals are such a huge part of it. Demon Spore. What the fuck? Is that the Demon Spore? It's gross. I don't like it. Reminds me of Carrion. Whoa. What kind of game is this? Are you the carrion creature, like in Carrion, or are you the dude shooting it? Okay, you're the dude shooting it. It's a twin stick. I think the concept is a twin stick shooter where it's a bio... It's a escaped bioweapon goo that spreads if you don't keep it under control. So you can't just like kill an enemy. Like you gotta actually push back the spore and stop it from spreading. Otherwise it overwhelms everything. Cool idea. Is this co-op? This seems like something that's gotta be co-op. What do they say? Inspired by 80s monster movies, the Demon Spore is a twin-stick shooter set deep inside a genetic research laboratory where a tissue replication experiment went horribly wrong. That did definitely look like tissue replication. Massive cells have evolved into a hellish creature, and a scientist trapped inside the lab with few survivors learn about the new organism and find its weaknesses. Didn't say anything about co-op. Yeah, it's essentially a dungeon-based twin-stick roguelike, but in a science lab theme. I don't think it has co-op, because this guy's saying it really needs it, so some people must have tried the alpha, or the early access. Smash TV, yeah, Smash TV was great. Hoping there's co-op, same. Everyone's saying the same stuff. Although if the puzzle game aspect of it is about using your environment or your weapons creatively to push back the spreading spore, having like multiple players might actually kill the difficulty of it, because then it'd be too easy to push it back because there's so many of you. So this might be specifically designed as a single player puzzle action twin stick experience. I use puzzle loosely, obviously. Having a large carnivore like a bear or saber-tooth breaks the game. No wild animals will attack you unprovoked. Most animals just run. And they're way too easy to get. Hardest part's fun. Oh, so as long as you can find one, they're not actually that hard to tame. Oh, well. I mean, Primal was a spin-off game and is not meant to be as big or long a game as the main entries anyway, so I guess having game-breaking elements isn't really that big a deal. You really just smash through the game, have a good time. Nothing wrong with that. Ooh, shower. Have to have the skill unlocked to obtain them. Is the skill further up on the ability tree, though? Does it take longer to get to it than the other skills? Because that would make sense. Okay. I'm going to check out what this Dark Swarm game is real quick. It's by Ghost Ship Games that make the Deep Rock Galactic game. The one where you're a 4-player co-op dwarves mining asteroids. This also looks like a 4-player co-op. Oh, it's top-down action. Okay, that's different. Not what I expected from the Dark Swarm dudes. Sorry, the Deep Rock guys. Dark Swarm is this game. They knocked out of the park with Deep Rock Galactic though, so hopefully they know what they're doing with this, because this is a very different genre. Twin sticky again. What the fuck is that? Ew. It's actually kind of creepy. I was expecting something a little bit more comical. Like Deep Rock. That's some freaky shit. Oh, if they hear you, they come to life. Holy fuck. Damn! Okay, it's earning its name, Dark Swarm. That's pretty cool. So it's probably going to have some roguelite procedural elements. The levels probably randomize. You get in, you do an objective, it activates the hive, you escape against massive odds, teleport out. Dark Swarm. So it's really just like the same kind of gameplay structure as Deep Rock, but a whole different genre. Alien Swarm meets Get the Fuck Out. I would say Alien Swarm meets Deep Rock meets Get the Fuck Out. All of the above. Oh yeah, also there's a new spin-off of Deep Rock Galactic coming called Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, which is like an isometric top-down Deep Rock. I think we watched the trailer like 1 or 2 Sundays ago. So I guess they're focusing on top-downs for now. It means farm skill points till you can tame saber-tooths before you do the quest that spawns a saber-tooth near the start of the game. Oh, so you can farm the skill points early to make sure you can get all the game-breaking stuff like as quick as possible. I mean, if you're willing to do some farming, then why not? Game-breaking elements are fine if they exist in a fashion where you have to go out of your way to farm your way into them, because then you get rewarded for taking the time to do that. So that's still like gameplay. Makes sense to me. Okay. Dark Swarm is out of here. I got my fingers crossed on that one though, because I want Ghost Ship games to succeed. They're a good company. This should be interesting. Slavic Punk Oldtimer. What a name. I'm guessing this is cyberpunk set in like Slavic. Slavic environment? Or character? We'll see. We'll just watch the trailer.
This city once had a name. A name that actually meant something. There was honor and trust.
It's just Slavic Blade Runner, really.
Now it's tooth and claw.
So... It's another twin stick? Jesus Christ, I've accidentally watched 3 different twin stick shooter games in a row without even trying.
All this city cares about is how to get rich and high.
The rolling system looks a bit slow and cumbersome
to get what they want.
I don't know about that.
Walking over others' dead bodies. I hate this city. I hate its people.
It's getting a bit edgelord.
Myself.
Okay. It's a little bit too edgelordy. It's hitting the cringe. It's hitting the cringe button a little bit. I hate everybody. I am Slavic emo. I down vodka and I kill you. Fuck you and your family. I was struggling on permadeath so much until I figured it out. Now it's a walk in the park. It has a permadeath difficulty setting? Damn. Why even bother? That sounds, that doesn't sound fun. It's a Far Cry open world game. That's a lot of games you have to replay if you die. It's kind of like how, Last of Us 2 has a permadeath mode. And I always wondered why you'd bother playing it that way. Because I don't want to replay, like, 16 hours of Last of Us just because I died once. That doesn't sound fun. Although if you're speedrunning, I guess it's fine. Because if you die, you want to restart at the beginning anyway. Because you just lost some good time. The comments for this Slavic Punk Oldtimer game are hilarious, man. Nice to see Slavs get way more cheerful and happy in the future. As a Slav, this is 110% accurate representation of our culture. 10 out of 10 game. Finally, a Slav that's actually happy. Everyone's hitting the same joke, though. Happiest Slavic man I've ever heard. People are comparing it to The Ascent. This seems more like a straightforward linear action game than The Ascent, though. Ascent's more of an action RPG. It's got character creating, loot stuff, all that kind of stuff. This seems a Slavic Punk Oldtimer looks a lot more straightforward than that. I don't think it'll have any bells and whistles. Straight linear plot, no co-op stuff, probably no loot, equipment, RPG elements. Just shooting people in the head with a sawn-off future shotgun and hitting the Slavic one-liners. But whatever, I'm down for that too. Sounds like fun. Okay. This game I do know. I got a game, there's a game here called Pacific Drive that I've watched 2 different trailers for before, I think. Was it 2 or 1? Might have been 2. It's a road trip horror game. It's some future where you're trying to get to across the country in your car, your souped up car. You have to stop for provisions. And I think this looks amazing. The aesthetic they got down in this has got some real artistry and a tour ship going on. It's like a station wagon that you kit out with like science fiction bullshit. I feel like this game has a sense of humor to it, but it's not obvious.
Your field research out in the Olympic exclusion zone, you may find conditions unkind to your personal transport unit.
Amazing.
Steel and rubber in particular are extremely susceptible to zone conditions. In your toolkit, you have access to the basic equipment you need to maintain your transport.
Fuck yeah.
When out on the field,
Cross-country car scavenging, upgrading horror game, black comedy. Black comedy horror game.
You may at times borrow from your surroundings.
Sweet. Not entirely sure what the threat in the game is though. It's some apocalyptic bullshit. In one of the previous trailers it showed like crazy like supernatural / alien lightning. That was a threat. It was like hitting the ground and you were dodging it with the car.
Out in the wilderness, remember the 3 safety steps. Number 1, observe only at a careful distance.
Sick. There's some of that lightning I was mentioning. I think it's like the world-to-world setup. There's some kind of electrical-based alien invasion.
Or interact with the phenomena. Should you do so, immediately report your findings and follow appropriate decontamination procedures upon your return from the field.
Jesus.
And number 3, leave them where you found them.
It seems like there's a lot of ways to upgrade the car. To deal with like new threats and stuff.
Above all, do not forget the most important critical rule. Do not get caught out in the instability. We remind you that Arda is not liable for any entropic reconstitution that occurs to you or your loved ones should you interact with the instability.
Instability.
All Arda personnel are expected to follow strict protocol. Remember, personal methods of creative expression are highly encouraged so long as it does not interfere with official equipment.
I bet all those different upgrades to the car give it resistances or aversions to different threats at the expense of being vulnerable to other stuff. So you got to probably customize the car depending on the area of the world you're in. Like if you're in an area that's rife with those little electrical ball things that magnetize to you, you might build like the electroshock resistant car with the padding on the sides and stuff, so that they can't magnetize or the electricity can't actually cause damage. But whenever you get to a new area, you probably have to find out first what the threats are, which means risking stuff, and then work on scavenging the stuff you need to actually build those resistances in the car up, which is all being done under threat. I love it. I think Pacific Drive looks amazing. Run-based first-person driving survival game. So whenever you're out with the car, it's considered a run. So there might be a slight roguelike-y vibe to it, but they don't call it that. And it doesn't really feel like that when you're seeing the game in action. The world itself, the island of the country you're in, does seem like a fully pre-designed linear open world map, which is not what you expect from roguelike type stuff, so that's nice. I like pre-made. I don't like procedure-generated shit. It gets old. Doesn't feel real enough to me. What did you say? It has difficulties, easy, normal, hard, expert, and then survivor mode, which makes it more realistic and more enjoyable. Cuts out the shitty Ubisoft handholdy game design, permadeath, new chance, which means you respawn if you clear enough of the game since your last death. Oh, so you can earn the ability to respawn from a death and not be perma-killed with enough progress in the story and the gameplay. Without dying. Do those stack? Like, if you keep going without dying throughout different chapters of the game, can you keep on stacking and gaining more respawns? So if you've never used any, could you build up like 5 or 6? Just curious. Like, I imagine they might only let you have 1. Like, you gain 1, and then it doesn't give you any more unless you die and lose that 1. And then play for long enough to, well, not dying. I'd guess that's probably how it works. I can't wait to see what they do next with the Far Cry franchise, because 6 has been out for a while now, so we're going to start hearing about what the next step in Far Cry's evolution is going to be. I feel like the next game's probably going to be a spin-off, because we had 3, and then Primal was a spin-off. Then we had 4. And I think that was the first time we got a whole bunch of... No, wait. Flip that. We had Far Cry 3, main game. Spin-off was that dragon game, the sci-fi one. Blood Dragon. Far Cry Blood Dragon was a spin-off of that, which was its own game. Then Far Cry 4, main game. Spin-off, Far Cry Primal. Prehistoric era. Far Cry 5, main game, set in America. Far Cry New Dawn, spin-off. Copying Borderlands' health bars and loot grindy shit. Far Cry 6, main game. Question mark. So that's where we're up to now. So if they're following the same... Far Cry Primal uses Far Cry 4's map. Yeah, I mean, every Far Cry spin-off uses an element of the previous main title. So Far Cry Blood Dragon was built on a much smaller map, but it was built on the engine and assets from Far Cry 3. Far Cry 4 took Primal's map and turned it into prehistoric. Like, you know, change the vegetation layout and all that. Far Cry 5, New Dawn, was a post-apocalyptic version of Far Cry 5 that took place after the nuke goes off at the end of 5. So it's basically Far Cry 5's map, but apocalyptic. Which is funny, because that means Far Cry 5 and Far Cry 4, their spin-offs are the exact opposite of each other. Far Cry 4 took their map and took it back in time to the prehistoric era. Far Cry 5 took their map and took it into the future to the apocalypse. So now what's Far Cry 6 going to do? Far Cry 6 has been out for long enough now that the next Far Cry should be announced soon, and it's, if I had to guess, it's going to be a spin-off, just like the last couple have done. Probably using the Far Cry 6 map in a new way, in some clever... Fuck, what could that be, though? They've prehistoric the map, they've post-apocalyptic the map, they've cyberpunked number 3's map for its spin-off. What would 6 do? What would 6 do? What could you do with Cuba? Fuck, that's a good... Oh, I don't know. Primal's your favorite Far Cry game? Everyone's got a different favorite Far Cry game. They're all so different. It's easy to all have a different opinion. I just can't think what you'd do with 6. What would you do with the Cuba map? If you wanted to change the genre up and do something crazy. They've already done like all the craziest ideas. Prehistoric, post-apocalypse, and cyberpunk science fiction are all pretty out there ideas, but I can't think of any others of that same level of crazy. Especially using Cuba. Okay, here's a wild idea. This is not specific to Cuba, but it's pretty wild. Ready? Let's say steampunk. Turn Far Cry 6's Cuba map into a steampunk setting, a lot like BioShock Infinite, where the actual island of Cuba is all overrun and it's super dangerous with some kind of creature or some kind of threat. Maybe even combined with Stalker. Now, you know how Stalker is set in Chernobyl, so the land is covered in radiation and moving pockets of radiation and mutants and stuff? Do that to Cuba, but give it a steampunk twist where everyone's now living in floating cities above Cuba, suspended by zeppelins and balloons and all kinds of steampunk technology. Wearing top hats and monocles and flying like balloon steam-based jalopies, like flying cars. And then from the flying cities in the air, you can fly around between the flying islands and cities in like flying vehicles and balloons and stuff. You, the storyline has you doing excursions to the surface. So you like gather equipment, resources, kit yourself out with medkits, ammo, and then you go on an excursion to the surface and you deal with the radiation of the mutants, which then becomes like an intense survival horror thing. Yeah, that's it. They haven't done horror yet. Blood Dragon, the cyberpunk one, was comedy. The prehistoric one was like survival action. The apocalyptic one, New Dawn, was like a looter shooter. Far Cry 6 should turn Cuba into a steampunk horror game. The main Far Cry games have become quite samey, so spin-offs that do something different have always been better. Well, DLC as well. The DLCs for the Far Cry games are always pretty crazy. Like, 5 had the Mars DLC, which is a storyline taking place as an astronaut on Mars, firing laser guns at robots. Far Cry 4's DLC was set in, like, the Himalayas, with you mountain climbing, and trying to, like, prove the existence of the Yeti. You're looking for, like, the Yetis, and you get to fight with giant Yetis. There's a Vietnam War. I think that's 5 as well. It has another DLC which takes you back to Vietnam. Like, they're all pretty nuts, man. But they're all, like, worth it. I think 5 has another DLC where you go back into Far Cry 3 and you play as Vas on, like, some drug trip spirit journey, like, through his nightmares. So it's like a weird surrealist procedural roguelike thing where you play as the villain of number 3. That was pretty trippy. You wouldn't mind getting a few sequels? Well, the thing is, the main games are the only ones that are sequels, but they're all different from each other. They're one big open world, but they're always a different time period, a different continent, and a different story and culture. That's all we get as far as sequels go in Far Cry. The spin-offs are always one-off things. So Primal's its own thing. New Dawn is its own thing. Blood Dragon was its own thing. Like, we don't get sequels to that stuff. They're really one-and-done experiments, and that's all we can hope for. Enjoy it while you can, because the next one will be something totally different again. Pacific Drive. Can't wait for that game. Looks so good. All right. Let's see what The Wreck is. This might be some kind of indie thing. It's got a very cutesy thumbnail. Oh, T for teen. Violence, blood, sexual themes, use of tobacco, drug references, language. Okay, that's all the things. Let's go. Oh, when it's... Okay. The game's called The Wreck. It's about a car wreck.
I'll tell you this story.
It's pretty straightforward.
Your mom had a brain aneurysm. Do you know what that means?
Is she going to die?
What the hell? How do you play this?
We just found out that Mom might die. Does that mean nothing to you?
There's no animation.
To us. It helped us. There was a reason.
I think it's mostly dialogue
choices.
choices.
Do I feel so alone? Do I really
and very, very
so
choppy
angry?
animation as a style choice.
Do I really hate my mother?
Jesus.
Memory is weird. You suddenly remember these moments without knowing why, until you realize it's trying to teach you something crucial. No one can live like this.
Okay, wow.
Really. But we can change. Everyone can change.
This seems like a more indie arty version of what the Life is Strange games do. Life is Strange and what's the other one called? What's the other one called? Something Colors? And then the one with the boys? They've done a bunch of these now. This feels like that, but more arty and more indie. Because the style is like...
I have to leave it all behind.
Real trippy. Kowloon Knights. I've seen that logo somewhere before. I must have played something they made. I mean, if I had to predict what that whole story's about, I'd say lady's life is ruined by a car accident and then has to be introspective and learn stuff from her mother and her past to get over it. Car wreck PTSD. I mean, it's not called the wreck for nothing. Hey, Golden Gunner? Engineer. Whoops. Okay, sorry. Without the spaces, I read that entirely wrong. Golden Engineer. What were we just watching? That was a trailer for a game called The Wreck. Looks like a point-and-click, mostly dialogue choice-driven indie drama game. I wasn't sure what to expect when I clicked on it. I was just taking a stab in the dark. But yeah, it looks like Life is Strange. Just with much less animation. Oh god, I've been eating too many of these lollies. I've got so much sugar in my lungs. Let me just do this real quick. Ah. Oh, Minx is there. Okay, fine, I'll have Biscoff. Minx sees me like choking on something in my throat, and her first thought is, let's make him eat something that might put even more sharp stuff in his throat. Okay. Let me just take this off so I can check for glass better. Oh my god, it's bright in here. Jesus fuck, I hate doing that. Glass? What are you? Oh, that's a bit of cookie. Looking good so far. Got one. Hang on, you might have a friend. Could have sworn I felt another one. Okay. If there was a second one, it's gone down the hatch. Oh, look at that little bastard. I actually got to be careful with when I've got it on my finger. The last time I tried to wipe one off my finger on the edge of the desk, it actually stabbed my finger. It was surprisingly sharp. How are we going with this? Oh, look at that. I'd say two more Biscoff claims is going to polish that off. And then I never have to worry about glass in my my cookie paste again. Yes, Genie. It's still going. Hey, at least I got the dangerous one. I got a nice sharp one that time. At least it's gamifying the act of eating Biscoff more. It's been quite fun trying to survive this jar. Not as fun if it actually managed to kill me. Or put me in hospital. That's when I would actually start to regret my life a little bit. But it hasn't happened yet. So, whoopee. Genie, do you know what Weathering Waves is? By any chance? I'm seeing a thumbnail for a game called Weathering Waves, and it's got a waifu, a cel-shaded anime chick on the thumbnail. You do? Is that worth having a look at? There's a gameplay reveal trailer here. Open world gacha game? Oh, they're going up against fucking what's the big one called again? The gacha waifu game that everyone plays that's free to play. I'm not remembering names very well tonight of anything, unfortunately. Genshin Impact, that's the one. The Genshin Impact has got some competition here, I'm guessing. Oh, right off the bat, it's pretty flash. Hang on, is this 1080? Okay, good. Good. I like her hair. There's like glowing neon blue highlights in her hair, and that is rad. Actually, they look like feathers. That's weird. You don't see that in science fiction that often. Glowing neon colors as hair highlights. You can wall run. Sweet. And grapple hook. So they really concerned themselves with the movement mechanics. They were really worried about making it fun to get around. Seems like a lot of options. What are the traversal mechanics in Genshin like? Is it just running around gliding stuff, or does it have cool shit like grappling hooks and wall run? You know, like Forsaken kind of shit to make getting around big worlds more fun. There's a lot of harvesty stuff around. That's probably most of the game. Oh, just sitting down. Just had to show off some of the sitting gameplay. I'm guessing most of the gameplay would roll around scrounging like all this stuff for crafting. Or currencies for buying stuff. Genshin movement equals Breath of the Wild movement. Oh, so they just straight up lifted Breath of the Wilds? With the climbing stamina and the gliding? I mean, this one's got the gliding as well.
Something you need?
There's a lot of games that are doing that. Like that Immortals Phoenix Rising game is kind of like a Ubisoft open world game if it stole the mechanics from Breath of the Wild. And like combined the two. Wait, who's that other person? Switch. Oh, that's sick. I like the gun chick. Yeah, she's rad. I like her. More dual revolver chick. That is cool. I've seen gameplay from Genshin Impact, but it didn't look as fun and stylized as this. I feel like they're trying a little harder to flash it up a bit. Which they should be, because obviously they're trying to steal audience from Genshin. The dog is massive. And they've got an iguana. Okay, we've seen Neon Hair Girl. We've seen Gun Chick. What about the third one? There's a third chick. This one. What does she do? Oh, fuck, show her fight. I want to see what her fighting style is like. Because she's dual swords. The redhead is dual handguns. There's a mining patch there. Are they going to show mining? No. Blow that up, yep. I actually thought she was going to go at it with a pickaxe. Was that a parry system, you reckon? She did some kind of last minute cartwheel that did a slow-mo. And it stunned the dude on the ground. That's different.
Something you need?
Wait, the short-haired chick might be the Pokemon trainer. Because they brought her out specifically to catch that stone golem guy. In a sphere.
I resonate with wind.
What the fuck? Maybe whoever she catches, she can play as. Nice. I wonder if you can change up their hairstyles. I'd like to customize the redhead's hairstyle.
Can't hide from me.
Because I feel like just for pure fun's sake, I would probably enjoy, oh my god, it's got the Dark Souls, messaging system for other players on the environment. A reverberation. So they're combining a bunch of stuff. Like Genshin was already a combination of gacha with Breath of the Wild. And now this is like also got Dark Soulsy stuff. And some wilder combat mechanics, like something out of DMC. And the Pokemon chick that can capture enemies. All of the above. Just put all the games into one game.
Get behind me
with waifus.
whenever there's danger.
That's not a waifu. How dare you? She does gun kata. That's what I love about this character. Gun kata mechanics in games are so much fun. They really let you quick switch between your characters, like, mid-combo. Like, there's a lot of options. I don't really get how the pets work, though. She took the wolf and the iguana out earlier, just to show us, but, like, I don't know how the mechanic works for actually using them and what they do and how you do it. I've seen them come out in combat randomly, and I've seen them been brought out in the open world exploration just to stand there and do nothing. You're not a waifu. Leave this place. I wonder if you can cross over co-op wise with other players' games. Like, can you bring someone into your game world? They've already got the Dark Souls messaging system. They may as well have the same system of using like a crystal to bring in other players to help you. He just vaulted a goat.
Strike with certainty.
Sometimes I can't tell what's actually going on. Are you winning, son? You know what's interesting about that fight? That level 12 wolf was in the middle of combat with other enemies. So I guess you could have hung back and actually watched and let them whittle themselves down. Rather than getting involved in a three-way fight. Raw meat. Supply chest.
Supplies.
I'd like to be supplied with some chest. You know what I'm saying? Heyo!
I shall clear
DOA incoming. That's a bull. You got wrecked, son. I love that just generic bulls and cows can just like take you out just for no reason. Just because you're in their paddock. Oh, sweet.
Most proper for supplies.
There is so much stuff everywhere. This is actually making my, like, OCD tweak with anxiety. In a similar way that, what's that fucking Xbox game called again? Crackdown. In a similar way that Crackdown did, with all those orbs everywhere. And you just want to get along with stuff, but you can't help but just sprint from thing to thing and just grab everything. And it never ends. Having to choose to stop to actually do combat or story missions is like the worst OCD anxiety struggle of my life. A little baby dragonfly, that's cute. Oh, just for this one mini game. I don't think I'm versed enough in Genshin Impact because I've seen it, but I haven't played it myself, so I don't think I can really judge how much better or worse this seems to Genshin if I hadn't like played a decent chunk of it to really get the vibe of Genshin. I've just seen random footage over time of like waifus running around the terrain, climbing stuff, occasionally fighting and hitting things, and that's about it.
Most profitable for supplies.
Only reason I haven't tried it myself yet is that I feel like I might get addicted to it, and I don't want to get locked into playing like one game that goes on forever. For like months and months and months in a row, and not playing anything else. Same reason I've never got around to playing Skyrim, even though I've owned like 4 different versions of the game and I have never played any of them. I just keep getting them because I love Elder Scrolls open world games. I love RPGs like that, but I've never committed to actually sitting down with Skyrim because I just know that I'm going to be on that for a while when I finally do. So we'll see. Maybe massive Skyrim streams in the future. Who knows? Could be on the cards. That was alright. What was that called again? Wuthering Waves? Interesting name. You know the problem with that name is? Wuthering Waves sounds like a period drama. Like Downton Abbey. Wuthering Waves. Sounds like a bunch of high society wasps in the 1800s. All committing adultery. The TV show. What was I doing here? Oh. Wuthering Waves. Is there a proper trailer? Closed beta. Closed beta teaser. Exclusive gameplay. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, they had 8 minutes of gameplay at TGS. I wonder if we watched that. Oh, someone's done a side-by-side comparison of Genshin to Wuthering. Let's do it. This could be interesting. Okay. Very similar. Genshin is a lot more colorful. They really lean on the saturation more. Whereas I guess Wuthering is going for a little bit more of a realistic world vibe. Jesus Christ, it's similar. I guess for anyone that thought that Genshin was a little bit too Fortnite-y looking from the color scheme, the color schemes and style of graphics, maybe that's what Wuthering's going for. Let's be more the PUBG of gacha rather than the Fortnite of gacha.
Something you need?
To be fair, the stylized cel-shaded anime characters do seem to fit better in the environment of Genshin than they do in Wuthering. But it still works in Wuthering, like it doesn't bother me. I did notice that the environment was a lot more realistic looking, even though the anime characters are still like exaggeratedly anime.
Strike the unforgiving.
But I guess hardcores would probably still argue in the case of Genshin looking more cohesive. I don't even know where to look right now. My eyes I'm going cross-eyed. I don't like how many numbers are on screen. I think that's one thing that bothers me about both these games. Yeah, they're straight up lifting on each other. Wuthering is being fairly shameless here. That's okay. It's a genre. Anyone's allowed to jump in. Take their crack. The size of the... Hang on, go back to that for a second. I do love the size of the game world in Genshin and how, like, the draw distance that you see all of it. I do think that's really nice. And Wuthering, I guess, as well. Because they are basically the same things. Alright. You know what? since I looked at Wuthering Heights based on a Genshin clone, which was a kind of a Breath of the Wild clone, I suppose I should look at that new gameplay for Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. They did a gameplay demonstration a couple of days ago that everybody's raving about. You just hang on. I don't know if this is part of a Nintendo Direct or whatever, but I was hanging on to this just for this occasion.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Eiji Aonuma, producer of the Legend of Zelda series.
I'm Eiji Aonuma's voiceover.
First,
American voiceover.
Development on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is now complete.
Hey!
Thank you very much for
Gone
waiting.
gold.
Many of you are looking forward to this game, and we've released a few trailers so far.
I like your jacket.
Although it'll just be a brief glimpse, I'm going to actually play the game for you all today and show you what it's like.
Why the casual white tee under the suit jacket?
Okay? Let's begin.
Never understood that style.
Here we are, in the land of Hyrule.
Why does Link look like fucking...
The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, there's a...
Why does he look like more effeminate Conan the Barbarian in the sequel? Like, he's got a much more Viking kind of vibe going on about him.
Of course, it's not just the same world as is. It's changed in many ways. If we talk about all of the changes today, we'll run out of time, so we hope you'll seek them out for yourself when the game launches.
I like how chonk the horses are. That is a robust horse.
The vast world of Hyrule reaches high
You
into
heard
the
me.
sky.
I said robust.
You'll notice some land masses floating up there. We call them Sky Islands. You're probably wondering something.
I'm wondering
How do
quite
you
a
get
lot.
to the Sky Islands when they're so high up?
I'm curious if the way the land has been changed or terraformed has something to do with the islands being actual chunks of what used to be the Breath of the Wild island, ripped out of the ground in like realistic ways and just set floating above.
If we take a look, oh, something's falling from the sky.
Tis a
Do
meteor.
you see it?
Yes.
I wonder what that is.
It's a meteor.
Let's head over to it.
This is like watching Dora the Explorer when they're talking to the audience.
We're almost at the spot where the object fell.
Can you see where the meteor landed? Help
Here
Dora
it is.
find the meteor.
Okay, let's use one of Link's new abilities. If you do this on the rock that just fell...
You're gonna reverse time on the rock so it goes back up? With you on it?
Look, it started rising.
Dope.
This power is known as recall, which rewinds an object's movement.
What if you can't recall it all the way up before the timer runs out?
Fallen rock,
Will you just
I can
fall
now
with the
rise
rock
into
back to the
sky.
ground and die?
We're a lot closer to the Sky Islands. Let's use the paraglider to reach one of them. There are a few other Sky Islands floating here too.
Cool. Look where you're going. You're stressing me out.
I made it.
You sound surprised.
There are lots of ways
Dude,
to
the
reach
dragon!
Sky Islands, so we hope you'll try a few different methods.
Ooh, the size of that dragon. That looked like one of them Chinese dragons.
Okay, now we're on a slightly bigger Sky Island.
That was cool.
Just like on the surface, there are several man-made structures. Some trees are also growing here.
Yeah, alright.
You won't see many of those yellow trees on the surface, though. Let's walk around for a bit.
That sounded suspicious. Like, there was a meaning behind that.
There's a branch on the ground. When you...
Remember back when he said, we can't talk about all the changes to the game since the first game because we'll run out of time. There's just so many. Fast forward to, oh look, there's a branch on the ground. Also, the trees here are yellow. Isn't that interesting? The trees on the ground aren't yellow. Let's take a look at this branch. No time to talk about bullshit my ass.
Find something like this, you should pick it up. It might come in handy later.
Yay!
Let's
Tinder.
continue.
Let's make a fire.
Oh, something's there.
Let's hit that with a stick.
This is a brand new enemy called a construct. We'll fight it using the branch we just picked
The
up.
construct's kind of stupid.
Ah, the branch broke. Not good, not good. Quick, get another branch and... we defeated it.
The fact that it's made out of metal and stone and it died to like a stick is concerning. The constructs aren't very intimidating.
This Sky Island. As expected, fighting with just a branch won't
It is
get us
very
very
yellow
far.
up here. It's like mad
Also,
autumn.
this branch is almost broken. So here's another one of Link's new abilities. If we use this branch and the rock over here, and do this...
We can make a rock branch.
Look!
Oh
we
my
can stick them
god,
together.
he actually did
We
make
created a makeshift hammer. This is called Fuse. You can stick objects together to create new weapons with various effects.
Fuck, I called that.
Let's
I
take
was
on
just
another
joking.
construct
But he,
with this
he
fused
literally made a rock branch.
We're dealing with two of them at once.
I'll hit you with my rock branch. It looks like a giant lollipop.
Oh, we beat one.
This is weird.
The weapon's attack has definitely improved.
That thing is a way better weapon. No, it's not. It's just a really long stick.
The
Never
other
mind.
branch broke, but this weapon has much better durability. You can do all sorts of things by experimenting with the fuse ability.
That's going to be
You
interesting.
can fuse two weapons, for example.
I have a feeling people are going to very quickly figure out the most OP combinations of the most easy to find basic items, and that's going to be what everybody uses for the entire game.
If we take this long stick and fuse it with a pitchfork,
we can make a longer pitchfork.
We can create a weapon.
Oh my
with
god,
a
I called
much
it
longer
again.
Attack range.
It's actually a longer pitchfork.
With
Why
this,
am I so good
we
at
don't
this?
have to get too close to enemies, and we can safely attack from a distance.
That's going to break so easy. I'm surprised that
You can
it's
also
still
fuse arrows
functioning.
with materials in your inventory. For instance, try fusing this leaf to an arrow.
Put the boulder on the arrow, see if it can even fire still.
Fuse an ice elemental material to an arrow and...
Ice
you can
leaf?
freeze faraway
Oh,
enemies.
I thought it was going to combine multiples.
Very useful.
I feel the boulder arrow would just
In
fall at your feet and
addition-
crush your toe.
Let's see. Ah, there's a bird flying around.
Let's kill it.
If you're out hunting, you might feel that aiming with an arrow is too difficult.
Let's attach the bird's carcass to your
Apparently
arrow
my
with the
eyes
fuse
can't
ability.
track fast-moving objects as of late, so my shots rarely land. So at times like these,
That almost hit it though. That would have been like an awesome
here's an
trick
eyeball
shot.
you can get by defeating monsters. Fuse it to an arrow and...
What? Oh, sweet.
Look, it homed in on the target.
Homing arrow?
Let's
Don't try this
on
at home.
another bird.
If you stick your mate's eyeball to an arrow, it won't do shit.
I'll just fire in that general direction. It's very simple.
So you can't
Depending
control
on
what
you
it
stick
homes in on.
together, the fuse ability could also be beneficial for hunting.
We take this stick at a longer pitchfork. You can make
I
a
fused
triple
mushroom to
pitchfork.
my shield.
It's
Now,
as
you're
longer than a
probably
pole
wondering
vaulting
if
pole.
this has any use.
In fact, keep attaching sticks to your longer pitchfork to make a longer pitchfork, to make a longer pitchfork, to make a longer pitchfork. Keep going until you can stab Ganondorf in the throat from the starting area. Cross country. Whatever the cave or the little house is you start the game in, just step out the front door and just... Fuck you, Ganon! Eat my longer pitchfork.
Well, this mushroom is actually a puff shroom.
Puff
Let's
shroom.
fight an enemy with this.
Let's poison it with the mushroom. Oh my god, it's actually just
blocked with the
attached to the shield.
Okay, there's smoke now. The enemy's lost sight of Link.
There's a lot of
so-
possibilities here, though.
Attack! Even if you struggle with combat, you can take down enemies using similar methods. In the previous game,
It is pretty weird, though, to attach a mushroom to a shield. Like, wouldn't that exploding mushroom also poison you?
you'd usually get
Do
powerful
some pole
weapons by
climbing to the
defeating
faulting
strong
islands?
enemies.
Yeah.
But in this game, fusing even the weakest weapon with something else could
It's a
turn
stick
it into a
and a
useful
tree
weapon.
trunk.
There are even more gameplay options for sticking things together. Let me demonstrate.
Keep going. Do some weird
of
shit.
the Sky Islands even have rivers.
Fuse water to a stick. Make a water stick. Do it.
We'll want to cross this one, but swimming across it, well, the river's too wide for that. We need a boat.
Pole vault. Oh, get the pitchfork.
There
The
isn't
longer
anything that
pitchfork.
resembles a boat around here. So, we'll lift.
Oh wait, I saw screenshots and articles written about this a long time ago. How there was going to be like a system in the game to build vehicles, a little bit like Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. I guess the fusion system is
Hook
how that
this
works.
log and attach it to a second log.
You gonna make a raft?
Let's do one more.
You can see the glue between the two.
We'll bring
That's
this
cool.
over here and attach a third log.
I like that you can see the glue.
It's a makeshift raft. This is another new ability called Ultra Hand.
Bro, you need another
Even though the
another
logs
log.
are currently attached,
You need at least 4 logs.
they can be detached. Let's modify the shape of the raft. You can always attach things or detach them like this.
It looks like a rocket ship now. Is that the point though? You're building like a race car?
If we put this on the water, it's made of wood, so the buoyancy will keep it afloat. We've made a simplified version of a boat.
Adorable.
However, it won't move in its current state, so we'll need something to propel it forward.
I like how they have just the right materials lying next to this lake to do just this. Like they're all just there ready to go.
There's something here. Let's try hitting it.
Oh, convenient.
Oh, wind. It's blowing wind. Looks like we found a fan.
Attach it to
Why
the
don't we try
2
attaching it?
back logs so it's like a speedboat. I'm assuming that's why he did that. Fuck yeah.
We'll attach another one.
I was actually going to do it lower
This should
so
make
it's
the
in the
boat
water,
well
but okay.
balanced.
He's making one of those swamp hovercrafts.
Okay, they're attached.
That that they used to go through
Alright, let's
bayous.
try moving the boat.
How do you steer it?
Hey, it's moving. It's sailing pretty fast with the wind from the fans.
They're running out of batteries.
Since we added 2 fans, we should be able to cross the river in no time.
Can't you just swim?
Right, we reached the other side.
Was there a point to that?
In
Link's
the
always
most
been able to
recent trailer,
swim.
We showed scenes of Link riding a large car and a flying machine. Those
Sweet.
vehicles actually aren't in the game from the start. Instead, you'll be able to freely craft them on your own. There are all sorts of objects you'll come across in this game.
Hovercraft.
And depending on how you use
With a
your
sail.
imagination, you can do a lot with them. So, try crafting different things and explore this world at your
I don't
leisure.
like how you have to hit the vehicle with your sword to turn
There
on
are
the
even more new
machinery.
abilities.
I think that's a bit weird.
Take this building over here. Okay, watch this.
What the fuck?
Look, I passed right through the ceiling.
What?
This new ability is called Ascend. If you're in a place with a ceiling, you can go through
That is so weird.
to the floor above you.
Why?
There are some restrictions, but what's great about this ability is that as long as there's a ceiling, you can use it anywhere.
Yeah, but is there a height
For example,
thing?
this place has a cave with a hill right above it.
Ooh. Okay,
If
maybe
we use
not.
the ability here.
I assume there'd be like a height rule in terms of like how much ceiling you can pass through, but it looks like you can go right through a whole fucking mountain.
Come on.
Dude.
Keep going. Okay. We emerged at the top of the hill.
Isn't that gonna make climbing
In the previous
a
game,
little broken?
you had to use stamina to climb a mountain.
Yeah.
But in this game, if there's a mountain with a cave like this one, you can now get to the top without having to climb all the way up. Here's another example.
I suppose now that, I mean, they've probably tapped the concept of climbing with the first game, and they don't want to bore people by dragging out the length of the second game with the same shit, so they're like, hey, here's an easy way to do something that used to be hard. Go nuts. We're evolving.
Imagine you're stuck in a cage.
I
It's
applaud
got a
that.
ceiling. You know what to do, right? Exactly.
We've seen it. Don't do it again.
Oh, there's another construct. It seems to be holding a strange weapon.
It's a sign.
Some enemies are equipped with
picketing.
fused weapons, so battles will play out a bit differently from the previous game.
It looked like it was at a strike,
it
at
blew me
a
away with
union
wind.
strike.
Looks like it's got some sort of fan. Ah! I got pushed off!
Holy shit.
Oh well, let's just return to the surface.
You're not gonna
You
let
can
that guy get
quickly
away with
descend
it,
from
right?
the sky to the surface like this.
Wow.
It feels so good.
I would be so stubborn. I'd be on the way
In the
back up there to
sky, you'll
fuck
be
that
able
thing
to
up.
look out across the land. You can also search for destinations that pique your interest.
Peak?
Once you've chosen your destination, you can speed things up, like this.
Sick.
Let's
Halo
dive into
Halo
this
jump.
river.
Like Mission Impossible.
And we're back on the surface.
Dude, you would not survive that. If you fell that distance, that is a skydiving distance, and went face first into the water, you would be fucking jelly. That would push your head into your chest. Link is an absolute unit.
There are
There's a
still so
bird
many things
carrying
I'd
a
like to
fucking
show you,
werewolf
but
over there.
let's
What?
leave it at that for now.
What's go? Wait. What is that? There's a bird or a dragon or something like carrying a gargoyle in its talons, and they're just gonna not explain that.
What did you think? Some of Link's new abilities were updated from the previous game.
The word is
I'm
liquefy?
sure some
Yeah.
of you watching me play were thinking, wait, if you could do that, then maybe you could do this too. In this game, you can do a lot of things just by thinking about what's even possible.
Oh my god.
There's still a lot of new gameplay, mysteries, and encounters we couldn't show today.
Give us
but
all your
they're
money.
Jam-packed into this unfamiliar Hyrule.
New
and
Nintendo
we hope
games are
you'll use
very
your
expensive.
imagination to explore it. That's all for today. Thank you for watching.
I'm gonna buy 2 new houses because of this game. Goodbye. Man, I should really play Breath of the Wild. Actually, wait, let me rephrase that. I should unbox my Nintendo Switch and actually play it for the first time ever. I bought that a while back and it's still in the box. I've never touched it. Not because I have anything against Nintendo, I just never got around to it. It's just that I was like, yeah, cool, Nintendo Switch. Yet to have played anything on it, unfortunately. I do have a growing list of stuff I need to. Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, Luigi's Mansion 3, Golf Story, Metroid Dread, Mario and Rabbids, Kingdom Battle, and the sequel. That Kirby game where you can swallow a car and be a car Kirby. Fuck yeah. All about that. If there's a Yoshi game, sure, chuck that in. Whatever, I'm down. I'm game. Well, that was exciting. Just makes me feel worse about having not played Breath of the Wild, though. Because it looks good. And then it reminds me of how good the other one looked and that I never played it. Why is there so many games and so little time to play games? Why can't I play everything? Why is it so difficult? Why is life like this? How infuriating. Okay. I should probably start thinking about wrapping it up sometime. I can bust out a couple more, though. How about RoboCop? Let's go from, like, family-friendly Zelda to straight-up RoboCop violence. How about that? I am a little scared for this RoboCop game, because it looks nice when you see it in bite-sized teaser form, but I have a feeling that this RoboCop game could turn into one of those, like, 3 to 4 hour long, completely bargain bin shooters. There's a very good chance. Hey, Murphy. You here to shoot somebody? Can we do actual police work in a RoboCop game? Does it have to be a first-person shooter all the way through? Can we just go to scenes of crimes and scan shit?
City, didn't you? It'd be easier to burn it all to the ground. Just burn it all.
The graphics look nice. I like any suggestion that it's a little open worldy and that we can actually go to crime scenes and do cop things for real. It's not just all shooting people.
Alright. All of the arcade staff.
We're scanning drugs in the ground? That's police
Drugs
work.
in the basement. I will take care of that.
I like what I'm seeing so
Open
far.
the door. I have the warrant.
Upsie, I think I dropped my key somewhere.
Boom! Well, that's fun. Guessing it's a shooter from here on out.
Surrender your weapons.
The bottle does nothing. This looks very stiff, but then again it's RoboCop, so is that really something worth complaining about? Probably not. They're not showing us as much HUD as I think there really is going to be. Slow-mo is pretty obvious for a cyborg. That targeting thing I'm wondering about. Like, is that a special... Oh my god, what a pause. There's just jelly on my screen. I'm wondering if that targeting thing is like some chargeable move where it auto-targets enemies in the room and you can just automatically lock between them. Because that seems like a RoboCop thing to do. As long as you can't use it too often. Because then you never have to aim. Dope. I don't know though. There's things that seem a parking violation. Yes.
One parking ticket is all it takes to improve mindfulness.
See, I want to do police work as RoboCop. That's the shit right there. Please, not just always the shooting. I want to do RoboCop police work. What is this? Do you see Sparky? Official announcement trailer. I don't know what that is, but I'm intrigued now. Okay, wait, don't get distracted. Yeah. Little things about that look cool to me. But then I still feel like some of the package is going to be really basic and short and like throwaway and forgettable. Like it'll be kind of amusing and a little jank and it'll be over in like 3 or 4 hours and you'll be like, wow, I guess that was the game. Ooh. Got excited for not much. I'm going to cross my fingers. That trailer showed more to the gameplay than just blasting stuff, and that is kind of what I was worried about, so I'm going to be optimistic. What is this? Do you see Sparky? First-person co-op horror game for 4 players with social deduction elements. Oh, another social deduction game? How many social deduction games are there going to be?
Sparky is activated.
Every online co-op survival game now is turning into a social deduction game. What the fuck? Oh, it's like a Muppet. Oh no! I don't like it. I have a feeling that you won't have to do much social deducting to figure out who the Sparky is, because it looks like a freak. What is even happening though? Here comes Sparky. It's kind of funny. It's freaking me out a little bit, but it's also kind of funny. These children are dead. These are dead children.
Caution. The mark has passed to a new subject.
What the fuck? Wait, can they see Sparky? Is he invisible? Because that's even more horrifying. Oh my god. Whoa, dude!
We've done a great job today. See you tomorrow.
There's a spider Cthulhu demon inside the Sparky puppet. Oh my god, okay. They were losing me slightly because the Sparky puppet goes from kind of creepy to kind of funny. But then when the spider legs came out of its zipper mouth, I'm like, alright, no, this is not funny anymore. It's just not funny anymore. It's fucked up, man. I don't get what the social deduction elements are. Like, is there a child that's on Sparky's side? But also why? Sparky Marky is his name. Sparky Marky launch trailer? Is his name Sparky Marky? It's a children's camp. Would you go to a children's camp? Would you leave your children at a children's camp with a Sparky Marky? Even if you didn't know that there was a Lovecraftian spider demon inside it? Sparky is swallowing you. Oh no, it's Sparky. He's going to get you, child. This is inside his guts right now. You've been swallowed by the Sparky Marky. The monster is hiding in a cute mascot suit. But see, that is the freaky element. It's not the mascot suit, because now we've seen a lot of stuff like Poppy's Playtime that are playing with the like scary Muppet thing. It's getting a lot less scary. But now you're like, oh no, there's a monster hiding inside the thing. And it can creep its way out. That added a bunch more freak factor back to the concept. I love it. Well, that was a surprise find of the night. That came out of nowhere. Sweet. What time is it? 4:20? Oh, it's 4:20 right now on my clock, on my stream session. That's funny. Hey, Texas. I'm just watching a whole bunch of game trailers that I'm not familiar with to see what they are. Been doing it for 4 hours straight. There's been a lot of trailers. Here's another one already that I found. It's called The Forest Cathedral. Not heard of this before, but let's see what's what. Release date trailer. Alright. What does it say? First-person psychological thriller on a remote island playing as scientist Rachel Carson. We slowly uncover the effects of DDT by using advanced environmental technology. Isn't DDT a drug? What? Alright. What?
Mosquitoes just dropped dead.
My goodness, a thing like that. Hello again.
What the
Pleasure to meet you, little man.
What is happening?
And it looks like we'll be working together
Okay, send some of that stuff over.
Oh my god, this is actually a drug trip.
Hello, Mr. Val. No, it's still
Oh, you know what this is? You know what this is? This is the pedestrian crossed with the witness. Oh, DMT is what I was thinking of? Then what the fuck is DDT? Yeah, this is like if the witness was combined with the pedestrian, for sure. There's a whole bunch of 2D gameplay going on screens in the 3D environment. Or whatever the hell this is. People seem to communicate through pixel graphic avatars.
exactly.
I can't hear the dialogue through the music.
Little man, it's great to see you.
I don't think it matters with the trailer though.
Who cares?
Wow, that's weird. I love it. That's meant to be extinct. Oh wait, now they are. I spoke too soon. Bye, eagles. Is this the secret origin story of how the eagles went extinct? What's it called? Forest Cathedral? I might wishlist that actually, because that has me super intrigued. Because I loved The Pedestrian, and The Witness was an absolute mindfuck. That was worth it in the end. There was a lot of satisfaction to figuring my way through The Witness. Add to your wish list. What company is this? Developer Brian Wilson. Hi, Brian. What have you made? Botany Manor. Oh, he's made a shitload. Holy shit, Brian. Where the Bees Make Honey. I actually own that. Through a sale, but I've never played it. Calico. I have that too. Some, like, cat game. Lake. Okay. I played Lake on stream. That was pretty cool. None of these games have anything to do with each other. These are all super different. So who made Pedestrian? Because it feels too much like The Pedestrian to be a coincidence. Never played it. I love The Pedestrian. Wait. No. I want the game. Pedestrian on Steam. There it is. Who made this? Skookum Arts. Okay, they have nothing to do with each other. Just a complete, complete coincidence. Just watching trailers for 4 hours. Yeah, it's pretty much been tonight. Because I stopped watching movie, TV show, and game trailers offline. I just let them build up. I keep on adding them to a watch list, a playlist on YouTube, and I leave them there. So when Sunday comes around, I can just do a relaxing hangout stream and just catch up with what's going on in gaming and movie culture. It's more fun that way. And it means that Sundays I get to take a break from playing games. And also a break from the key light a bit, which, you know, I spend like all week staring directly into that light. A bit of a pain. Still got the sour lollies though. They're still here. You've been watching low-key Russian propaganda? I didn't know that Russians did low-key. And they love their propaganda. All the Russian propaganda I've ever seen was pretty high-key. Ukraine. Ukraine are eating babies. They're eating your babies. You only have 2 babies? You had 3. You forget third because Ukraine eat. This message was brought to you by Vladimir Putin. He wrote the script himself. Ukraine, they poison milk. They poison your milk. You cannot have cereal. Also, Vladimir Putin have best abs in USSR. Look at his abs. Abs can cut diamond. Who you choose? Disgusting milk poison Ukraine or very nice ab Putin? You make your choice. Make correct choice or you die. Didn't he have pictures of him wrestling a bear or some shit? Was it? He photoshopped them himself. Well, that was cool. I like that. Neat game. I pretty much run dry on the game trailers. Oh, wait. It's called Life of Boris. He taught you how to cook with an AK-47. That sounds like something a Russian chef would do. Hang on, I found a Sherlock Holmes game. Sherlock Holmes The Awakened. Notice that a lot of Sherlock Holmes video games end up being like about him investigating supernatural bullshit for some reason, instead of just regular crimes. Let's see, what does the description say? Sherlock Holmes detective horror adventure, cosmic horror. There you go. Cthulhu meets Sherlock Holmes is their description. Fuck, I knew it. They say that like it's a new original thing, but I swear the last 4 Sherlock Holmes games have been pretty much this.
There's nothing in this world that cannot be explained with logic and reason.
Also, check out Gangster's Paradise on this violin. I've been practicing all week.
Strangeness and savagery like I have never seen.
Damn.
Something otherworldly festering in the dark.
The graphics are pretty good for this, actually. They got some money behind this Sherlock game. Not bad.
Every fiber of the earth, every molecule reverberates in anticipation of the awakening.
I like games you get to explore in a boat. Those are always fun. You get to customize your Sherlock. That's cool. Sherlock dress-up game.
Maybe your god is unstoppable, but you are merely a man. And I know how to stop you. The abyss calls for me, Mr. Holmes, as it does for you.
Sweet.
The final problem approaches.
That's a bit weird.
You too shall fall.
You know, I don't need my Sherlock Holmes games to get too surreal.
It's real. All of it, it's real.
Just let me, like, solve cases and shit. I want to look at clues and make deductions. Not like tax deductions, like, you know, investigation deductions, like thinking things. Coming up with solutions, that deduction. Whatever happened to this Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 game? I heard that was like open world and kind of interesting, but like, are they going to do a Chapter 2? Like, what's going on with that? I was waiting to see what was going to happen with that series before I jumped into the first one. I don't want to start playing it if it's going nowhere. It'll just leave me with Sherlock Blue Balls. The case of a creepy Watson. Sherlock versus Cthulhu, who would have guessed? Me, because they've done this many times already. It keeps happening. Just let Sherlock Holmes, like, investigate crimes. How about just a serial killer? Maybe, like, a stamp collector gets robbed. Put out a couple of parking tickets. Okay, he's not a cop, so that doesn't really... That's not relevant. Let's see what this... Hang on, I want to see what Boris looks like real quick. Life of Maurice. 3.4 million subscribers. Home of Slav King. Damn. He's got some subscribers about. Cooking, gaming, and cheeky breeky. What the fuck is cheeky breeky? Life good. His videos are all 8 to 10 minutes. My hopeless situation. Wait.
What is going on with this channel? Oh, hello everybody. It is the death of the channel I'm investigating. It's not clickbait, but it seems this journey thing brings in the views anymore. Okay, I'm actually not that desperate. So it's not tech.
Can you even see through this outfit?
It's obviously not cooking videos anymore, and it's definitely not animation. It's not videos with Oodie. So what is it? You see, I'm doing this full time again, so I have unlimited amount of time to look into the performance of this channel and improve it. That's the
He's got his gold. He's got his gold emblem in the background.
Videos on this channel in the last year are shocking content about quitting, mentioning the word twice, about giving up, and making one burger. Okay, that's a happy accident. I feel like I've tried everything. Shit, I'm sure I'm not the first one to feel that. Bringing back video topics that brought millions of views long years ago. Making
You know what? I think the answer to his question is actually quite simple. I wouldn't be surprised if his channel is struggling more now because of the Russian sanctions after the Ukraine war started. Like, pretty much everything Russian has suffered since then. Like, OnlyFans Russian accounts were shut down because the banks wouldn't deal with them. Businesses leave. You can't use, like, PayPal, credit cards kind of services on the internet, so Russian Twitch viewers and stuff can't sub to channels. You know, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's an algorithm that's kicking a lot of Russian YouTubers in the balls and not spreading their content. Like if the IP address of where you're YouTubing from is picking up that you're from Russia, then they're just like not, the algorithm's just not putting you in the feeds. I feel bad for him. I mean, obviously a lot of civilians have been kicked in the nuts by this stuff. And they can't really do anything about it, nor did they do anything wrong. But it's just like, you live in a country where you've got a maniac basically trying to start World War III. It's like, guys, you got to do something about that. I mean, the leader of a country, the government, is supposed to work for the people. They're supposed to exist for... They're supposed to be... Any president or person in power is supposed to treat the position like you're an employee of the people, not the other way around. Not like you're the king of a monarchy where you're the best and everyone is your peasants. Like, that time is gone. That's the medieval ages. People are still doing the oligarchy dictator shit. Haven't let go of the fact that if you're in charge, doesn't mean you're the king shit big swinging dick. It means that you're a servant of the people. They're trusting you to do everything in their best interests, as opposed to running the place like your own personal piggy bank, buying mansions in every country in the world, and generally saying fuck you to anyone that says anything sideways about you. You know, like how Putin's always had, like, political opponents or journalists that have always been outwardly spoken against him, either falling out of windows or being mysteriously poisoned. He just seems like a funny, chill dude, no politics. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, it's not his fault. It's just... He's Russian, and he's working, and he's posting from Russia, so the algorithms are going to be against him because of what his leadership is doing on the world stage, and he just has to suffer for it. I mean, there's only two things people in this situation can do. You either leave Russia and go, like, to a more free Western country and, like, do your thing there, make a fresh start of it, or you somehow figure out a way to get everyone to rally together and do something about your government. Like, when you've got oligarchies and shit run by, like, crazy motherfuckers like Putin, there's not much you can do because Like, they're the kind of people that if you say Putin sucks, your neighbor will find you hanging from a noose the next day. But if everybody tidal wave marches into the Kremlin and basically overthrows the cunt, then what are they going to do then? They could shoot everybody, but I'm talking everybody. It's like, what are they going to do when there's no country? Like, you're not a president if you ain't president of shit. You know what I mean? Like, you need people to run, or you're just some dumbass living in a mansion in a fucking ghost town with like no power whatsoever. But it's very hard to rally the people in a like-minded, grand sense. Like, to get everyone in town to basically single file like march up there and basically risk all their lives. Because what's the government going to do if you all want to walk in there and basically say enough of this shit? It would work. It's just nobody wants to do that. They're all too scared of being that one person in the crowd that cops a few AK rounds or whatever else the downsides might be. What if the coup fails and you and everyone else end up in some Kremlin somewhere being tortured? That's what everyone's scared of. Scared enough that they fail to realize that they can't shoot and or imprison everybody. So if everyone goes, they're fucked. That's their people, you know? This is who you're supposed to be running. They're here now, and they want you out of the seat. It's sad. He's done a very good job of making himself a scary force that nobody wants to touch. And that's the sad reality of it. He's too much of a psychopath to anyone to want to risk anything. Boo. It might actually end up in a case where we have to go into some kind of World War III, and somehow he needs to be assassinated or knocked off or bombed out or something. But the risk at what can happen to the rest of the world while trying to achieve that is pretty high. Like, yay, we finally assassinated Vladimir Putin, but then in the middle of doing that, a bunch of nukes are fired, and we've got about 5 minutes before the entire eastern seaboard is non-existent. I don't know. That's why I don't want to be in politics. Fuck making those decisions. Or living in a country where those decisions like affect you that savagely. Poor YouTubers, poor OnlyFansers, poor Instagram influencers. What was the other thing you said? Have you seen Project Warlock 1 and 2? It doesn't ring a bell. Let me just double check. Oh, Boomer Shooter. Yep. Boomer Shooter's all up. How old is this one? 2018? Man, Boomer Shooters have been around for a while. They just haven't had the name, the genre, I guess, to point them out specifically. Wait, let me just check if this is in the Humble Bundle. Nope. No Project Warlock in there. Wait, I'm in the wrong browser. Let me just open this in my gamer browser. There we go, I'm logged in. I'll wishlist it. You said there was a 2? Oh, hello. Is Impaler one of theirs as well? Because that's on the Boomer Shooter sale list. Project Warlock 2. Ion Fury? Oh, 2 is early access, I see. Buckshot software. Sorry, I got the hiccups now. They've mainly just done Project Warlock stuff. Bloody Nostalgia bundle. Warlock 1 and 2, Triple Threat. No, it's all bundles. Yeah, just Project Warlock is all they've made. Although they're under a publisher that sounds like they do this a lot, Retro Vibe. Okay, Retro Vibe has Impaler, Project Warlock, Biota, Janelsk. Yeah, they seem to be into this. Retro Vibe is into retro style genre games. They're collecting them basically. Iron Fury is amazing. Yeah, I saw it had good reviews. Or at least the one that I video review on YouTube I watched when it first came out. Looked pretty cool. Do I own that? Hang on. Let me double check. Iron Fury. I do not. I don't even have it wishlisted. What the fuck? Alright. I'm gonna add that as well. That's weird, because I could have sworn I wishlisted Iron Fury, or at least picked it up on a sale at some point. I do love that the graphics are dead on Duke Nukem. It gives off such a Duke Nukem vibe. Oh, that's why, because it's by 3D Realms. Alright. That was dumb of me. It's actually a 3D Realms game. Also, Phantom Fury. Isn't that... Phantom Fury is the sequel to Iron Fury. Except Iron Fury is basically in-engine identical to the original Duke Nukem, whereas Phantom Fury is running on an engine that's emulating the original Duke Nukem Forever before it disappeared and came back later. Remember the first trailers for Duke Nukem Forever? When it was still running on like the old Quake kind of engines? So it was 3D, but it was like old school 3D. That's what Phantom Fury is going for, which I think is amazing. Add to your wish list. What are you doing?
Hardcore is already pulling their map. Absolutely not. They can do this. Harrison can do this.
I've watched this trailer before on stream, actually.
Come on, you're not afraid of a tattoo, are you?
Marcella, breathe. You can do this. 1, 2, 3.
Do it! You ready for this gameplay? This is gonna be sick. This trailer actually has a lot of similar elements to the original Duke Nukem Forever trailer.
Decades of research, billions of dollars.
This is the good shit.
I know you must have a lot of questions.
I don't have any questions, I've just got bullets.
But those will have to wait.
Yeah, dude. This is peak boomer shooter right here. There are so many bullets in that revolver, that was insane. Hang on. Yes. Minigun sequences in shooters are always like so satisfying. Pretty sure that's like a triple or a quad shotgun. I need to reload. I need to go back and look at that Magnum again. I need to count how many bullets were in that Magnum. Yeah, boy! Fucking sweet.
You think that arm makes you look cool or something?
And the main character from Sin makes an appearance, I guess. There's an old school shout out. Let me find that revolver real quick. You see that again? That was before the minigun. Hold up. Ready to pause. Dude, look at that barrel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 bullet drum. Oh, that's like next level shooter comedy after. You know how when they first added a quad shotgun to first person shooters? And everyone was like, this is hilarious. This is actually a 4-barrel shotgun. That's amazing. Who thought of that? 18 bullet drum Magnum. That just tickles my balls right there. It's your starting gun? Oh, fuck. That's so good. I want to play it now. Wait, let me just check the other one you said, Turbo Overkill. I want to make sure I've got a lot of these things either wishlisted or actually in my library. Oh yeah, dope. Screenshots sick. Adding to wishlist. Oh, it's early access. Okay. They had 18 shot cylinders weapon that. They actually had those guns for real? Get out. 18 bullet. For real. That blows my mind. Hang on. 18 bullet. I'm just coming up with bar names. Okay, 18 bullets is a pretty cool name for a bar. Revolver? Wait. Gun? Pistol. No, those are pistols, man. Cylinder? I just want to see it. Revolver. Oh, fuck. I got it. Damn. Wait. Switching screen. You madman. Oh, that's a nerf. Oh yeah, there's the triple barrel. So it's 18 cylinder but triple barreled. So it fires 3 at a time of the 18. That's absurd. So you just get 6 shots out of it. It's just 3 bullets at a time. That's hilarious. That's holy shit. Imagine pulling that out on somebody. Imagine some dude is trying to square up on you with a weapon and you pull out the 18 cylinder. I mean, I suppose the only way to one up that is if you actually pulled out a real life quad shotgun. Hang on. Wait. Quad shotgun. Jesus! Quad barrel shot. This dude's done it for real. What are these extra pipes below, though? That's insane. Wouldn't firing a quad shotgun, like, break your shoulder? I imagine the kickback on that is probably pretty severe. Oh, there's the quad barrel from a video game. It's been a couple now since... I think Quake might have been the first to do it. One of the Quakes. Maybe Quake 4. Oh, that's nice. That's sexy. Oh, he's got a YouTube channel. Hang on. They have a double barrel 1911. Takes 2 mags. Dope. Ow. I have a bruise now.
How'd that kick?
Oh, they both went at the same time.
Yeah, you did both of them.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's 2.
That was 2.
Whoa. Is that actually what it looks like? Is that the real bullet cam? That's trippy. You follow most of these channels? I remember watching a whole bunch of videos on this Russian guy's channel once where he basically had like flamethrowers and miniguns and turrets and stuff on his property, and he had a lake on his land and stuff, and he would just stand there firing this minigun into the ground and into the lake and just be spraying like bullets. FPS Rut, that was it. That was exact. Oh my god, you got it in one. That was exactly what it was. Like, I couldn't remember what the name was, but the second you said it, I was like, yep, that's it. Yeah, I remember watching a bunch of his videos, especially the ones where he had some of the really big, like, minigun type shit, and he was just, like, spraying them across the ground and across the trees and across the water. He went to jail for weed? What the fuck? Oh my god, that country, dude. You can have like an absolute war zone worth of apocalyptic weaponry on your property, but you have like a dime bag of weed and you go to prison. Jesus Christ. I suppose America is like that, a low-key version of that, where, I mean, it's cooler on weed nowadays, depending on the state you live in, but like throughout history, like America has always been lighter on the weaponry stuff and harder on the sex and drug stuff. He was in the States, not even Russian. Oh, damn. I didn't know that. I didn't pay much attention to like the descriptions and the channel about and all that stuff. I just like barreled through a bunch of his videos and spent a night laughing at some of his crazier shit. Didn't look too deep into it. I'm guessing he's building up to creating this.
Trying to build a quad barrel shotgun, and I'm totally willing to risk destroying all these shotguns if I can make it happen, because it would be so cool.
Is a shotgun expensive? Is it like kind of a big deal to fuck these guns up?
I don't know why, but for some reason I just wanted to go into a bunch of sponsor reads as if it was by Apple. Yeah, and Campton did not think about this when they were designing this gun.
You know what you should do? You should start a manufacturing company and call it Impractical Tactical.
Are you saying this is impractical?
No,
I would have,
no.
I would have flipped that and called it Tactical Impractical myself. How's it gonna connect the two front parts where the barrels are? Because the back part is easy to just drill through the middle. But what about the actual barrel section? How would you connect those together?
Well, it totally.
Most of those shotguns are 400 to 1K.
Now we have two.
So I guess depending on who you are,
One's
that might not be the most affordable experiment. If you're a big YouTuber making like thousands per video though, I guess you could even write that off on tax because you're making videos out of it and that's your job. You're a YouTuber.
This is gonna take a while.
Dude.
Ready? Yeah. So we've hooked together
Holy shit.
a left-handed 870, a right-handed 870, and the DP12. We have basic.
Is a DP12 and a double-barreled shotgun, like, just on its own? So what he's really done is snapped two single-barrel shotguns onto a pre-existing double-barrel? Okay. That's pretty smart. I don't know how he's going to get four of those together.
Shotgun, which will hold like 30 rounds or something, or maybe a little more than that. Not heavy at all. Light as a feather.
It looks heavy. Damn.
We've hooked up the slides together, so maybe we can get them to cycle. There's only one way to know.
I would be so scared of
Loading
firing this
my
thing.
4 mag tubes. No big deal.
Like, if this is like a custom job, and I've got no idea what it's going to be like to fire, my first thought would be like, firing this thing is going to like remove my arm from my body, just from the kickback alone. I'd be so freaked by that.
Alright, let's give it a shot.
Like, I would not do this. Like, if I'd done this experiment, I would not go straight to a test fire like you'd fire a normal shotgun. I would find a way to fire it rigged up to like some kind of tripod thing, like locked steady, and then like pull the trigger in a way that's not bracing against my body. And then maybe the next step after that, actually fire it properly. You do it? Just do it. Just go straight in. I'm just being a big pussy. He felt it that time. So they're not firing simultaneously? You know what's funny about the real world versus fiction, like movies and video games? When you see that guy fire his quad shotgun, it's got that like kind of noise. It's a bit of a tinny pop, right? If that was in a video game or in a movie and a dude was firing a quad shotgun that looked like that, that would sound like a rocket launcher. that would sound like a fucking flak cannon. Like the audio design of that thing would be like that kind of shit. Like it would have the most, like the craziest amount of reverb. It would sound like a bomb going off. But the reality of a lot of, like, every time I watch like real gun stuff, because obviously like there's not much way to experience like real world weaponry in Australia because we're pretty like gun free. But whenever I watch real world gun stuff, I'm always kind of surprised at how much more low key, especially on recording. Obviously, like I know if you fire like a handgun, like just in a room, it's gonna be loud enough that you want to like plug your ears. Like that shit can hurt. But still, like when you watch videos of this stuff, they're not nearly as like fucking like apocalyptic dragon fire as movies and games would make them into. In a game, the gun would only be good for like 15 meters. In reality, it's good for... Yeah, I've heard that about shotguns like a while back. That games like to gamify the idea of them being a short-range weapon a lot more than they are in real life. Like you can be pretty far from a person in real life, and you can still fuck something up with a shotgun because that shit's still... It's still firing bullets, and they're still coming at you at bullet speed. Like, it's kind of funny. But I mean, that's what games do. They take the general idea of how something works in real life, and they gamify it. They fit it into a system or a structure that makes it more fun in a tactical, gamified way. Like, it's more fun to have to rely on separate weapons in very more specific scenarios, where in real life, it wouldn't matter as much. Like, you got gun, you're good. Depends more on the type of shell you use. Yeah, power balance. See, that's what I'm saying. It's the idea of gamifying something is about finding a way to balance the gameplay mechanics and the structure of the game to make it more fun in a tactical choice-based sense. You want people to have to make choices of like, okay, I have gun that can do this, I have gun that could do this, and I have gun that could do this. And in all other scenarios, they're not as useful. So I would need to be thinking moment-to-moment basis, no, I need to use this here, I need to use this on this guy, and that's what makes the game fun. Like, some people are a little bit too anal retentive when it comes to criticizing games on stuff like that. It's like, yeah, realism in games is cool in a novel kind of way, but novelty is never going to trump game structure. Like, the game has to work as a game and has to function as a system of tactical or challenge choices, where you understand your choices, you understand your arsenal, your equipment, you understand the mechanics being provided to you. They've taught you this stuff, and now they're throwing scenarios at you to test that knowledge of like, well, I know this can do this, and or this is more advantageous in this situation. I should switch to that to make my survivability higher. It's game design theory. A lot of people criticizing video games on the internet clearly don't understand game design theory, and it shows. I think the best way to learn stuff like that, though, is not to like go to game development school. It's get stuff like the Half-Life games are a very good example. Remember when Valve made Half-Life Episode 1 and Half-Life Episode 2? Not Half-Life 1 and 2. They did the chapter episode-based games that continued the story after Half-Life 2. Those games had a commentary system where throughout the game, you'd find these floating orange speech bubbles, and if you clicked on them, you'd get a developer talking about the current part of the game you're in as you're walking through it and playing. And they'll actually explain and discuss game development theory in relation to the part of the game you're in and what you're doing. So there's like a whole part where they'll fully explain to you like how they designed this puzzle in terms of how you use a certain like gravity gun sphere firing thing, where they're like, okay, in this scene we show you the gun and what it does. In this scene we show you a way that it can interact with physics you might not have realized, and then we make sure you understand what we just taught you with a puzzle that uses that knowledge. And then in the third room we throw a curveball at you and put you in a scenario where what we taught you doesn't work, but if you think outside the box, there's still a way to make it work in a way that makes sense with the physics. So it's a 1, 2, 3 system. Show the player something and how it works. Teach them ways that can be used outside the box that uses physics, and then test them in the third room. Throw them something that you haven't taught them that it can do, but that should make sense if they're using their logic. If they're one step ahead of you. Or you can be Russian and use an AK for everything. Yeah, Russia and their AKs, man. I mean, Russia is a lot like video games in general. Video games since the early 90s have been AK obsessed. Everyone I knew loved using the AK-47 and GoldenEye 64. I feel like ever since then, everyone expected to see AK-47s in every single first-person shooter.
That is the ultimate zombie killer. You probably just need stronger zip ties. Stronger zip ties and somebody to walk with you to make sure that they're cleared safe whenever you go to put it away.
Yeah, the reload seems like a bit of a fuck around.
Metal zip ties, maybe. Yeah,
You gotta find a better way to do that than zip ties. I feel like an engineer needs to get on this.
Whatever, yeah.
And actually rebuild the reload
This
system.
video barely...
I disagree with what he said about the ultimate zombie killer, though. I feel like in an actual zombie situation, I would prefer just to have one of those single shot shotguns by itself and just all the ammo in a satchel. I mean, that's good enough. You don't need to complicate things when it comes to surviving a zombie apocalypse. The only reason you'd need to have a quad barrel shotgun is if, in pure like video game style, you're fighting some kind of massive boomer-sized boss that needs like a lot of rounds to take down in a short amount of time. But in real life, that doesn't happen, so I feel like the real life applications of a gun like that are kind of like redundant. Keep it simple. In fact, in real life, like I'd be happy with a 9mm. Give me a small handgun any day. I like maneuverability when it comes to weaponry, both melee and ranged. Like when it comes to melee weapons, you know, people using machetes, cleavers, axes, swords, all those kinds of things. My favorite, hypothetically, is short knife. Like the fillet knife that you can pull out of the knife board in your kitchen. Just, hang on. Back to this. Like a blade that small, with, you know, a handle on the end. Like a fillet knife size thing. Perfect. Something I can hold two of them. Just quick stab. I love that shit. If someone was breaking into my house, I wouldn't be going for an axe or the katana in the background or a cleaver or anything. I'd go for that fillet knife. Small, can move with it very quickly, can stab him 4 times before he can do even one thing. Back to you. Just quick stabs. Brace the chest. You know, stomach, face. Throat, whatever. This is getting really dark. I just like small, compact, and fast. I like speed, which is why I like the idea of small guns like a 9mm. Something you can just, you know, hold in your hands and just quick pop-offs, and then put that thing away and it's gone. And it's not restricting your movement at all. You know, just John Wick around the room with the 9mm is nice. You have a bayonet for my Glock? See, that's a bit overkill. I don't mind a Glock. I don't mind a bayonet-sized knife, but I don't need the two of them combined. Like, I'm happy doing the CQC thing. You know when you... I'm now quoting fucking Metal Gear Solid, but you know the whole, like, hold the 9mm in your hand with the knife in the other hand, and you keep them like this? You hold with them together, so you can be firing the gun and you've got the knife there. I like the two-hand system. Keep the knife and the gun separate, but hold them together. Kind of the same way you'd hold the flashlight when you've got the handgun. The way cops do it. The flashlight gun combo. Do that with a knife. That's fine by me. How do you stab someone with a Glock though? Like if you're firing, do you just kind of poke? Is it like a one-handed slashy kind of deal? I feel like that feels a bit awkward to me. The way a gun is held, the handle, and the way the knife is coming out this way. I don't think I'd like the feel of that. But I'm just, this is all theoretical, because obviously I haven't held any of this shit. Rush. That was a long tangent too. We went from boomer shooters to watching quad barrel shotgun videos. It's actually useful. The front of the barrel is pressed back. It prevents the gun from firing. Oh. Oh, okay. I think I see what you mean. I'm not used to the concept of like bayonets on smaller guns. When I hear the word bayonet, I instantly think of the old World War rifle, the full long rifle with the bayonet on the end, where you're supposed to charge in and stab, and then you're firing from a distance. I always go straight to that whenever I hear the word bayonet. Or bayonetta. I think of a brunette with a nice ass and long legs. Y'all like thinking about Bayonetta. Wait, what were we watching before that? Was it Sherlock Holmes? Damn, I moved on from Sherlock Holmes quick, didn't I? What's it now? 5 hours? Okay. I might do one more. I've got a whole bunch of TV and movie trailers that I never even got around to tonight. It's been all video game stuff all night. But I've only got one more game set aside that I thought I might check out. So I'll polish that one off, and then I'll save all the movie stuff for next Sunday. Let them build up even more. Why not? It's called Bleak Faith. Official launch trailer, official release trailer. Okay, there's two. I'll just watch them both, whatever. I don't know what Bleak Faith is. It might be a Souls-like. You saw the D&D movie? Oh, did you? It's been getting good reviews. I've been pretty happy for it. I haven't seen it, but trailers look fun. And I thought, well, if you're going to make D&D work, you might as well just like have fun with it and not take it too seriously. And it looks like that's what they did. And people seem to be vibing with that. Certified fresh. Haven't seen anyone say anything bad. In fact, I haven't heard any negative criticism at all. It's a pretty generic, just decent, fun movie. Like, nothing worth hating about it is worth hating, because it's not really trying to take itself that seriously, so why nitpick? Just enjoy Hugh Grant hamming it up. He was my favorite part of the trailer, Hugh Grant. As that piece of shit. 6.5 to 7 out of 10. Yeah, it's decent. That's a good review. I know people on the internet, on YouTube comments, wouldn't agree, because they're constantly complaining whenever something gets 7 out of 10 with IGN. Because apparently 7 is a travesty. And it's like, dude, 7's still good. Just chill. Alright. Let's see what Bleak Faith is. 3 developers, 1 dream. What does that mean? Is this 3 developers, like, making a game together? That's intriguing. I've never heard of that happening. This definitely looks like a Dark Souls game. Until they say otherwise. At some point, something needs to kill something. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's Dark Souls. It's a Souls-like. You can see him coming a mile away nowadays. It's quite obvious. They all have very similar aesthetics. Jesus. That was nightmare fuel. Doesn't look bad. It just looks a little derivative, that's all. Doesn't mean it's going to be a bad game. There's underwater swimming. That's different. Pretty sure there's no swimming in Dark Souls ever. I don't think a From Software has ever made a game where you could swim. That's cool. Holy shit. What a dragon design. That was like a snake with spines. That's fucked up. That's really fucked up. I think that was the snake I thought was really cool before. I changed my mind. Black Faith, Forsaken. Okay, you didn't need the Forsaken part. Can we please stop combining multiple names into one game title? It's annoying. Semicolon, Forsaken. If the game's title needs a semicolon to shove another word on there, just let it go. We don't need it. Where was that? Hang on, there's a freaky thing in here that freaked my bean. This thing. Wait, I missed it. Hang on. That fool! That's the guy! I don't like that. Oh my god. See, I'm arachnophobic. So that is like some kind of spider creature, but also horrible old lady demon. My two worst fears, spiders and old ladies. Boring old ladies. I feel like I'd shit my pants hard if I was playing that part. I can deal with the rest of it, but that part, wow. What a creature design. This thing at the end's a little bit... That's a bit mortifying as well. It seems like one of the ways to make a Souls-like now is to pretty much just make Dark Souls. I mean, the knight main character, the world is all very Dark Souls. But to try and beat them at the freaky creature designs. If you could make it like more Japanese psychological horror, freak show creatures, I feel like that's a pretty solid, it's a pretty solid game design way to go about it. I'm not scared of spiders, and that's still fucked. I think it was Dark Souls 2 had an actual giant spider boss, and I was like, oh god. I knew it was going to happen eventually. Just chuck a straight spider in there. That'll do me. Wait, where's the other one? There's a second trailer here. What was this one? Release date trailer? Alright, here's a launch trailer. I'm curious how different this is going to be. Because that was a pretty solid trailer for a release date trailer.
The dogs up here fear the wolves from below.
Never heard of Archangel Studios. This might be like their flagship game.
I trust in you.
They're definitely
Don't let me down.
coming out swinging.
Traitors everywhere.
We all have our role to play. You play yours. We'll see about mine.
Very similar. Kind of a remix. They're showing more character models of the kind of armor you can wear and stuff. Dark fantasy, as a visual style, is very good at being nightmare fuel. Medieval dark fantasy. Is that same swimming shot again? Oh, there's something down there. I just noticed that the second time. There's some like long eel-like thing swimming around in the distance. There's one thing that freaks me out more than anything. It's being in a giant, dark body of water with something else in there with you. No bueno. No bueno. It looks like you can climb on the back of more giant enemies, a bit like Shadow of the Colossus. There might be more mechanics to this than regular Dark Souls games. Or maybe like Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma had a similar mechanic where you can jump on and climb bigger enemies' bodies and stab them while you're hanging on. Not bad. I was disappointed when it seemed like generic Dark Souls, but they've kind of won me over with just how heavy they went on the dark fantasy. Like, they've managed to wring enough nightmare fuel out of their designs to make that stand out, so that's not bad at all. Has that actually come out? Bleak Faith. It's a weird name. Why Bleak Faith is a 5 out of 10 game by Asmongold. Oh, Asmon's played it, and he was not impressed. I played Bleak Faith, so you don't have to. You're welcome. Please don't play this game. Asmongold clips. Charlie talks about Bleak. It looks like all the usual YouTubers are ragging on it. It looks like it didn't turn out well. Oh well. I was so positive about that coming out of the trailer, and now like every big name YouTuber is just trashing it. Mainly Asmongold. There's like so many Asmongold videos. Huh. Interesting. Maybe I'll watch one later while I'm off stream and see what they're actually saying about it, just from curiosity. It's fascinating, but you want nothing to do with it. Oh yeah, the deep dark water shit. Yeah, I hate that stuff so much. I don't hate it in terms of like I don't want to ever see it. I hate it in terms of like it actually genuinely scares me. Remember the original Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube? There's a scene where you go out on a lake in a rowboat and there's something big in the water. Probably the freakiest part of that game. I don't know how that's been translated into the new one in the remake, but I'd be keen to find out. Oh, you know what I got to play someday? If I really want to like hurt myself with this fear, Subnautica. I heard that if you're scared of like undersea stuff, that Subnautica is pretty good at freaking your bean. Maybe I'll make a stream out of that someday. I heard that there's a VR mod for it, so if I do it, maybe I'll do the VR version of Subnautica. Freak myself out even more. That'd be worth it, I think. I'm a glutton for punishment. Project Medieval by Rockstar Games. What the fuck? Upcoming open world game by Rockstar Medieval. I did not know about this. What? Also Dragon Hair, Silent Gods. 4 weeks ago. Never even heard of that. Okay, wait, let me... Okay, I know I said that Black Faith was going to be the last game. Bleak Faith? Bleak Faith. But I'm going to check out these two real quick, because this is intriguing.
Medieval Project is an
Medieval.
upcoming open world game that is being created by Rockstar Games, the developers and publishers of the Grand Theft Auto series. Now, it's said that Rockstar Games will be releasing the upcoming
nice.
Medieval open world project.
I was kind of hoping this was going to be an official video, but I guess not.
6. Now, recently, just a couple of days ago, someone from Rockstar's Insider confirmed that the Grand Theft Auto 6 is almost complete. The entire game's production is finally done, and the game is currently in its final polishing state. And anytime soon, Rockstar Games is going to be giving us an official announcement for GTA 6. And so far, we actually got a bunch of official information and also some.
I mean, it's Rockstar, so of course they're going to have AAA production values, but holy shit.
Medieval project that is going to be a game set in medieval times. It is going to be open world game. It is going to be single player. I don't know if they're going to take this game in a multiplayer route, similar to what Red Dead.
Wait. This footage is not... I watched this trailer earlier. Blight Survival. Hang on. Blight Survival. Henner Studios. Okay, this is not it.
Online and Grand Theft Auto Online is. Maybe if they decide to do that, I think Rockstar Games could be the only developers for the next generation of consoles that is set in European
okay, this guy's full of shit.
Time period. Sequel released last year. Pointed out in development. Upcoming Medieval. I'm just super excited.
So if this medieval footage is showing us from Blight, which we just watched earlier, then does this mean this stuff isn't the game either? Is this something else he stole? I'm kind of pissed. GTA 6 has taken a long time. They're making an open world game set medieval times. Blah blah blah. Maybe someone in the comments will call him out. Kingdom Come Deliverance. That's not that game, though. The gameplay shown in this video is from Blight Survival. The game is not released yet, just in case anyone wants to know. Okay, I recognize Blight Survival in the last half of the video, but the first half of the video, this stuff I don't think is Blight. Because that wasn't in the trailer I watched. Maybe that's just concept stuff from somebody else. Nah, I'm pissed now. Fuck this guy. You can't just talk about one thing while showing footage of something totally different and pretend like it's the actual content. I thought this was actually the Rockstar footage of their medieval game. Fuck that dude. Okay, wait. This looks like a real game. Dragon Hair Silent Gods. We'll watch that instead.
Planes. Multiverses.
Great. It's Marvel.
Each world has its own master.
Marvel does medieval Dark Souls shit.
Adventurers raise their torches aloft and race to their finale.
This is gonna be one of those FMV trailers, isn't it, where we don't actually get to see the game? I'm getting that vibe immediately.
The eternal pivot. The true master. So volatile. So unfathomable. And yet...
What? What kind of game is it?
Honest to goodness, go!
The character models are kind of a little cartoony. At least it's not dark fantasy, because we've got enough of that tonight.
By the ancestors' hammers, would you look at that? I'm rich!
Is that an orc behind them? That can kill you, by the way. That's being covered in metal. You can get buried alive easily. Drag him. Multi-headed dragon. Sorry, Hydra. I think it's supposed to say Hydra.
Now make a guess.
That's cool and all, but what kind of game is it? Oh, there's dice. Wait. Hang on. Is this like one of those tabletop D&D type things where they actually make you play the D&D game in a fake tabletop? And all this is just nonsense?
New verse.
Okay, that's questionable. I've never heard of those companies, so this might be... I think we were bamboozled. I think we've been bamboozled. Oh, here's the game. Here's the game. You want to know what that game looks like? Actual gameplay? There you go. It's isometric Baldur's Gate D&D type stuff with HUD everywhere and health bars and shit covering the screen. That was a very fancy CG trailer for what amounts to basically this. Damn, man. To be fair, I'm not roasting this genre of game because I have and do play this type of stuff. Oh my god, there's an overworld map where they're oversized, the characters. I guess you get into like turn-based battles on the overworld map. Yick. Kind of over that stuff. There's more overworld map? Yeah, like... That's like Heroes of Might and Magic, where you're giant on the map as you move around, and then it goes into like a turn-based battle, where you go into the real game graphics. Yeah, so I don't mind this type of stuff. I just get annoyed when it's like they play you some FMV trailer that's like watching a fucking high-end CGI short film fighting a dragon or something, and then you see the actual game and it's like, this has no element of the vibe of the trailer we just watched. The vibes are off, dude. That's the problem. The genre is not the problem. It's the vibes of how you're marketing it. It's kind of like how people got real pissy about that Alien game. I love the look of that new real-time strategy isometric Aliens game that's coming out. I think that looks sick. I really want to play that. The problem is their first trailer was like an action-packed CGI colonial marines fighting aliens short film. So a whole bunch of people thought that they were getting some new action game, like first or third person full-on aliens action game, which I've got enough of, but whatever. So really it's just a marketing issue. It's like if you make people think they're getting like one thing and it turns out to be another, it's not that other genre's fault. It's the fact that you've like missold the vibe with your FMV trailer. Because to be honest, like me personally, I want the strategy game more than I want the first-person shooter. But I do feel for people that got bamboozled by the FMV short film. Because that shit's annoying. Anyway, fuck all this off. D&D needs to branch out. I mean, D&D has spent a lifetime, decades, branching out in many different ways. Like, when you say D&D needs to branch out, it's like, I mean, I know what you mean, but you don't want to misconstrue what you're saying as D&D has never branched out. I mean, D&D has been branched out and stretched into all kinds of different forms. It's just we do keep coming back to the usual dwarves, elves, and dragons shit fairly regularly. Different game genres. Yeah, that's fair. It depends on what genres haven't been tapped. I think the problem is D&D itself is a role-playing game. It's a tabletop role-playing game with those particular kinds of systems. So it naturally, when you make a video game out of it, that's what you're making a video game out of, is what D&D is. You can take the D&D essence and do other genre stuff with it, like a kart racer, I guess, but would people still consider it a D&D game, I guess, is the question. Need to try the OG Cyberpunk tabletop. Yeah, everyone speaks highly. Everyone that's ever tried Cyberpunk and tabletop always speaks highly of it as an experience. Apparently it's really cool. Have you seen the 40k bolt gun preview? 40k bolt gun? You mean like, are they actually making the 40k bolt gun for real? Or are you talking about the game? Because I know there's a boomer shooter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we watched it actually on stream last year. During the game show where they announced it. Warhammer had their own entire, what do you call it, expo? They had their own entire showcase that goes for like over an hour. And we watched the Warhammer showcase and watched like all the games that they had coming out. There's a lot. There's that cartoony graphics action one. There's that tower defense kind of one. There's Bolt Gun. The boomer shooter, first-person shooter one they were doing. They had like a Warhammer game in every single genre, I swear to God. There was the new Blood Bowl. There was some more strategy type ones. Some more turn-based strategy type shit. Still, it doesn't have a release date still. Oh, that sucks. You do get to use more than the bolt gun in that though, right? It's not just the bolt gun throughout the whole game. It's just the main weapon that the game's named after. It does look pretty cool. It's weird that Warhammer took this long to get in on the boomer shooter market, to be honest. You'd think it'd be right up their alley. Because they've got ties to retro. I stand by my previous idea, Genie. I think D&D should do a kart racer. Do their own Mario Kart, but with Elf Kart, Orc Kart, Hobbit, Necromancer, Rogue. Rogue wins kart races from behind. MMO would be great for them. I think they've done MMOs though, for sure. Yeah. You also eat glass. To be fair, I try not to eat glass. The idea is not to eat the glass. It's not my fault the glass is a threat. Like, I'm trying to eat around the glass the best I can. Neverwinter. I mean, yeah, D&D has dipped its toe into MMOs, turn-based and real-time strategies multiple times. I mean, Baldur's Gate is from D&D lineage. Planescape Torment comes from D&D lineage. There's stuff that is technically D&D related that a lot of people don't even realize is. That's why that's what I meant before about how much it's branched out. I was told to stay away from that one. Neverwinter. I remember when Neverwinter Nights was a single player. When did Neverwinter become MMO? I don't hang on. Back when I actually worked at when I worked at a video game store, EB Games here in Australia, Neverwinter Nights used to be a pretty good seller on PC. Neverwinter is a free action MMORPG based on the acclaimed Dungeons & Dragons. Okay. When did this happen? 2013. Oh shit. Just Neverwinter? Oh, okay. That's where I was getting confused. But is Neverwinter an MMO spin-off from the Neverwinter Nights stuff? Or is it completely separate and just the name is just similar? They just share the same naming scheme. I mean, because it is a city within the D&D. But yeah, Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, they were big sellers for us back then. I don't think 2 did as well, review-wise. I think there were some technical complaints with that one. A lot of people used to complain about that being not functional on their home PCs. I am so almost done here. I can get at least 2 more scoops out of it, I think. Maybe 1. We'll see. We'll see. It's just named after the same source. Oh, yeah, so they're just basically revolving around that one winter city. I did say 2 before. It might be just 1. Depends on how big the scoop is when I go in the next. If it's not just 1, it'll be at least 1 more. I mean, look at this. What would you say? Is that 1 or 2 scoops? Keep adding more glass to make it last? I don't want glass in my Biscoff. I love Biscoff. I want to eat Biscoff without fearing for my life. The thing I'm most looking forward to is this is the first smooth Biscoff spread I've ever tried, which is lucky because if the glass was in the crunchy Biscoff, I'd have no way of figuring out. If you're a bigger streamer, you get in trouble for it. Yeah, I know. That's what's great about being a small streamer. No one's paying attention to what you're doing until you actually whip your dick out or get a blowjob on stream or something. There's plenty of small streamers that have been shut down for doing something sus. Like that one girl that that fucked on her stream, where she was like leaning into camera on the desk, but the other half of her was like out of frame, but there was a dude back there like thrusting away. I think she got like a 48-hour ban. That was it. 48 hours. Or a week. It was like 48 hours or a week, something basic. But the fame she got on the internet from everyone sharing that story meant that when she come back from her pissy ban, she was no longer a small streamer. You could probably get away with giving a beach. Well, it depends on how obvious it is. If someone snuck under the desk and you didn't make it too obvious, I could probably get away with that. But that's the problem with the state of Twitch streamer moderation, is that small streamers can get away with very short bans for doing some very sus stuff or some very questionable stuff. But it's almost on purpose, because when they come back, they suddenly have like thousands of subscribers and people that now know you and follow you because they want to see if you'll do it again. It's like the fast ticket to success. Just do something stupid just once that gets you banned, and then come back to like 10 times the followers. But, you know, I don't like being cheap when it comes to stuff. I mean, if you're that keen on doing things the cheap, shallow way, then you may as well just go ahead and buy followers. I mean, that is one of the dumber ways to success. Just buying like 1,000 followers, which doesn't translate to shit because there aren't any real people there that'll actually show up. So everyone knows immediately that you bought followers because they're non-existent. When you get a camera and a girlfriend, you got ideas now. Yeah, it'll work. It's worked time and time again. Just do one questionable thing that's dodgy enough to get you banned, and the ban will only be minimum 48 hours, maximum a week or two. But when you come back, you'll be set. You'll be set for life. Probably works even more for female streamers than it does for male. Because female streamers already have an easier ticket to numbers than male do. So you add the breaking the rules to that. Cash money. While you're at it, advertise your OnlyFans. Double down, double dip. Get success in all quadrants. Become an Instagram influencer, a 1% top earning OnlyFans performer, and a Twitch streamer. Just so many avenues of revenue all at once. You won't know what to do with yourself. All that money, man. Anyway, I should probably head off. I think we've dicked around enough. I imagine at some point during or by the end of my next stream is probably the last you're going to see of this jar of Biscoff. And then we're going to have a fresh one out here. A fresh, crunchy. A crunchy jar. Back to the traditional. Can't wait. Oh, guess what? I know I mentioned to you, Jeannie, on the last stream that Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion was going to be my next stream on Tuesday, right? I just found out something that might be leaving. You don't like smooth? Smooth's okay. Smooth's fine. I don't have anything against smooth. It's just I vastly prefer crunchy. Everything. Like, peanut butter's the same. If I have peanut butter, I prefer crunchy over smooth. Oh no, I didn't decide otherwise. Tuesday is still Turnip Boy. But I actually discovered this morning what the next game after that's going to be, because it basically got its own announcement that it might be leaving Game Pass. Fuck, what's that game called? Quantum something. Oh my god, my brain! It's by Max Payne and Contact, Alan Wake. That company. Remedy. Quantum fuckface. What was it called? Quantum Break. Oh my god. Yes, thank you, Texas Doom. Break. Yeah, apparently Quantum Break might be leaving Game Pass at some point in this month, so I'm gonna make that my next multi-stream game after Turnip Boy. Which means that I'll be one step closer to catching up on my Remedy games. Because Quantum Break's always been an option, because I believe that one was paid for and owned by Microsoft, specifically for Xbox release. So I always assumed that would be on Game Pass indefinitely because they owned it. But if this news article was anything to go by, it might actually finally be leaving after like however many years Game Pass existed. I swear Quantum Break has been on Game Pass since it first came out, since the very dawn of Game Pass. I don't know why it'd be leaving now, but the game TV show thing? Yes, the one with Sean Astin and Aidan Gillian as the main character and villain, respectively. Otherwise known as Littlefinger. I have a hard time remembering his name, Aidan Gillian. I'm surprised I remembered it just then, but I always just refer to him as Littlefinger because of Game of Thrones. I loved his character on that show. I liked his style of scheming. It was very intelligent with the psychological manipulation. But yeah, I heard that they basically built a TV show into that game where every time it does a cutscene, it's essentially like a live action, almost half an hour episode of a TV show. Yes, and The Wire. I also forget that he was in The Wire. All hail Lance Reddick. So yeah, that's cool. I felt like I was going to be a long time before I ever got to play that game because it's just always been available to me for free. So I've always just like pushed it aside because I could play it anytime I wanted. And now they're actually giving me a bit of a fire under the bum to get to it. So I'll have Max Payne done. I'll have Quantum Break done, and I'll have Alan Wake done, including American Nightmare. So after this, the only thing I'll have left of Remedies is Contact. The one with the female lead. With the telekinetic powers and the flying and stuff. 2 actors from The Wire died, sadly. I mean, that's not really that surprising to me, because The Wire has been around for so long that I'm actually surprised more actors from The Wire haven't died. The Wire's gone on for quite a long time. What else? Is that all the Remedy games in a nutshell, right? Wasn't that long ago? Remedy Entertainment. What's your games? Show me games. View 15 more. What the fuck? 15? Hold up. This'll find out. Here we go. The first game was Death Rally on MS-DOS. I had Death Rally. Oh my god. I actually remember activating that game through DOS and also playing the demo. Holy shit, they were through Apogee software. I had multiple games by Apogee, including that one with a little kid with the slingshot that kills zombies. That was by them as well. I didn't even know Quantum Break was Remedy. I mean, now that you do, when you see footage of it, it's kind of obvious. Like, Max Payne, Alan Wake, Contact, and Quantum Break, they all really feel like they're from the same company. They have that very cinematic apogee. Apogee? What did I say? Apogee? What else did they do? I can't believe they did Death Rally. That's hilarious. Max Payne 2, Max Payne, everything. Death Rally, Alan Wake, American Nightmare, Agents of the Storm. Oh, that's a Apple iPhone game. Never mind. Quantum Break, Control. Crossfire X? They did that? Oh, no. Damn. Damn. Alan Wake 2 is set for this year. They still have a 2023 release date for Alan Wake 2. So yeah, I've been up to date with Remedy except for Quantum Break and Control. So after this, I'll only have Control left to get to, which now has like a full remastered Game of the Year edition thing with like all the DLCs in it and stuff. And all the new graphic enhancements. I think they did that version for the Series X PS5 release. I don't think there's a current easy way to play it. Like, there's no free way to play it right now. Like, there's no Game Passy kind of way I can sneak my way in there. But I'll get to that. 36% done with RE5. Wait, what are you still doing with RE5? Are you trying to do a full trophy run with all S ranks and stuff like that? Let me just quickly look up the time to beat on Quantum. Quantum Break length. About 10 hours. Wow, that seems short. 18 and a half if you want a 100% completion. Oh, Jesus. 10 to 18 is a little big difference. I think it's because... I think it's a difficulty. I think you have to play it on hardcore or something. I reckon I can do that in 2 streams. I reckon I can do Quantum Break in 2 streams, back to back. If I'm doing... Hang on, let me think. If I'm on Turnip Boy on Tuesday, I might do Quantum Break as a Thursday, Friday, double 2-day stream. That sounds like a plan. Oh, you are going for platinum. Lowering the time, then finish S ranks. Oh, Jesus. I think in with past Resident Evil games, that's the one thing I've always avoided doing with achievements. I've always avoided the S rank stuff, just because it was I was worried it was going to kill my enjoyment of Resident Evil if I was like blasting through the game over and over again trying to get S ranks on every chapter. And then it's grinding until you max out every weapon. Yeah, see, that's one I walked away from. I've never committed to that level of achievement hunting with a Resident Evil because I think I've always liked the franchise too much to subject myself to too much rank chasing or grind stuff. It's good that it's there though for people who want more action from their Resident Evil. It's easy with the infinite launcher. I bet. Nice. Yeah, so that's my current plan. I love doing this. I can enjoy doing it depending on the context, the circumstance. I made the call that I didn't think I would enjoy doing it on Resi, because I enjoy the Resi games too much because horror games are very good for immersion and storytelling, and so that's the part of those I like the most. When it gets too gamey with the rank chasing and the grind stuff, that's when I feel like I start to pull back a bit from my enjoyment of Resident Evil. But there are other styles of games where I lean into that more. There are other styles of games where I'm more likely to like feverishly go after S ranks or do grinding stuff. It's a case-by-case basis though. Sometimes it's genre dependent. There's some genres of game that I'm more likely to be all about it. I play for the action. Yeah, see, I play for the story and the immersiveness of it. Resident Evil is a little bit wacky sometimes with its storytelling, so it's not the most immersive horror experience, but it is better if you're the kind of player that prefers action over horror, because the horror in Resident Evil is a lot more schlocky. It's a lot more B-grade. So it's not that scary, as opposed to if you played something like Silent Hill, you're probably actually going to shit yourself. Like, that's more legitimately scary. Like, the scariest part of... I was actually saying this to Texas earlier. The scariest part of Resident Evil 4, the original, on GameCube to me was when you take the rowboat out on the lake and there's something under the water and you don't know what it is. That was a brief moment where I was legitimately a little freaked. But that's what the whole of playing Silent Hill is like. That game is very good at staying very unsettling. Post minus... Yeah, you can spoil. I don't care. It's just Resident Evil. I don't mind hearing things about changes made to the remake that are technically spoilers. Like, I'd still play it and have a good time regardless. I did hear that they changed some stuff in ways that people are whinging about a little bit. There's like sections of the original game that have been lifted out for pacing. And I think I saw some people whining about some really dumb stuff to do with dialogue that was changed or removed. Wesker shows up at the end. Did he not show up in the original RE4 towards the end? Because Obviously, the last time I played RE4 was on the GameCube at launch, which is a very long time ago. So I don't have I've got a bit of a patchy memory when it comes to parts of that game. I remember the lake because that was the scariest part. I remember Mr. What are you buying? I remember that guy because he was fun. I remember the attaché case rearranging because I spent a lot of time being very OCD about my my case rearranging. I remember the ending cutscene of Leon and Ashley on the fucking jet ski because for some reason that was really funny to me. She was crushing on him a little bit. And I remember Ada's dress because who could forget that dress? Like she stepped straight out of an Asian brothel. In fact, I think I heard someone say that on the internet recently. Pretty sure I watched a video recently about RE4 where someone literally said that the old Ada looked like she stepped right out of an Asian brothel. And I was like, you're not wrong. We didn't complain about it because we like looking at Ada, but from the point of view of realism and immersion in that, it's a good point. She never really was dressed for the occasion. We all just had hard-ons for Ada. And I regret nothing. Okay. He shows up in a different way in the original? Oh, so he does make a little cameo, but he does something different? Alright. May have been the Ada Story DLC. Yeah, see, like, it's been so long that I don't even remember that, so even if I know the spoiler, like, it's gonna be like it's fresh to me anyway. You gotta love Wesker. He's such a mustache twirling, typical, like, villain-type villain, but in the way that they just leaned into that, he's so entertaining. He talks about taking Las Plagas and trying to destroy the world with it. It sounds like that's meant to be a lead into 6, because a lot of that comes to a head in 6, and then you fight him in that volcano. Oh wait, no, you're right. Yeah, it continues on in 5 and then comes to a head in 6. I had it all jumbled. Yeah. Yeah. I just figured that out before you typed it. I caught myself what I was doing there. Oh, you know what's cool? I haven't seen any pictures of it yet, but I was talking to my ex the other day, and she went to a dress-up party, and she's a makeup artist, so she does a lot of makeup for a lot of clients that become her friends. So she knows a lot of like fairly attractive, like model level attractive chicks that she's friends with now through her job. You want to punch boulders in 4K? I don't know. They might change that part for realism's sake. It's the same way they changed Ada's dress. There's this one girl she knows that she was telling me about, that she's a blonde and she looks like a model. Like, she looks like the kind of chick that's so hot that you wouldn't imagine she'd be into nerd stuff. But she's a gamer. She plays she likes Resident Evil. She's into DMC. She was telling my ex stuff about BioShock Infinite and BioShock 1 and 2. So, like, legitimately hot blonde that is into like a lot of big name video games. And she was saying she was going to a dress-up party, and that she was gonna do her own and this girl's makeup for the dress-up party. And she said that this blonde was going to the dress-up party as gender-flipped Wesker. She was gonna go as a hot blonde chick Wesker. And my brain was just like, oh my fucking god, I need to see this. The costume party's already happened, and I haven't seen any pics from it yet. I hope they exist. But the next time I talk to her, I'm going to be fishing for that. And we're like, did you get any photos of this this gender flip Wesker? Because very interested. Please Instagram them. Chuck them up somewhere. You love Femme Wesker? How much Femme Wesker does the internet have? Let me just... Hang on. Let me just Google this in private real quick, just in case something crazy comes up. I don't know what she was going for makeup wise, but I do know that fishnets were involved. And leather. I need to see the end result of that. Come on, where is all the good Femme Wesker? What's going on here? Okay, this search didn't actually... Let's try Lady Wesker instead of Femme. Oh, just one cool thing. Come on. This is not as cool a Google search as I was hoping for. Going further than a gender bit. Yeah, from what it sounded like, she was going to sex it up a little bit. It wasn't just like Wesker, but happens to be a like, you know. From what I know about how my ex likes to style women and do their makeup, I kind of pictured that she was going to end up looking like a the porn film gender bend version of Wesker. Like if they did Resident Evil XXX, like a live action porn parody, and there was a Lady Wesker in that, I have a feeling that's what she was going to look like. My ex is a big fan. My ex was bi, and she was a big fan of the bimbo look. There was no such thing as too much makeup, too much lips, and too much titty. Like, the more whorishly bimbo someone looked, the more she was like, yes. And she loved doing that kind of styling and makeup on women that would let her. Unfortunately, not many would, because most women that go to her for makeup jobs want more subtle... what's the word? More respectable makeup work. You know, a naked lip with a little bit of eyeshadow, that kind of thing. Not crazy cat wings or anything. Oh, you found something. On Reddit, no less, of course. Oh my... Genie, we clicked on the same thing. Look. This is what I currently had open on my screen. I actually was looking at that picture. And then you sent me this on Reddit. Pervy minds think alike on that one. Why was this like almost the only live action cosplay that came up on my Google search though? There's a couple of CG art ones at the top, but that's Alex Wesker. That's like literally a different character. I'm scared of going down to, because it's gonna rule 34 any second now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll get myself in trouble. Imagine being, when you find out my account's banned, and it was because I accidentally found Wesker Rule 34 and showed it on stream. And there's a lot of that. I have actually looked that up in the past, like just normal Wesker Rule 34. And you know what I discovered about Resident Evil fans? They really like to draw or CG model a very probably Umbrella T-Virus enhanced Big Dick Wesker fucking Chris Redfield. The Rule 34 I found for Resident Evil had a shocking amount of Chris on Wesker action. I don't know if I'm that surprised, considering that like Chris and Wesker are probably the most, you know, at odds of Resident Evil characters. Like, if you were to talk about who Wesker's arch nemesis is, I guess it would be Chris, going back to like the first game. The Harvey community knows no bounds. Yeah, I saw a lot of there is some Leon and Ada stuff, because obviously people ship Ada and Leon. That's been going on for a long time. But like, what I was surprised by was people are very fond of Solo Leon. the most Leon content I've found is not gay Leon with some other male character like the Wesker Chris situation. It's not Leon with Ada. It's solo Leon. It's like Leon laying back on a couch with his t-shirt up and his abs out, just showing his, basically, you know, with his dick out, just holding it with a Thor grip or whatever. So does the Fuda community. Yeah, I've seen a few, you know the version of Jill, is it from 5? Where she gets the full body suit and the gem in the chest, and she's got the blonde hair with the ponytail, and she's under control of Wesker. Is that 5? Yeah. I've seen a bunch of that version of her, but like in Futa style. That seems to be the most popular character to Futa from just what I've seen. But I imagine that's probably changed now because Lady D's out there, and I can't imagine that people could resist putting some D on Lady D. I mean, she's already like got the dominatrix mommy vibe going on. Like everyone wants to hit the next stepped on, so the next step is to put a dick on her. That's an easy one. I've seen some Lady D. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some Lady D stuff. I mean, not as much that, but the second I saw a bunch of my first load of Lady D Rule 34 that I saw, which was mostly her doing inappropriate stuff with her daughters. The first thing I thought was like, oh, it's only a matter of time before the Fuda stuff starts dropping. I'm sure a week later it was probably everywhere, but I'd already looked at what I needed to see. I do find it funny when Ethan turns up in Rule 34s, because people always kind of like run with the running joke that Ethan doesn't have a face. So they'll show Ethan like laying back with all of the vampire bug sisters, like going down on him or whatever. But like, he still doesn't have a face. Like it's a blank. It's just nothing but flesh there, but like a little anime sweat drop to show his stress. It's kind of adorable, actually. Faceless Ethan, but with like the anime emotes is... It should be freaky, but it's actually kind of adorable. It's always him stressing out because he's being like taken advantage of by vampires or giantesses. Jealous. I'm jealous. I'll take either of the two. I'll take being taken advantage of by a giantess, and I'll also take orgy with cute little blonde vampire daughters. If I had to pick one of the two, I'll probably lean in the more masculine choice of wanting the petite vampire blonde daughter harem, because that's a more obvious straight male choice to make. But if Lady D kicking me around the room is on the table, that's fine. I'm happy with that too. Not going to complain. Oh, man, I can't wait until I eventually do my VR stream of Resident Evil Village. That is definitely, it's not happening anytime soon, but that's definitely on my long-term goals for streaming. That's definitely going to happen someday, somehow. We're going to get that Village in VR. And I'm going to spend most of my gameplay time doing this, looking up at mommy and sweating. If there's ever a reason, Genie, to give VR another go, honestly, like you gotta know it's seeing Lady D firsthand, POV. You know, even though you're not interested in VR generally, at least some part of you is gotta be at least a little bit curious about standing below and looking up at Dimitrescu. See, I feel like you're gonna resist. Yeah, see, not even that. You're resisting, but I'm not sure I buy it. There's at least a kernel of intrigue in there somewhere. Once I finish my stream and head off, you're gonna be sitting there playing Resident Evil 5, grinding away, and there's gonna be a little nugget in there going, maybe. Bury my face in D cleavage firsthand. My death was worth it. I know myself better than most people know themselves. I'm gonna choose not to buy it. feel like someone's fronting here. You're doubling down, but I'm gonna pull a Cole Phillips, and I'm gonna press doubt on my detective wheel. Wait, where's the meme? Hang on. Gotta do the meme. Hang on. Images. Oh my god, it's the second thing that comes up. There we go. There's me. This is me right now. Oh, now I'm sad, because now I've just reminded myself of how he died in that game. Now I'm depressed. He went out tragically. Wait, where's the zoom level? 100%. There it is. Okay, fixed it. Oh, that's another thing I need to do on my long-term gaming, my streaming plans. I want to VR LA Noire someday. I know that the VR version of that game is technically a redesign. Like, it's not actually the full LA Noire. Like, a lot of cases were removed so that the ones that were left over could be redesigned to take advantage of the VR mechanics. So it's kind of like LA Noire Lite, LA Noire 0.5. But at some point on my stream, I think it'd be really fun to play through the VR version of LA Noire. That would be great. You could literally take your fedora on and off in VR, which is cute. You can toss it onto the hat rack. I saw a couple of video reviews and I was like, all right, yeah, that's on my list of things to do. That should be hella fun. I can't believe they even went and did it. I mean, the company that made LA Noire crashed and burned after that game, after they got accused of all that employee mismanagement and crunch time stuff. There was so much drama around the LA Noire Australian development company. A lot of that didn't really leak back to Rockstar much, did it? Rockstar went on and continued to be as famous and ubiquitous in the gaming space as they've ever been. But somehow their little Australian mid-division that made that game for them just completely ate shit. It's amazing when a company like Rockstar can be so massive and so loved and such a huge mainstay in the industry that shit just doesn't roll downhill on them. Even stuff that they control and they've got fingers in pies, shit never rolls downhill on them. It's amazing. They're like untouchable. People try to touch them with that Twitter drama around the GTA 6 leaks and people trying to say that it looks like shit. But like, that didn't last more than a week. Like, people very quickly snapped back and were like, dude, this is pre-alpha test footage. Like, this is not going to be the game. It's pretty stupid of you to hold this against them. And nobody did. That whole drama was like dead before it even began. Because people aren't that stupid, man. All right. I'm going to head off. Monday's a day off, but Tuesday I'm back for Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. And then from what things are looking like right now, my Thursday, Friday might be my Quantum Break playthrough, which should be awesome because I've played so many indie games and so many like more video gamey like roguelike-y type stuff and twin stick shooters that it's been a while since I've played like a full cinematic story-driven like third-person action game. So I'm pretty keen for that. I was actually starting to think that maybe at some point I should make my own choice to play Plague Tale 2. Not Innocence. What's the new one called? Plague Tale something something? I love the first one so much, and I put those games right up there in AAA quality with games like Last of Us. Like big cinematic story-driven games. I don't know why more people don't talk about Plague Tale. Such a good game. Requiem? There you go. Wait, which one was the first one and which one's the sequel? Innocence or Requiem? Is Requiem the sequel? Because I believe I have access to that through Game Pass. As long as I make sure not to miss it. Innocence, then Requiem? Okay, good. Because I did Innocence on stream. It wasn't like... That was during an era of streaming where not many people were hanging about, but I fucking love that game. It shocks me that it's not more famous, that it's not held in more high regard. Yeah, there's Requiem. It is definitely on Game Pass. Yay! What's the completion time on this? 27 hours. It's quite large. Not bad though, not too big. I heard Innocence left. It did. Innocence was not one of the games that I played on Game Pass as a, oh, this is going to leave, I better play it real quick. I actually played Innocence on my own accord. That was during a period where I didn't have any games I had to play, so I got a chance to actually make my own choice, and Plague Tale Innocence was my choice for that week. And I fucking loved it. And I think maybe 5 months later it left. Innocence, yes. I can actually tell you when I played that on stream too, because I've got my all my streams are archived on my streaming YouTube. Here it is. Wait, let's actually go. It'll be easier if I just search from the channel. I'm just curious when I did it. Plague. Here we go. It was a 3-stream deal. What are the dates on these? 28th of April, 2022. 30th of April, 2022. And then 3rd of May, 2022. That was my 3 playthroughs. Separated by a few days each. So over the course of April, May last year is when I played through Innocence. Yeah, but that was one where pretty much nobody showed up in chat during that one, which is fine. I had a ball regardless. I think Tenor showed up at one point to say hi, and that was it. But Tenor's been there since like the earliest days of my stream. Like I think like the second game I ever streamed was a Toho game, the one with the maid that throws daggers, the maid waifu. And he's a big fan of Toho, and that's how he found my stream. And it was like the second stream I've ever done. That's why he's been around here for so long. Yeah. So I am, in terms of my own gaming choices of when I actually get to choose what game I play, Requiem is quite high on my list because of how much I loved Innocence. So whenever I can fit in that, which is obviously going to be like maybe a 3 or 4 stream deal. I'll need at least like 3 or 4 days in a week to fit that one in. I'll definitely fast track that to the front. It seemed like something that you might enjoy, but I wasn't sure. Because you don't like horror games, but I don't really know what to call Plague Tale. Like, sometimes the vibe feels horror because the rat plague, when it shows up, can be quite intense. And there are scenes that hint at the rat plague and the sinkholes and stuff that are a little anxiety-inducing, but I don't know if you'd call it horror. You'd call it an adventure game? Okay, that's fair. Still not your genre? Oh, okay. I just knew that you weren't big on horror in general. Like, the only reason you seem to play Resident Evil is because it's got a high action quotient. The balance of horror to action in Resident Evil is tilting fairly heavy towards action nowadays. Enjoy watching others play it? Oh, you mean adventure stuff? Yeah, Plague Tale is interesting in that way that I agree with you that I would call it an adventure game. In the same way you might call Last of Us an adventure game. But there's something about Plague Tale that leans like surprisingly heavily into horror vibe. Like, I would never call it a horror, but there are so many scenes and there's so many like tones in that game in terms of how the plague is dealt with that I could see people thinking of it as horror and not wanting to play it for that reason. I'm surprised you wouldn't consider playing that one though, because you generally are more amenable to female-led stuff as well. And I felt like that was probably one of the strongest female-led games I've played in that entire year. Vegeta time. No, not Vegeta from Dragon Ball. Vegeta the... Man, now I'm hungry. And I can't eat because it's 4 in the morning. Wait, no, I can't. I've got pizza. I've got pizza shapes. Thanks for reminding me. I'm peckish. I gotta go, though. I'm still lingering. I'm doing a lot of lingering tonight for no reason whatsoever. It's just chill, you know? Fuck. You know what? I'm sad that you guys don't have this in America. But on the flip side, America's got a lot more stuff like this that I don't even have access to. What the fuck are those? Shapes. Very popular biscuit brand in Australia. Basically, the gimmick is, their tagline is, shapes, flavor you can see. You can actually see the flavoring like on the biscuit, and they taste exactly like what it says on the tin. So this actually tastes like pizza. Every one of these crackers tastes like pizza, and it's amazing. Look. Oh, you can't really see. No, but no, you have pizza flavored chips, but these are shapes. These are actually like eating tiny little pizzas. It's actually amazing how close they get the flavor in these. There's ones that taste like fried chicken. There's ones that taste like barbecue. There's ones that taste like Vegemite and cheese, which is kind of weird. They get very specific. Almost kind of like how Pop-Tarts. You know how Pop-Tarts have like really intricate flavors? Similar to that. They get a little bit crazy. Cook a frozen pizza on the barbecue. It's awesome. I don't have a barbecue. I'm in an apartment building. Oh, there might be one on the roof, actually. I'll go check if I ever go outside again. But you know what? America has so much more junk food like this, though, that I'm kind of jealous of you. Like things like pizza pockets. Like, I see Americans eating things like pizza pockets, and I'm like, fuck, I'm jealous. They're like circular pastries, and when you take a chunk out of it, the pizza ingredient goo oozes out like lava. I want to put it in my mouth. $10.49 on Amazon. Oh, shapes. Oh, cool. Like import. What do they cost here? I just buy them. I don't even look at the price. Shapes, Coles. $2.70. They cost $2.70 here. And they're always on sale for like 50% off, or get 2 for the price of 1. Because Coles and Woolworths, they tend to have, because it's popular in Australia, like the Tim Tams, they tend to have an abundance of stock. They have pallets of this stuff. When you go to the shape section in the supermarket, they've got flavors all over the fucking shop. So they're generally always doing sales on them to make sure they keep moving. You can get US military MREs. Yeah, I've seen those. You think there's a connection between gun ownership and snacks? Maybe. Causation, correlation. Can't prove anything. But can't disprove anything either. I just stop eating on stream, it's gross. You know what, like... You know what I think the actual cause is? The actual reason? America has a 24/7 capitalism culture. And I think that's what drives it. Like, when I was going to film school here, there was a American exchange student that lived with me, that went to film school with me. And the biggest culture shock for him with Australia, or one of the bigger ones, was the fact that where he's from in America, no matter what he wants at any time of the day or night, he can get it. Like if it's 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, and he feels like a taco, he can go to Taco Bell and it'll be open. If he wants some like stationery or some weird shit, he can go to a Walmart that's 24/7 down the road. Like no matter what he needs, there's some 24/7 version of it, like within like short driving distance at least. And that's what freaked him out a little bit about Australia, is that we're really not like that. Like after a certain point at night, like everything's just closed. Like a lot of McDonald's close at like 11 p.m. at least. We don't have the equivalent of a Walmart you can just walk to. Like those will close at about 9 p.m. If you want to buy some pens or some glue or some weird shit, like you won't find anything like that open past 9 p.m. We just don't have that 24/7 like capitalism culture thing going on. So I think Americans are just used to being able to walk into a Taco Bell at 3, 4 a.m. or walk into a store and just buy all kinds of junk food while they've got the munchies. Perks of living in a city. I mean, Cheez-Its, but pizza flavoring is basically a good... Cheez-Its are essentially the same thing. It's a cracker with flavoring on it. It's all the same shit, I guess. Snack companies are afraid of giant spiders. We don't have that many giant spiders. Our biggest problem is the small spiders. If a spider is the size of your fingernail, it's probably poisonous enough to kill you. Whereas the spiders that are the size of a dinner plate, even if they could be bothered biting you, it would just basically leave a hole and it wouldn't really do anything to you. Like you could put a plaster on that, you wouldn't have to go to hospital. Even in the bigger cities. Well, no, for example, I'm in Sydney. So down the road from my apartment, I do have a 24/7 McDonald's. So when I was like hanging out with him and we were driving around at night, there was stuff where I was like, look, we are in a major city. So there are specific things you will find. There will be the occasional 24/7 McDonald's. We don't even have Taco Bell here for the most part. That's actually a new thing. Like a couple of years ago, I heard that Queensland got Australia's first Taco Bell. And that was like a big deal. But I still haven't seen one in the flesh, to be honest. There's not that many other things. There's obviously 24/7 petrol stations, which is sometimes your best bet to getting like snacks and drinks and bullshit if it's a weird time in the morning. We do not have Popeyes. That's chicken, right? I've heard people mention Popeyes on American podcasts before, and I kind of got the idea that it was like a KFC type thing. No, but we've got our own stuff like that. Like we've got Red Rooster. Like Red Rooster is essentially like where you go if you don't want KFC. If you want like a different kind of chicken fast food. And I love Red Rooster. They do an amazing tender crispy strip sub roll, which I die for. You got Whataburger, that's pronounced Whataburger. Used to only be a Texas thing. Oh, there you go. Yeah, see, nobody I know gives a shit about KFC here either. Like, we all go to more specific places like Kingsley's or Red Rooster when we want chicken. Same with America, I guess. You go to Popeyes or... there's another American one I had the tip of my tongue just then that I've heard mentioned. Never mind. But I've heard of Whataburger. White Castle is something that was only American. And I believe that there might be a handful of White Castles in Australia now, but I've never actually seen one in the flesh either. Occasionally we get an international import. Like White Castle and Taco Bell do exist here now, but they're just rare. It's hard to find them. I think somewhere on the north side of Sydney is where the White Castle showed up. Texas had Smash Burger? And they built one in Virginia? I guess Smash Burger tried to branch out and failed. America probably has the most examples of that, though, of any other country. Like fast food joints that just crop up out of nowhere and then die. Everyone's trying to get a piece of that pie. But you've also got the most successful ones probably of any country. Like Wendy's is an American thing. I've never seen a Wendy's in Australia. But I see Wendy's in movies and TV shows all the time, so I know about it very well. In fact, I probably know Wendy's more for their Twitter account being an absolute laugh riot. The Wendy's Twitter account is definitely worth following if you don't. They're constantly roasting the other fast food brands. Wendy's is like an actual teenage girl with Twitter. Like, it's hilarious. Oh. You know what we've got here now? I've never been to it, but there is one in Sydney. Wahlburgers. Is that what it's called? Mark Wahlberg's family burger place. I heard about that a while back. That Mark Wahlberg's family has their own burger fast food joint, and that pretty much rides off his name, I guess. I've heard about that. People being kind of into it in America. I don't know if the burgers are any good, but they definitely like going there because of the name. But it definitely exists now. There's one in Sydney somewhere. A girl I know that lives here, she posted an Instagram story of checking it out. You've never heard of Snack Smash Burger till my time in... That is a hell of a... There's a hell of a phone autocorrect. Snack Smash Burger. You know what? That's a sign. Start your own burger fast food joint, Genie. Jump on the bandwagon. Snack Smash Burger. You got the name. Okay, I have a great idea. Genie, if you ever start your own fast food chain, can you make it based on waifus? I want to see the Nikkei equivalent of fast food chains, where all the meals are assigned a different, like, waifu chick that the meal's based on. Like, the one that's got the biggest tits is the chicken burger meal, because chicken, you know, obvious connection. The proteins in chicken, breast size, growth. Hot dog stand, Genie's Weenies? No. Definitely not. Genie is not running a fast food place based on weenies. Genie's not about that weenie. I'm telling you right now. You couldn't be more off the mark, Texas. If anything, Genie would run a taco joint. Genie's Tacos. There's already someone on YouTube called Genie Weenie. What do they do? What kind of YouTube channel is that? I think a fast food place based on chicken, focused on titties. You can call it Genie's Jubblies. There you go. That one's free. Genie's Jubblies. You get like one of the Happy Meal comes with like a free mouse pad with those anime tits on it where you rest your wrist on the booby gel. Hell yeah. She's a former flight attendant for Arab Emirates. But what does she do on YouTube though? Like what's the gimmick? Look her up. All right. Genie Weenie. Oh my god, she does exist. Genie.weenie. Welcome aboard Genie Air. Oh, she does air hostess skits. Like TikTok comedy skits, but based around like being on a plane. I guess she has access to planes, so she can make them pretty easily. Oh, wait, no, it's a green screen. Oh, you did say former flight attendant, so she wouldn't have access to planes anymore. So she probably started out having access to planes, and now she has to green screen it. The name is odd for what she does. It doesn't invoke her gimmick in any way. You know what Jeannie Weenie sounds like? Jeannie Weenie sounds like a drag queen name. Like if I wanted a stage name for doing a drag performance, that's usually the vibe of the naming scheme you usually hear from drag queens. Jeannie Weenie. Clarissa Clamshell. Fanny Flaps. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to come up with ones off the top of my head, but I've got 4 a.m. brain. Case in point, drag queens always have fun names with like alliteration, and they're always usually kind of sus. I'd say like 7 out of 10 drag names usually refer to some kind of genital. They know how to have fun, drag queens. Oh, did you see the drag queen in Congress? Or some kind of... Wait, hang on. Give me a sec. I saw this today. I actually commented on the post because some guy was having like a go about it. And I just kind of like said something snarky. But that means I should be able to get back to it easily. Where was you? Replies... Ah, here's the tweet.
Thank you very much.
It was from this drag queen performs in the Minnesota Capitol for the Trans Day of Visibility. So in the Capitol building, for Minnesota, someone put on a drag performance for Trans Visibility Day.
Yes.
Hey, is this got sound? Too colorful.
You're so cute. Hold on a second, okay? So we're actually okay.
Everyone there seems to be okay with it, except for that one old lady at the back.
To upgrade your business, would you like to go?
Wait, what's happening?
Wow. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's Weenie in the background. There was Weenie in the background. Oh, but no, it was this guy's post because he's like, this dude was like, these fellas are so weird. There's no talent, just a bloke in woman face doing below mediocre miming, sloshed auntie at wedding reception dance moves. I don't get it. But it's like, there's nothing to get, man. You either are into it or you're not. You're either part of it or you're not. You don't have to make a Twitter post like having a go. I didn't even say that much. I have a tweet in here somewhere saying like, y'all don't know how to have a good time and it shows. It's a very low-key roast. Just because I think posts like this are kind of like meaningless. Like, let other people do their thing, man. Don't have to be a fucking Karen about it. Jimmy Goings followed me. What? Who's this? Okay, that was random. Twitter is meaningless. Well, everything's meaningless. It's not a single thing on the internet that's not meaningless. Things are applied the meaning we give it. I mean, I like Twitter, but it is a cesspit of human toxicity. But there's also nice things on there. You're really trying to get rid of this jar, Genie. You don't want to hear any more about this shit, I know. Okay, good news though. This is only going to be a single scoop. There's no way I can get more scraped out of this, so this is going to be it. You're about to see the end of the glass jar. Congratulations. You're officially the killer of the glass jar. Minx is going to be very disappointed because she's been slamming away at these Biscoff redeems to get rid of this jar for weeks now. And the one time she steps out, you get the win. Okay, I can't get any more of that. All right. I wonder if I'm going to get any presents in this last dollop. Done. She dead. I'm not going to do the thing that Chatter suggested the other day and make a coffee out of the Lotus jar. Not with this one. For obvious reasons. Too dangerous. I'm glad to be done with it. The next Biscoff I finish, my next Biscoff chunky that I open, once I finish that one, I'll try it then. I'll try and I'll use it to make a coffee and see if I can suck that Biscoff essence off the walls of the jar and make it part of my hot drink. I think it'll be pretty awesome. Yay! My life's no longer in danger. I can't remember who suggested me to do that, though. Was it you, Texas? Or was it, Fuck. It was someone that's been around since at least Midnight Fight Club Express. Midnight Fight Express. You think it was you? Might have been you. It was either you or one other dude that was around for the Midnight Fight. That might have been Microwave or the person who was here earlier in chat, Menace. It was either going to be you, Microwave, or Menace. Because I'm pretty sure between the three of us, we've all talked about the Biscoff. Because I don't think any of you knew what Biscoff was, so I kept having to talk about... Not talk about, I talk... Let's be honest here. I talk up Biscoff. I talk about Biscoff like I'm fucking sponsored. And I kind of wish I was, because imagine if I was getting sent crates of the shit because I was officially sponsored by them. That would be amazing. I mean, I know it doesn't always work that way, but I have seen bigger streamers with those pallets of G... What the fuck is that called? G Fuel? Stuff like that. Like gamer sodas. Gamer soft drinks. I've seen big streamers with sponsorships with people like G Fuel that literally have crates of G Fuel lined up against the wall behind them. So I've always thought about, like, imagine if I could get enough attention from Lotus Biscoff that they'd be willing to send me, like, 6-7 crates that I could line up on the wall back there. That samurai sword and everything that will be gone. It'll just be like a tower of Biscoff crates. No more of this dollop on a teaspoon shit either. Like every time someone goes for a Biscoff claim, it's a tablespoon heaped, shoved into my screeching maw, like a baby eating its solution, its formula. I'm just like, wow. It's gonna be the most disgusting stream. That stuff's gonna be like dripping off my chin onto a bib. Maybe it's better that I don't get sponsored by Biscoff. I feel like that could really derail my stream into some serious, like, fatty time shit. My streams are going to turn into that Nico Avocado. What's his name? Nikado Avocado? Biscoff Rich! Yeah, if I ever turn into Nikado Avocado on stream gradually, can someone please kick me in the butt and wake me up? Because, no thanks. I'm like, I don't want to be one of those people that gets accused of, like, fat shaming and any of that stuff. Because, you know, you live your life, do what you want. But, like, I legitimately find the avocado stuff really unnerving. Like, it actually is upsetting to look at. Especially when you see the before and afters of how he started. He was actually, like, a skinny little white kid. I'll wake you up before you even come close. Yeah, okay. Because some people virtue single a little too hard to the point where they're too quick to jump on the idea of body shaming. That they kind of forget that people's health can sometimes be at stake. And I do feel like Nikado is in a situation right now where his obsession with chasing YouTube fame or fortune has, like, actually, like, endangered his life. And I would worry and feel worse for him if it wasn't for the fact that his persona that he's developed alongside it is incredibly annoying. I don't know if you've ever watched one of his videos, but if you take away the health issues, the persona he's designed around it is like, it's shrill. He just screeches and yells and fake cries, and he goes red in the face from the stuff he screams, and I'm just like, wow, like, could you be any more infuriating to listen to? This has turned into a bit of a roast, actually. I'm sorry. The way he acts is disgusting. Yeah, but on all levels. It's not just the food and the obesity aspect of it. It's his personality around it. The way he, like... The way he just screeches during those videos. And he's like, "Rah!" with the chicken falling out of his mouth and stuff. And I'm just like, what is this? When did this become, like... Oh, okay, you know what it is? I don't even have to ask the question. It's the freak show angle. He discovered that he gets better views by doing that. And he never questioned why. And the reason why is because people are drawn to car accidents. It's the freak show angle. It's the more he destroys his body and the more psychopathic and annoying he acts, the more people are flabbergasted by it and have to look at it. So people watch his videos and they subscribe and they keep an eye on what he's up to because they want to see what the circus freak does next. You know what I mean? I'm not calling him a circus freak. That's I'm speaking in terms of the psychological thing that the people that watching are doing. Are doing. That's the internet in a nutshell. The more you make an absolute circus of yourself, the more success you're going to have in terms of getting eyes on you. It's just the nature of the beast. But that's when dignity and pride come into it. Like, are you willing to throw away, like, how much dignity are you willing to throw away to get those extra followers, those extra views, those extra YouTube comments? Like, and there's so many different ways to do that now. Some of it are disgusting and just poor behavior. The other side of the coin is toxicity. We've talked about this before, like toxic YouTubers, the ones that rage bait, the ones that make YouTube thumbnails that are like, Marvel is now the MCU, go woke, go broke, like that stuff. That's the other angle of this coin. Like, some of those people didn't start out that toxic. They ended up there because they realized more and more with every video how much views and money toxicity brings to them. So they amplify. They build a persona around being more like that shitty person that they really weren't as much like that to begin with. They might have maybe had a little bit of that, oh, I don't like woke things in them, but they've turned themselves into this sideshow freak of anger and toxicity that rages it against everything Hollywood does, claiming that every cartoon you ever loved as a child is now ruined by feminism or wokeness and all this stuff. And it's like, it just brings in the fucking views because people want to rage with them. They want to believe that their He-Man was ruined by woke Hollywood liberals that don't understand, the other, so that they can, like, screech and complain together in the comments and feel like they're one community. We're all friends here. We all hate the same things, but what you hate is actually kind of skeevy. You've built a personality and a community around hate. Yes, thank you, the quartering. The worst of the worst. I do have a bit of a shit list in my own head that I avoid on YouTube. The quartering is right there at the top because that guy never ceases to put his foot in it. He did Twitter posts a couple of months ago, basically like, not arguing for, but like apologetic stuff. No, not apologetic. He basically sounded like he was siding with Nazism. He said some stuff about Nazism where it was like, why are you defending this? Because you've realized Nazism is something that the lefties hate. So in order to feed your fan base, you have to now apologize, like be a Holocaust apologist and say like, oh, the Nazis aren't all that bad. Like what the left are doing now are like, is work as a nurse and Nazis. And it's like, fuck, no it isn't. You're an insane person. There's a few others though. There's Geeks Plus Gamers is almost just as bad. Geeks Plus Gamers is pretty awful. Nerdist is right up there. if I'd have to rank them, I'd say Nerdist comes in a solid third after Geeks Plus Gamers. There's a good top 3 for you. If you want some others to avoid, like the Quartering, like the Plague, Geeks Plus Gamers and Nerdist steer clear. There's this one random channel called Yellow Flash 2 that comes up in the algorithm a lot with a lot of anti-woke stuff. I don't know who the fuck Yellow Flash 2 is, but he went on my shit list pretty quickly. He's one of the... Like, he doesn't even seem to be running, like, a community. He's just a dude with a channel named Yellow Flash 2. But all his fucking YouTube thumbnails are those go broke shit. Oh, Dune is ruined because they gender flipped this one random side character that doesn't even have dialogue in the book. Some random who just walks through the desert and doesn't say anything. That was a man in the book. There's wokeified Dune. Down with Dune. You're a nutbag. It's fucking NPC. They gender flipped an NPC. And you're raging. Good job. Your life is pain. That's the only reason I don't rage myself. Because I know their raging is leading to their own sense of pain. If they're raging so hard that they're turning red in the face, they're causing their own pain in their own life. Like, that's your blood pressure that you're rising, dude. I don't have to fight you on this. You can hate what you want. I'm leaving you to it. I can't think of any others up the top of my head, but yeah, there's a top 4 for you. That suck ass. At least Ben Shapiro is good for a laugh. Yeah, Ben Shapiro is good for a laugh. I don't get Ben sometimes. Ben is like the bullied nerd from school that has made a career out of being an intellectual. And he made a career out of being an intellectual by learning how, like, all this, the most shallow debate lord argument tactics, like straw manning, like whataboutisms, all that stuff, to basically, like, put himself in a position where he can argue well. And by well, I mean at least make someone else look stupid, even if he's using cheap tactics to do it. So he comes off as someone who knows how to argue and knows how to talk intellectual. But his opinions still come off as like so fucking random. Oh, well, some of them do. Some of them are legitimate religious bull hockey. Like, the fact that he legitimately believes, because the Bible says to believe, that homosexuality is wrong, and so he's just straight up against homosexuality, is just a flat out kind of scummy thing. I don't like that part of him at all. But the other stuff, the pop culture stuff that he does, is hilarious. Like, when he's giving movie reviews on Twitter, and he's hating on stuff just for the most obvious, like, woke reasons, it's hilarious to me. Like, check out his Twitter. Like, he went off against what's the Knives Out sequel? Glass Onion. He went off against Glass Onion recently, and when you look at his reasoning for it, it's just he either doesn't have a reason. He's just like, oh, this is just poor filmmaking. And then when he actually goes into details, it's like, oh, it's because you saw woke stuff in it. You cherry picked out a few things that you can designate as woke. And so now you hate the entire movie, and it's like the worst screenplay you've ever heard in your life. And it's absolute trash. There was another one recently, I can't remember what it was. It was something big that was in the cinemas recently that he went off at. But then again, his company has its own movie production studio now, and they make the most trashy propaganda. They made that Biden laptop movie with Gina Carano in it that, like, made $3. Like, it got the worst reviews and it made no money, and it just looks like the biggest load of, like, propaganda trash. Like, you know, you can believe what you want when it comes to politics, but, like, don't make yourself a laughing stock with it. That's all I'm saying. It's like, you make your own movie studio so you could specifically make movies that are just dripping with, like, right-wing propaganda ideas. It's like, it's kind of obvious. Like, why not just make a movie studio to make movies? If you don't like movies that you claim to have lefty shit in it, then don't make a movie doing the exact same thing with righty shit. Just make a movie. Like, make a movie that's just a movie that doesn't have any of the shit that you think shouldn't be, from the right or the left. Make the most unpolitical movie you can. It's probably not possible because politics is infused into everything. Like, choices generally aren't made without some influence from someone's politics, but like, what is a woman? Yeah, he likes to try and wax lyrical on debate lord shit. Like, let's discuss what a woman is. What is the scientific stuff behind what constitutes a woman? Say perhaps that blah blah, and he goes on and on. It's like, okay, get the popcorn out. Let's see where he goes with this. I just love when he gets silly. Like, I love the really silly stuff. I loved my favorite Ben Shapiro thing of all time is when Ben Shapiro railed against WAP by Cardi B. When he reviewed WAP and he listened to some of the lyrics on his show and he was appalled and disgusted by the sexuality of the lyrics. And I'm just like, this is the cringiest, nerdiest, lamest thing I've ever seen in my life. He's the most sexless human being I've ever witnessed. Well, that was Matt. Matt Walsh is way more disgusting to me. Like, Ben veers between, like, genuinely disturbing beliefs, like the anti-homosexual stuff, and then just pure, like, laugh at him stuff. But that Matt Walsh guy, he gets under my skin. Like, he actually genuinely creeps me out. That actually seems like a genuinely hateful person, which Ben Shapiro comes off as more as a whiny debate lord nerd that you can laugh at. I could meet Ben Shapiro and kind of be amused by meeting him in real life. I don't want to meet Matt Walsh in real life. I feel like my skin would crawl. Just him making eye contact with me and trying to speak to me. Like, there's a part of my brain that's like, I feel like I need to assault this person. Like, I feel like either mine or someone else's life is in jeopardy, and I need to slug this man and lay him out before he tries anything. He's like a sociopath. Like, he's like a genuine sociopath. If I found out later that he had a bunch of pedophile stuff on his home computer, and maybe also child bones in his basement from where he ate neighborhood children raw, I would be like, that tracks. That sounds like something Matt Walsh would do. The way he talks about his kids in called child service. The way he talks about anything bothers me. Always. Like, him more than Ben Shapiro regularly says stuff that makes my skin crawl. Not in a creepy kind of way, but in a, like, that was genuinely disgusting and madly bigoted. Like, how does this guy not have the self-awareness of how fucking white supremacist he sounds right now? Like, he's the one that really leans into that shit out of that entire crew. And he seems to be the least self-aware of it too. Like, he thinks he's making a point about something, but really he comes off like sounding like he's making excuses for, like, the fucking KKK. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Jesus. It's not that deep. Him and Michael Knowles. I'm not familiar with Michael Knowles. I've just seen enough viral stuff that Matt Walsh has done or said that has freaked me out. Yes, Alec Jones is a good laugh. Alec Jones is the example of someone that is just so insane that you can't take the bad side of the stuff. Like, he's obviously fairly bigoted and problematic in a lot of ways, but, like, it's hard to take the actual bad stuff that seriously when he is so insane with some of the stuff that he says that it becomes like Looney Tunes. Like, you can't be concerned about the homophobia when the homophobia is coming out in a rant like, the government is using chemtrails to make the frogs gay. And you're like, the what now? Like, what'd you say? Like, yeah, okay, you're a homophobe, but I'm not worried about you going around beating up any homosexuals because I'm concerned about what's going on in your brain with the frog thing. Like, you need a straitjacket for reals, right? I can't believe that's a real thing he said. Like, it sounds like I made that up. If you hadn't heard it yourself, it would sound like I just made that up. But I really did not. Absolute nutter. The only real dark spot on Alex Jones is what happened with the school shooting. Was it Sandy Hook? Like, that was probably the one time I would say Alex Jones took his bullshit too far. Because it's all well and good to laugh at his insanity, but when you reach that point where you've crossed the line of actually harassing and causing the harassment of parents who have had their children murdered, and calling them crisis actors, and saying it's fake and that there aren't any dead children. Can you imagine? I don't know what your family situation's like, Texas, but can you imagine being a father and having kids and losing your kids in a school shooting or to any kind of murder where someone's taken them from you, and then seeing some kind of buffoon nut job on the TV call your dead child fake and call you an actor, and that all your tears are like crocodile tears? Wouldn't you just want to like you would clack that like you would look for that dude? Like that is not over a line. That is like fucking another state over the line. That is, vigilantes need to be looking for this person. Like that is disgusting. And that's the real blemish on Alex Jones. Like if it was all just the stupid shit, and most of his shit is just the stupid shit, it'd all be well and good. But he really fucked up with that one. Like I honestly wished he never did that, because if it wasn't for that one thing, I could leave him in the clown bucket, the don't take him seriously clown bucket, and he's just there to laugh at. But it's that one thing that kind of pulled him out of that a little bit and went, okay, even the clown is capable of crossing a line that actually really fucks with people's lives. Like those families of those dead kids, they had fans of Alex Jones and his show. What's that fucking show called? I forget the name of his stupid talk show. They had fans of that show that were fine. They found out where they lived, and they were going to the families, the parents of the dead kids' houses, and they were like picketing out the front and calling them fake crisis actors. They were literally going to these people and harassing them about their dead kids because Alex Jones told them it was a conspiracy and they were fake and they should be ashamed. And so people went and actually tried to shame them. And I'm like, dude, you're a clown, but I would at least hope you're self-aware enough and smart enough to realize you have enough of a following that these people are taking your word as gospel and they're going to put things into action. There's stuff that you say that's going to make things happen in the real world, and you have some responsibility over that. This shit about being able to say anything you want on the internet, it is a free country. You can technically say whatever you want, but there is a measure of responsibility behind your level of fame and reach. Like, if you're big enough, you've crossed a line into, okay, I'm big enough now that I can say a word on camera, like on my stream right now. I could say something to this camera, and there's a good 1,000 people out there that might go and murder someone for it. Once you reach that level, like, you gotta acknowledge that to some degree, and you gotta watch your footing a little bit. It's not about taking away your freedom of speech. It's just about you taking some responsibility for what you're capable of. Everyone wants fame and fortune, but they don't want the responsibility that can come with it. Like, just like fucking accept the fact that you're a millionaire. It's amazing. We all want to be millionaires. Just chill. Like, you can say anything on that show you want. You're still a millionaire. You don't need to keep pushing it. You've got the fame, you've got the fortune, you've got the following. Like, stop escalating. The only thing you can do is lose. Like, when you're already on top, the only place your money is going is down. Like, maintain. Chill. Keep a steady stream. Don't rock the boat too much. Roll in your money. Go get some hookers. Whatever you're going to do. Just, you know, once you start, like, being crazy, the only thing that's going to happen is you lose it all. Fuck, it sounds like I'm doing a fucking TED talk on this right now. It's, this is all obvious stuff, really. It feels weird to have to say it out loud, but there's just enough people out there that don't seem to get it. I don't know if it's fame and fortune that does it. Like, maybe there's a certain level where you lose perspective of yourself and where you've gotten and where you've come from. And then you feel like you can do whatever the fuck you want. Because you're a millionaire and you've got fans. Like, all of a sudden you've got balls of steel. But it's like, whatever you got, you can lose it. No matter what it is and how much it is, you can lose it. Look at Elon Musk. He's grown some big steel balls over the last year or two with like how he's put himself out there on the internet, and what he's now down 44 point something billion dollars because he kept talking shit. He didn't even want to buy Twitter. He changed his mind, but the fact that he talked that shit and legally put himself in a position where he wasn't allowed to back out, otherwise he would fuck with their stock price after saying he would buy it. So basically the courts forced him to have to drop that 44 bill. It's like, Jesus Christ. See how easy it is? You gotta watch yourself, man. You start talking that shit, you can lose 44 billion easy. He's just lucky enough that he's rich enough that he can survive 44 billion and still technically be a billionaire. That'd be nice. I would like to be so rich that I could seemingly lose all of it and still have all of it. Like, I can't even imagine losing $44 billion. Like, I would cry if I lost 50. If a $50 note fell in my wallet, I'd be like, well, that's my week gone. I'm now miserable. But, like, he can literally throw away 44 billion and still have billions. It's like, it doesn't even really matter at that point what you do. You're watching the Twitter hearings, pretty crazy stuff. Oh, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. Like the Trump stuff is just kicking in. They've got the indictment going on, and that's going to keep going for a bit. Andrew Tate's out of prison, but he's on house arrest. They let him out of the actual prison itself, as long as he stays in his house arrest, and he started posting to Twitter again. The very first thing he posted was a video of him strutting up and down in his garage, smoking a cigar, looking really broody and pensive. And it's probably the most posy thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna lie, I cringed a little bit. Because it's clearly like, it's a camera angle where someone's tilting to follow him as he paces. So clearly he's gone to one of his boys, given him the phone and gone, hey, film me as I strut shirtless with my cigar, looking like I own the place. Looking like I'm about to be in my bag. I'm just like, man, I don't get dudes like that are able to do such fucking posy shit and not internally cringe. If I did that, I would cringe to myself. That's the part I don't understand. Like, how do you do that and not be self-aware about how kind of silly you look? They're gonna sale some of my Trump shirts with his mugshot. I'd buy one. Oh, the shirts with like the Trump mugshot on the front. Oh, those must be selling gangbusters right now. People need to calm down about the Trump indictment thing a little bit, though, because when the indictment happened, people started celebrating like Trump was being arrested and he's going to prison, like that level of excitement. But it's not really that yet. It could potentially, if they keep piling on, because they've got a lot more cases still going on. They're still investigating the tax fraud stuff, and they're still investigating the January 6th committee stuff. The committee still exists. They're still doing all that shit. So all of that piling on could eventually put him in prison, but this indictment over the thing, like, he might just get a massive fine or be on house arrest or something. Like, I don't imagine the result is going to be what everybody wants it to be. This one's over the hush money. Yes, the Stormy Daniels hush money, which is the lowest level of all the things he's been charged or accused of. Like, I guess the first one through the gate is the easiest one to charge him with, which is the most basic one. Like, the ones he could really get hit hard with are still struggling a little bit. Like, the January 6th committee has been going on for a long time. Like, it's been going on for months, and it's still ticking away in the background. The fraud stuff, they've got some pretty good stuff there, but there's a lot to go through. Like, tax documentation is complicated, and there's a lot of it. So, and they already got him on stuff. Like, he has been caught devaluing properties to dodge taxes, while then overvaluing the same properties to get better prices on real estate and stuff like that, which is very illegal. So they've already started getting him on that stuff. So that case is also building. So, I mean, that is more jail worthy right there than the Stormy Daniels stuff. Yeah, that's the walking and being better off. That is what a lot of people are worried about, that the results of, for example, the Stormy Daniels indictment is going to be like, in his world, like a pebble in the pond. Like, it'll be some big fine that he can afford, or it'll be some like bullshit house arrest level stuff with a fine. And then it's not really going to affect his life that much. But then the appearance of him getting away with something is going to bolster his fan base, and it's going to give him even more like hardcore, like right-wing MAGA following for the next time he tries to run for president or whatever. I don't understand why America lets someone run for president if they've even got the smallest blemish. Like, the fact that he's been not indicted. What's the two things that he had on him when he was actually president? He got one for trying to blackmail Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, saying that he wanted them to come up with dirt on Biden and his son and the stuff they were doing in the Ukraine. Otherwise, he wouldn't give him weapons to use against Russia. And that was a very illegal thing to request, and he got smashed for that. What is that called? It's not indictment, it's something else. Hang on. It's something that happens to presidents when they're currently in office. I think Nixon had one. What is that word? He's already raised 4 million donations since the case started. Man, I wish people wouldn't be there. That's it. Impeachment. Thank you, Jeannie. He's had 2 impeachments while he was in office, which is the most impeachments anyone's ever had as a president, a sitting president, which basically means indictment. Yeah, it's just the version when you're still president. So 2 impeachments while president and an indictment now while he's not president. You'd think by this point he wouldn't be allowed to run again. Like, what's going on with that? Biden was on camera doing the same thing with $1 billion to Ukraine when he was VP. It sounds like a really easy thing for any politician to do, almost by accident. Like, a lot of politicians love doing that "you scratch my back, I scratch yours" thing. It seems like a very natural political thing move to make. But apparently, if you're president, that's a very illegal thing, and that's what you can get impeached for if you get caught. I'm pretty sure it was Ukraine that threw him under the bus. It was like, hey, he wanted us to do this, and America was like, he did what? Impeach. I can't remember what the other impeachment was for. He had 2, but there was one before that, I think. Oh wait, was the other one for Jan 6? Was that the other impeachment? January 13, 2021. 1 week before his term expired. I think it was the Jan 6 stuff for riling up that mob. Yeah, okay, so the Ukraine stuff was the first impeachment. Jan 6 was the second. America's always had a problem with their 2-party system. It's just, it's a difficult situation to deal with. You don't really get to choose from everyone you would want to choose from. You get to choose from who they let you choose from. Like, the entirety of the Democratic Party gets to decide who the one person is that you get to pick from. And it's like, why can't we do our own votes inside the Democratic Party to put the Democrat we like at the top and then pit him against the other sides? Can't we have a 2-layer? Can't we have multiple layers to this thing? So the Republican that all the people like gets voted to the top. The Democrat all the people like gets voted to the top. And then everyone as a group can then vote between those 2 people. I'm talking out of my ass, though, because like I know anything about how it works. The thing is, when you get impeached as president, you can't really do anything to them. They're kind of like untouchable while they're president. It's when they're finally not president that you can suddenly hit them with stuff. There's some protections where I think Trump took it a little bit too literally, though, because remember that one interview where he literally said, I could walk out into the street right now and shoot somebody and people would still love me for it and I'd get away with it or something like that. Like, he literally said that in an interview, and I was like, fuck, like, dude, don't drink your own Kool-Aid. I know you think you're God because you've whipped up this frenzied crowd that are like all about you, but there's a certain point where the Emperor's got no clothes, that fable. There's a certain point where it's going to bite you in the ass when you start to believe you actually do have clothes on when you don't. And everyone's cheering that you do. And then one day you look down and you can see your own dick and it's like, oh shit. I shouldn't have drank my own Kool-Aid. The House and Senate have to vote to pass it and made it to the floor and got voted down. That's the thing about Republicans and Democrats always butting heads. Nothing ever seems to be able to happen. Because they're always shooting each other down. Not because they don't... Like... There's a lot of things that they try to pass through Senate, I've noticed in America, where, for example, the Democrats are trying to do something, and the Republicans will shoot it down with their side of the votes. But seemingly not because it's a good or a bad idea, but because the Democrats came up with it. It's like, we want to get in your way just because it's you trying to do it, not because the actual plan is good or bad. Like, we haven't even looked at it. They don't even give a shit what the plan is or how good it might be for the American people. Like, they just don't want the Democrats to win. And I'm sure it's the same both ways in a lot of ways. It just seems the Republicans seem to be a little bit more hardcore about doing that. Especially when you look at the real crackpots on their side. Like, oh, what are those chicks' names? Marjorie Taylor Greene and the brunette and people like that Gates guy. Like, those are like the upper echelon of the Republican nutters. Like, those are the ones where it's like, a lot of those Republicans are like regular, like a lot of those Republican politicians are like, I imagine, are normal people, which is why we never hear about them in the news. They're just there to do a job. They probably have good ideas of their own from the Republican viewpoint. None of these normal Republicans like can ever win because there's some absolute crackpots that are always stealing the limelight and making that side look bad. Like, every time Marjorie Taylor Greene opens her mouth and ends up in some viral Twitter post, like, I'm Australian, but I always see that shit because she goes viral so much on the internet because she's insane. And so when I see her, I'm like, if I was a Republican, I'd want these people out. You need her gone. You need the brunette other version of her gone. I can't remember her name, I'm sorry. You need people like that Gates guy gone, who also puts his foot in it a lot and still has all that other stuff floating over his head, like that sex trafficking shit. I don't know what went on with that, but you know, I mean, the stuff he says is still nutter enough. But I really think Marjorie Taylor Greene might be the worst of them. I think she might be the most insane. I think pound for pound, she's the one that said the craziest shit and makes the least sense. Like, she sounds like a trailer trash redneck Karen that lives in a trailer, the kind of person who stands at the front of a Walmart screaming about Jewish space lasers. But somehow she's in politics. And it's like, how did this person get here? It's very obvious this person does not belong here. I don't know. It's like seeing a tone-deaf person standing on the conductor pedestal with the little stick trying to conduct an orchestra. It's like, the fuck do you know about music? Why are you here? It's a weird analogy. Or me as a chef. Like, I'm not a foodie at all. I don't give a fuck what things taste like. I treat food like fuel. I'll just shovel it in. I'm the last person you want to be a chef. I don't care what things taste like. I'll put some cardboard in some oil and deep fry it and expect you to eat it. You don't ever agree with anyone 100%. You just go along with who you agree with the most. I mean, that's politics in a nutshell. That's all it ever really is. The problem is, like, not everybody thinks like that. Not everybody thinks like, I don't agree with this person 100%, but they've got the most ducks in the line of where my morals and ethics lie in terms of how I think the country should be run and how people should be treated. That sounds perfectly reasonable. The problem is, America is probably one of the most obvious places for this. There's too many people that no matter what side they're on, left or right, they're more about their side and the concept of winning for their side than they are any kind of logical common sense to do with what their people even say or want to do in power. For me, it's 2A and 1A topics in that order. Well, it's... You know what I mean, though? Like, I think the MAGA base is probably the best example of this. Like, they're the ones that are the most fervent and cultish with the whole, no matter what Trump does or says or wants to do or what it'll do to the country, I'm already this side, so this side has to win no matter what. And I will bend over backwards and take on any kind of level of denial to make sure that the ship that I'm already on is the one that wins. Like, people forget that they're an individual human being that can look at every single case and issue separately and judge it on a case-by-case context basis. Just because you're a Republican or a lefty or a Democrat doesn't mean you can't look at something the other side said or one of their ideas and go, okay, well, how does that hold up? What would that mean to me? What would that mean to these people? Like, too many people will just shoot it down because it came from the other side and not even consider it. Or will automatically look for the worst possible things in the idea. Like you shit dig. Like, whatever it is, you look for the shit first. You're like, okay, what's the thing about this that I can turn into something negative or toxic and complain about just that aspect of it? Because I always want to be fuck you to the other side. And it's very... More people are like that than are like what you said. Actually considering the politics. And like, if you're a Democrat, when the next vote comes around, whoever they put up there and whatever their platform is, you want to simply be able to say, okay, is it good? Not my vote's automatically here because this is how I define myself. I am this side. You don't think either Trump or Biden is... Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I think... Like, people need more respect. They need to be able to have more respect and more faith in someone who's in a position like Trump or Biden are in. And none of them are achieving that lately. Like, I feel like Obama is probably the best American politics has done in a while. Because I feel like Obama was the kind of human being where people genuinely had respect for him. And he generally seemed like he was worthy of following. Like, he seemed like a genuine, sincere, grounded human being. And there was very little drama during that, like, period of American history. Not like when Trump became president and then it was drama and circus 24/7. Second Amendment topics are probably like the most volatile of every political topic in America. It's unique to America too. Like I can't even really comment on it because, you know, Australia is very different. But like, that's the one thing that you can bring up in America where you're definitely going to divide a room and have people at each other's throats. First Amendment as well, like, can be a little bit touchy, but I find the thing with First Amendment is that people often, they have a bad read on what First Amendment means. I think that's mainly the issue. There's a lot of crazy people in America that are always crying for their First Amendment rights, but they clearly don't understand what First Amendment rights mean. Like, they act like it should mean they can do anything they want when it's not that. Or, how dare you do this to me? I have First Amendment rights. And it's like, yeah, but they also have First Amendment rights. They're not trying to do something to you. They're just doing their First Amendment rights, and you feel like that is somehow impacting yours, and now you're confused. 90% of gun crimes are done with handguns, yet all you hear about are AR-15s. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't have enough visibility of that kind of stuff to say for myself. I do recall hearing about AR-15s, specifically around some of the more high-profile school shootings. So it seems like one of the hot-button topics in America right now is don't abolish gun right laws, but maybe pull back on the assault rifle stuff. Isn't that what's currently the fight is about? Like, some people are, if you include all rifles, it's 6% of gun crimes. So why AR-15s? I mean, I can't tell you, but I have a feeling that an AR-15 might be the hot button topic, because maybe some of the most high profile school shootings and mass shootings happen to be AR-15s, like the real hot button ones that everyone always talks about. So that's the one they usually beeline for when they're talking about some kind of gun reform. Because, like, everyone wants to do something about it. They're just not sure exactly what to do or how to do it. So it's a constant argument over what to do, if anything, and how. So from what I've seen from, I mean, once again, I'm in Australia, so I'm not privy to a lot of the news about what your guys are doing about that stuff. But from what I've seen occasionally mentioned on Twitter that's come my way, it seemed like the current argument was, what if we don't touch the rest of the gun laws, but we just pull back on the AR-15 somehow? I'm assuming that's what's happening. Or that's what people are trying to do, right? Assault rifles are multi-fire rate rifles. AR-15s don't do that. Well, it sounds like that's a conversation about semantics, about like what guns classify as what. But isn't the argument that they're specifically targeting AR-15s just because of the specific scenarios, the hot button political topics that that AR-15s have been the culprit in? You know what I mean? Like, if they're going to pick a boogeyman to, like, okay, let's start with this corner of gun rights and do something about just this, it's like you pick the one that has done, in terms of like the public eye and the news stories, what appears to have been doing the most damage in terms of like all the cases you can name, which in this case would be like a bunch of school shootings. And like, was the one in Vegas an AR-15? It's just a civilian version of an M16. Oh, is that what it is? I didn't even know that. But yeah, that's a very complicated issue to fight, because it's America. The way America's set up and the gun culture and the way the laws are set up, like, that's an argument that goes around in circles forever. I don't really know what you guys are going to do about that stuff and where that's going to go. I'm fascinated. I can't wait to see what America does about all that, because there's just no easy answers. The rifling is different to shoot different types of ammo. They're literally not a rifle given to soldiers. Fair? But I've seen arguments on both sides that have made their own kind of sense in all kinds of ways, which is why it's such a difficult thing. Like, you can't really shout down any side of the argument, because they've all got little nuggets of truth in them. It's just, how do you reconcile in the middle? Like, what are the decisions you make on a grand scale that everyone's going to be happy with? It's like, it almost seems impossible. You know what? You know what was the most recent thing I saw on YouTube? It had to do with anti-gun law stuff, but it was probably the most entertaining thing to do with this issue that I'd seen in a while. I don't know if you've seen it. It was Jon Stewart's interview with that Republican gun lobbyist guy, where he kind of got roasted. Like, I still to this day have no idea how he ended up saying yes to that interview, because Jon Stewart is a smart guy, and I'd be hard pressed to pick a Republican lobbyist that I can think of by name that I think could handle him in a debate. So it kind of was a very comical interview. I'm not sure if you know the one I'm talking about. It was referenced on all the late night shows, and it's been made fun of like everywhere. I saw Hassan was covering it as well. Like, everyone talked about that video. Like, he seemed like a fairly calm-spoken and nice dude who was doing his best to have a meaningful discussion with Jon Stewart, but everything he tried to argue to do with the gun stuff, like, he was getting railroaded, man. Like, if you're coming at this from a conversation about like which side you're on, like do something like abolish guns or maintain gun rights and stuff, that was not a good day for maintaining gun rights. In fact, I don't think any day when you've got Jon Stewart grilling somebody that really is out of their league. I don't think that's ever a good day for the gun argument. If you're siding with the right to bear arms. I don't think even someone like him, though, that is an amazing public speaker and debater of stuff like this, even someone like him can't really make any kind of meaningful change one way or the other. He's putting discourse out there by discussing this with people and putting his own opinions on the public stage, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, it doesn't matter who's making what good points about what on either side. It's like, what do you do in the end? And no one has an answer to that, which is why nothing is ever done one way or the other. So it just keeps circling. How many times are guns used defensively each year? 60k to 2 mil. They actually have a statistic for that? But that's the thing with this argument. It's always going to go around in circles, because as soon as you say a statistic like that, someone on the other side is going to rebuttal with the concept of like, but that many times that you're required to defend yourself with a gun wouldn't be that high if there weren't guns at all, because a lot of those gun defenses are happening in situations where other guns are involved. That's what I think the other side would probably say to that one. But this is kind of part of the problem, is that there are statistics and arguments for the right to bear arms stuff, right? Where you can pull up statistics like that sound, positive and in support of the idea. But then there's always something the other side can say that counteracts that. But then you can also counteract, and then this is the circle. Like, and I don't know how you get off that carousel. I really don't. It's way out of my league. Just, there's no way I could ever. Hey Sean, how was heck? What the fuck? Have I been to hell? What's happened? Gun-free zone signs don't stop criminals. You have gun-free zone signs in America? I didn't know that was a thing. You get off the carousel but never get on in the first place? Well, that's the Australian situation. We just don't even have a carousel here. Oh shit, you're right, Sham. I still have that open. And I was about to go to bed. You know what? I'll save that in my YouTube watch list. I'll hang on to it. Thanks for reminding me, though. It's literally still open here. It's like fire. Man has it now, it'll never go away. I mean, yeah. You can say that about a lot of things. I've been saying that about AI. You know how there's all this controversy online now about AI art? How people are making pictures based on AI art where it can like copy other styles. There's people making AI driven short films. See, that's my opinion with that stuff. As someone who is an IT student, I went to university for media production and communication. I have a bachelor in media production, and I went to film school as well after that, and technical college for advanced communications and new media. I've done a lot of schooling to do with like media and technology. So because I'm that kind of person, I've always looked at technology as, I mean, it's not me looking at technology as, this is what technology is. Technology is a constantly adapting, evolving, forward-moving thing. It's going, it's going. When I was in CIT, they taught us how to use video cameras that had tapes in them. We actually put a tape in the video camera. By the time I finished CIT, nobody in the industry was using tape-based cameras anymore. It's all digital. And that's technology. What you're learning today, redundant tomorrow. And that's the thing. So everyone that's whining about, oh, like AI is going to ruin all these jobs of artists, AI is going to do this, AI is shit because it's taking the human out of blah, blah. None of that, its arguments matter, because technology has reached the point where AI exists and can now do this. This is the status quo. And it's going to get more complex, it's going to get wilder and more impressive, and then it's going to adapt and become something even crazier that we can't even imagine right now. It's going to evolve into a totally different type of thing that's not even AI anymore. It's going to be a whole new technology. This has always happened with tech. It has always happened with tech. It has never not happened with tech. It never stops. When you do studies the way I did, when you go to university for something like IT or media production, one of the main things they instill into you and they teach you is that this is a field where you don't learn what you need to know in school and then are a professional for the rest of your life. What you're learning now is not what's going to be used tomorrow. Part of the learning of media production and IT is learning how to learn what the new shit is. You're always looking at what's on the curb, what's on the horizon. You need to see it coming, you need to adapt early, and you need to be a part of that when it hits, right when it hits. If you learn how to use a particular kind of camera or a way of doing something with editing or a way of doing art with Photoshop, for example, you can't expect that to keep you going the rest of your life. Tomorrow you need to learn how to rotoscope. The next day you need to learn how to use AI built into After Effects to auto rotoscope for you so you can free up work to do other stuff. This is the job. This is the field. So when I see people whining about the AI or any tech stuff in the way they've been doing with the AI, it's one of these things where I'm like, tell me you don't understand technology without telling me you don't understand technology. It's deaf ears. Everything you're saying is going to mean nothing. Sure, artists are going to be out of work because there's companies that are going to get real cheap and are just going to want to use free AI to do stuff. You know what? That sucks. You know what else? They are still out of a job. That job's not coming back. There will still be a need for real artists doing real work. That still will exist. But now there will also be the option of cheap AI labor, and there will be people that will get less work because of that. You know what you do? You adapt. If you're an artist that once relied on using Photoshop to make digital art for websites or whatever you get paid to do, and your job is being threatened by this, you need to adapt in a new way. You can't just sit there and expect this job to be this way forever and then cry and whine on the internet because the marketplace is changing. Become a programmer. Understand how AI works. Start using AI in your own work. Like, see the wind change direction, turn your sails with the wind. This is a nautical analogy now. A good artist will still get work. Human touch will still be special. The thing is, it's like evolution. People who don't understand evolution say things like, oh, but if humans came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? Because monkeys never went away. Certain subsets of monkeys changed gradually over the years on like a tree and then became humans eventually. There are still all these variations of monkey. They don't go away. It's the same with this stuff. There will still be a need for human artists with real skills. It just depends on the context of the job and what they're needed for and what the budget is and what the vibe is, all that stuff. There are cheapo companies out there that would have insulted you. There are artists constantly complain about how they get insulted with people trying to get free work out of them or by paying them peanuts or trying to pay them in exposure. The reason that happens is because those are the cheap companies and the companies that don't give a shit or understand your value. those companies are always going to take the cheap way out. They were already doing it by not paying you correctly or trying to get away with getting free work out of you without paying at all. They always existed. They were never going to pay you anyway. They're the ones now using AI because they can do it for free. Hell yeah, we're saving money. You know, we suck. There's big companies out there that they're still going to chuck a couple of grand on an artist because it's a big company. They have a huge budget. They're like, oh, we need art for this? Give it to him. What does he want? 5 grand? Give it to him. I don't care. The budget is obscene. I've worked for the government with media stuff in the past. The government have such massive budgets that you can tell them a number and they say yes. Like, I've seen people add zeros to the end of numbers and they just went, yeah, sure, tick, sign the fucking thing, hand it over. It's like, government work is crazy. They don't give a shit how much money they're spending. It will be pretty, but AI art film museums, I don't think so. I'm sure, like, there's space for anything. I'm sure some weirdo somewhere is going to make an AI art. I mean, there was NFT museums at one point. There was literally public showings of NFTs where you can go look at it on one of those digital frames and stuff. And that's stupid, but they did it. Did it take away from real museums? Nope, it just happened off to the side. Life is very much a yes and. I mean, this is now using improv acting, improv comedy as an analogy. But life is very much a yes and. Like, things exist, things work a certain way, new stuff starts sprinkling up. It's yes and. It's like, yeah, that stuff still exists, maybe in a slightly smaller capacity to make room for these new things, but now it's the old thing and the new thing, and they've now got their own spaces. Things pile on. They don't really fully take over. I think human beings have a tendency to think in terms of but instead of and, if you know what I mean. Like, it's like, it was this, but now it's this. This other thing is now dead and gone, and let's lament how great that thing was. I mean, there's still examples, like, when it comes to storage media, obviously, when things move on, older things have to die. When VHS got replaced by DVD, VHS had to slowly die because it's redundant. There's no use for VHS anymore. We don't cry about all the factories that had to be closed down and all the people that went out of work because they used to work the conveyor belt making VHS tapes. VHS tapes are dead. Like, no one's going to keep a VHS tape factory open just to save jobs. Get a different job. Like, VHS is gone. It's extinct. DVD is, you know, going the way of the dodo because Blu-ray is way better. Why would I hate watching stuff on DVD because it's like watching shit in 480p compared to a Blu-ray. Blu-ray now is kind of lame because now everyone's got such good internet and everything's about streaming that we can get 4K shit streaming instantly with no loading over the internet on any device we own. I don't need Blu-rays anymore. I have a crazy collection in the other room, but I could fucking sell those shelves right now. It wouldn't matter. Like, it's, yeah. But that's a different story. That's literally like a physical medium as something that just literally becomes redundant. Like, who needs to keep a rotary phone in their house once dial tone phones appeared with actual buttons? Who needs a dial tone phone with buttons now that we all have mobile phones, smartphones in our pocket? We have computers in our pocket that makes having a landline redundant. I don't know anyone that has a landline anymore. Sorry for ranting. Gonna get paid for my sunscreen with exposure. Oh, that's a good one. Okay. I know I normally pull a shitty face at bad dad jokes, but that's actually a pretty good one. Shitty movie night. Any movie was allowed as long as it's VHS. That's adorable. I know someone who's got a pretty massive VHS collection, actually. He likes collecting that vintage shit. Does VHS viral count? Is that horror movie? Are you referencing the horror movie VHS? The anthology film, Sham? Yeah, but okay. The reason we went on this massive rant is because I was just saying, with what Texas was saying about the gun laws, the whole mankind has fire now and it's here to stay. That's really been the state of technology for forever, and which is why I get so mad when people complain about advancements in any kind of technology. It's like, it's tech has always been here and it's always been here to stay, and it will always evolve, and very quickly. And the second you stop evolving with it and accepting the new forms of tech and learning how they work and how they can work for you, the second you stop doing that, you become a boomer. That's when you become the old man with a newspaper going, why would I use the internet when I've got the good old newspaper here? I can find out what's happening with the Navy. And I can do a crossword. But fuck you. Get a tablet. You'll get all the news and more on the tablet as it happens 5 seconds ago, instead of waiting to the end of the week for your newspaper to show up. Don't be that guy. Move with the shit. Don't complain about TikTok. TikTok's an app. It lets people go make fun videos of themselves. It's not that deep. Either like watch TikTok videos and laugh and enjoy it, make your own and have a good time, or just ignore it if you couldn't give a fuck. Don't make your personality into some like, oh, I'm one of them TikTok haters. Oh, the kids today, who knows? Yeah. Boomer. The second you pull the kids today shit, I don't understand kids' music. I don't understand kids' apps. Look how stupid they are, shaking their ass and doing their little choreographed dance to some weird cover cut of Cardi B. I don't know what the fuck I'm going on about. Like, it's a thing. It's not rocket science. I've made TikToks. It's fun. I haven't done the dancing shit because it's not really my thing, but don't boomer. Please God. I know personal friends that are at a point in their lives now and they're boomering. They're literally going like, oh man, they're reminiscing about the cartoons or the things we used to do when we were teenagers. And it's like, yeah, this shit today is such bullshit because blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it's not. You've just become that old man that you thought was lame when you were a teenager. Like, this old man doesn't get Blockbuster video and VHS tapes. What a loser. He still watches things on a gramophone. It's like, that's you now. You've become that. You didn't see it happening. But that's what happens to all of us. You slowly slide into that shit, and before you know it, you're old man whining about what the kids are doing. Or the kids... I know someone who hates all the cartoons that are popular right now in the Cal art style. So things like Adventure Time, Regular Show, Gravity Falls, like everything in that Cal art style of animation. He hates it. He can't stand it. Because he grew up with things like that old style of animation, like He-Man and Marshall Bravestar. Like, you know, that old janky hand-drawn, like more realistic human proportion shit. He-Man and G.I. Joe are pretty good examples. But I'm like, dude, you didn't see when you turn into the old man. Like, Adventure Time is dope. Regular Show is dope. Gravity Falls is dope. Don't throw all this good shit away because it doesn't look like the cartoons when you were a kid. You've just boomered. You just have 50 minutes to cut an RE5 down. Hey, Genie! Still here ranting. Those cartoons are decent, not the worst cartoons ever. Yeah, I mean, I like absurdity and surrealism, so I love shit like Adventure Time. Adventure Time is fucking a drug trip, man. Like, there's some adventures of Adventure Time that are crazy funny to me because they're so weird. And I love it. But I also was the kid watching Transformers in the late 1980s, early 90s. I was the kid watching He-Man. I was watching G.I. Joe. I was watching Gargoyles, Marshall Bravestar, Captain Planet. I was that kid, but like, that was then. Like, I don't give a shit if the cartoons now don't look like fucking He-Man. He-Man looks like shit by today's standards. It's nostalgic. I see it and I go, oh, that was when I was a kid. That was nice. I don't want to see that now. Give me the new shit. D&D movie was dope. Was that you saying that earlier, Sham, or was that someone else? Someone else said the DVD movie was good earlier tonight, but I've now been streaming for almost 8 hours and I've forgotten who was here at the start. My brain is My brain is not here anymore. As you can probably tell. I think I rant more and for longer when I'm in mush brain mode, because now I'm running on autopilot. So like all this preloaded shit is just coming out like fucking speeches, like I'm giving a TED talk. Oh yeah, Texas. Okay, you were the one that said you saw it. Okay, cool. It wasn't someone saying it was dope then, it was just someone saying they saw it, and you asked me my opinion. Got it. Okay, I just had a flashback to that. There's only 2 movies you're going to the theater for this year, John Wick 4 and Deadpool 3. Are we sure that Deadpool 3 is coming out this year? That seems like a stretch. That seems like a stretch. Hang on. There is way not enough information about that movie, right? 2024. So it looks like you're only seeing one movie this year, Genie. Right now it's set for November 2024, so that's a very long 24. But the Marvel slate did all get shuffled down at one point. A lot of Marvel stuff. No, you might have actually been correct at one point. The Marvel, when they had D23 and they released the plan, it's all been changed since then. They moved a lot of stuff down because they were lessening how many movies and TV shows they were making in 1 year because the quality was dropping and people started to complain on the internet. So they want to put out less movies and TV shows per year so the quality can increase again. So yeah, they were at a point now where we were getting like 3 to 4 movies a year with an equal 3 to 4 TV shows a year, and I think it's starting to get a bit intense. Like the visual effects companies just can't keep up. Disney keep getting in trouble with overworking and underpaying their visual effects companies. They're getting a bad reputation, so they needed to change stuff up a bit. Oh, they did say 24? Okay, fair enough. All I know is that a lot of stuff did move, but I guess Deadpool was far enough away that they could leave that be. They need the John Wick stunt team on Deadpool. I think that would work really well, because Deadpool's all bladed weapons and guns, which is all John Wick mostly is as well. So I think that would be pretty cool. They do, like the John Wick stunt team and production company, they do seem to elevate the action of stuff that they get given. Like Harlequin, Birds of Prey. That movie didn't do great, but it wasn't hated either. It kind of broke even a little bit in terms of what people thought of it. But one of the highlights of that movie was the fact that they had the John Wick stunt team. And so some of the action scenes in that were actually probably better than people expected from a Harlequin movie. You're talking about Sisu, Texas. We watched that trailer last weekend, actually. The World War II gravedigger, gold digger guy. Who finds like a gold deposit, and then the Nazis try to take it from him, and he goes on a fucking killing spree. That movie looks sweet. That movie looks sweet. Put that on your list, Genie. If you don't get to watch Deadpool this year, replace it with Sisu. You just get more John Wick goodness. Keanu Reeves did say he'd like to play Wolverine. They could nod to that. I feel like Deadpool could make fun of that, yeah. I don't really want to see Keanu as Wolverine, though. I hope they don't actually do that. Texas is on board. I wouldn't be mad because I like Keanu Reeves, so seeing him in things just generally does make me happy. He's a likable dude, like Brendan Fraser. Even when he's a bad actor, you just kind of like seeing him. That's kind of like what his career is mostly survived on, I think. Because Keanu Reeves has got some bad acting. Like, he's got quite a lot of roles where he didn't do great. But he never stopped getting roles because people just like seeing him. He's a genuine, cool guy. So when he's acting badly, you kind of just laugh it off and it's like, yeah, it's this Keanu. He's too nice not to like. Yeah, it's the Brendan Fraser thing. Brendan Fraser has also been pretty bad in some movies. Good in a few, probably bad in more movies than the ones he's been good in. But everyone likes Brendan Fraser. And his track record of acting doesn't matter in the slightest. If you say to me, would you like to see Brendan in a movie? I say yes. Don't give a fuck. If he acts badly, I'll be like, ooh, that wasn't a great line reading, but Brendan Fraser, I get to see him. I get to see him on screen. Keanu said Ghost Rider. You know who I would prefer as Ghost Rider than Keanu? Fuck, what's his name? Daryl. Norman Reedus. I would be very curious to see a Norman Reedus take on Ghost Rider. And he has actually been vocal about wanting to play the role because he's very into motorcycles. And so he loves that character. Kind of like how Nick Cage got Ghost Rider originally. He loved the character too, and he campaigned for it. Brendan Fraser is how Dwayne got his big break with Scorpion King. You get a lot to answer for then. Dwayne's an interesting one. Dwayne has made a career out of being a very likable, charming guy. And lately, that seems to be backfiring. Like, it seems to be turning around on him. The charming, likable Dwayne is giving way to the surprisingly egotistical diva Dwayne that I wasn't expecting to ever happen. I was a little shocked. Some of the stuff I've heard about his antics on the whole Black Adam thing, I was just like, wow, it's... When did Dwayne start becoming the villain? No more work for him until he makes Boondock Saints 3, damn it. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. I'd go for a Boondock Saints 3. 2 wasn't nearly as good as 1, but I would take a 3 any day. But I do think he would make an interesting... I feel like Norman Reedus would make an interesting MCU version of Ghost Rider. Because MCU always has a little twist on... You know, they... Like, the number of times MCU has cast an actor where you're like, really? Not sure I see it. And then you actually see it and it's like, wow, that fucking works. How the hell? Like Tom Holland. When I first heard Tom Holland was going to be Spider-Man, I didn't really get it. But after watching the movies and seeing him as Peter Parker, I'm like, all right, I get it. I'm into it now. I think he's a great Peter Parker now. But I didn't understand when I first heard. And I think MCU is really good at doing that. I think Norman Reedus could make a very interesting choice for Ghost Rider in that vein of like people might not expect it or see it initially, but I think in the role he would kill it. At least he'd be easy to take seriously as Johnny Storm, because the problem with Nick Cage, as much as we all love Nick Cage because he's fun, he does goof up everything he's in. So there's a certain level of seriousness that you can't really take Ghost Rider once Nick Cage starts pulling faces and making weird noises. Like Ghost Rider 2, Spirit of Vengeance, like there were some scenes in that where he hammed it up so hard. I was like, ooh, this is fun in a watching Nick Cage be crazy kind of way. I'm never going to complain about that, but you're kind of undercutting Ghost Rider. Like, you can't steal the movie from Ghost Rider with antics like that. We want to take Ghost Rider himself seriously. Like, Ghost Rider should be scary. When Ghost Rider shows up, we should be a little freaked out, but we should also know that the other people in the scene are fucked. Like, if there are other bad guys here, you better run. Like, there's a demon coming for you. He just has to look you in the eye, and your soul goes to hell for 1,000,000 years of torment. That should be some spooky shit. You like the story of 2? There was a lot of good things about Boondocks 2, but it just felt... There was something a little bit more plastic about 2. Like they were trying to capture the raw grit of number 1, but it was a little bit more shiny. If that makes sense. You need to get that raw grit back. Boondock Saints 1 felt like a filmmaker with nothing to lose that was just going all out on doing the craziest shit he could think of. And it was rough, and it was not polished at all. But that's what cult classics are made of. That raw purity. Auteurship. Never saw it. I honestly can't say if you'd like it or not, Jeannie. Although I would say that about anybody watching Boondocks. Boondocks is a tricky one. Oh, are you talking about Avatar? I just noticed the conversation changed to Avatar 2. You thought it was a 5 out of 10? They took too long to make 2. The magic was gone for the most part. I didn't have any particular expectations for 2. I was just like, one day, I was just like, let's go see more Avatar. Let's see what blue people do next. So I didn't have any disappointments, nor was I excited in any particular kind of way. I just knew it was going to be value for money because it's a long, expensive, fancy, best graphics you're ever going to see on the big screen kind of movie. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to feel bad about spending the money. And then I watched the movie and I was like, this is fine. I'm having a good time. There's a few story things that I was a bit like curious about that I thought was a bit odd, but oh, okay, yeah. The Y's are getting crossed between Avatar 2 and Boondocks 2. That's hilarious. Like, I was very distracted in the finale of Avatar 2 by the fact that the other characters vanish. Like, they start that war against the humans on the water ships, but by the time it's nighttime and the ship's sinking and everything's on fire, like all the other avatars, the water avatars, the ones that are like Maoris, they disappear. They were there fighting 1 second, and then while all the personal story stuff between the Colonel and the main characters are happening around that whole ending bit, like, the others just disappear. It's like, any second now they should show up and help. Like, stab this dude through the chest with a spear, but they don't. They just don't exist for some reason. Avatar Boondocks crossover. Nah, you know what I want? Not Boondock Saints, just Boondocks. Avatar Boondocks. You know the cartoon? The Black Culture cartoon, you know what I'm talking about? With Riley and forget the other kid's name. Crossover that show with Avatar. I love Boondocks. I have most of the seasons of that show on DVD. Can you explain an Oodie? I mean, not really. This is an Oodie. Ignore the Space Jam. That's just my particular motif. You want to see what let me show you what an Oodie is. This is an Oodie. I mean, I don't know how you explain that in words. It's basically like a dressing gown, but designed like a really fluffy bed sheet. It's like the really fluffy duvet you'd have on your bed, but they turn it into a sleeping gown. And the reason it's called Oodie, I think, is because it's also a hoodie. Yeah, wearable blanket. That's probably the best we're going to do. That's wearable blanket that's also a hoodie. Like a snuggie. Yeah, essentially, yeah. I mean, it's kind of an expensive branded sleepwear thing. Because this is some, like, high-quality wool, I'm telling you. This is toasty. Like, you can really sleep in this. It feels real nice. I tend to walk around the house, like, completely naked underneath this thing. Not right now. Like, I didn't want to accidentally, like, flash wiener on stream if I accidentally stood up or whatever. But, like, just the feeling of an Oodie on your skin is... It's like hugging a sheep. If you put this up and lie on the couch, this is bedtime. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of cheesy in a way that they basically just took a Snuggie or a wearable blanket and said, put a hood on it, like a hoodie, and we'll call it an Oodie. And then a bunch of, like, fucking... a bunch of CEOs, a bunch of businessmen around a table just high-fived each other. Called in some Chinese food for the night. Called it a day. Space Jam 10 out of 10. It is very good. I've said this multiple times, but I love the fact that I've got Lola just there on my breast. Because Lola is fine. I'm not a furry. I promise I'm not a furry, but Lola Bunny is hot as fuck. I don't care what anyone says. Still got Space Jam on VHS? Dope. I had the Space Jam on VHS when I was younger. Like, my family home had a lot of VHSs, and I used to watch Space Jam a lot. I used to watch all the Disney movies a lot, like Lion King and Little Mermaid and Aladdin. I used to watch Tron a lot, the original Tron. I used to watch Little Shop of Horrors, Grease, and Rocky Horror Picture Show on VHS a lot, which is why my love of musicals comes from, I guess. Lola is anthropossing. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, there's a lot of human to her design. Look at those thighs, though. Jeez. Jeez. Also, they do sex her up in a very suspect kind of way in that movie. If you watch the original Space Jam, there's a lot of scenes where she's kind of doing the femme fatale thing to Bugs Bunny a lot. Like when she first comes in, they have the camera coming up her legs to her butt, and the music is that saxophone that's like and fucking Bugs does the love heart in his eyes and his ears droop, and she's like, "You guys want to play some basketball?" And then she does a little hip cock with the lean, and it's like, you guys are really fucking horny for this rabbit. Like, the artists on that movie, the animators themselves, I think were having a hard time getting through Lola Bunny scenes. That's why you don't see that kind of stuff now. Like when you watch the newer Looney Tunes stuff, you don't really see any sexualizing of Lola. Like the newer movie plus the Looney Tunes TV show stuff. She's much more like Daffy Duck. If you watch any of the more recent Looney Tunes stuff, Lola's basically like a female Daffy. She's much more insane. In fact, Bugs is often the straight guy to Lola's like wacky hijinks. In the same way he is to Daffy, except Daffy usually plays more the heel. Daffy tends to play like an antagonistic role, whereas Lola's just fucking nuts. Doom Guy fights the never-ending waves of Hell's Army because they killed his bunny. Oh, I remember that, yeah. Remember, I was a kid when we had Doom on our computers, so me and my friends would like take turns playing Doom. I saw that, I witnessed that cutscene live. I finished Doom and I got the cutscene with the rabbit with the head on the stick. Does MLP footer make me a furry? I think it does. I think that's a cut and dry case there, Sham. If you're sweating to a My Little Pony with a human dick, I think that's pretty solid furry territory. Wait, when you're talking My Little Pony, are you talking about the Equestria Girls version where they're actually like human girls, or are you talking about the actual ponies? I'm not sure if it makes a difference. Oh, no, wait, it does. Because if it's the actual pony, it's definitely furry. If it's the Equestria Girls, then that's just straight loving that footer. That's just Sham lusting for chicks with dicks. Oh, you're not supposed to say that anymore, I don't think. I think that's the late 90s, early 2000s version of... Yeah, that's an old, outdated saying. Man, that just came back to me out of nowhere. That's how you end up on the no-fly list. Fine, I'm not going anywhere. I barely leave my apartment lately. What is? Oh, what I was saying before? Remember how people used to use the phrase chicks with dicks a lot? Like at a certain... I feel like that was late 90s through early, mid, late 2000s. And now I don't think you hear that anymore because I think that's on the... politically incorrect list. You say it all the time affectionately. Oh, that's fair. I think there's a stigma, though. I don't think most people use that phrase anymore because it comes from a time where phrases like that were often used more bigotedly. So anything that connects back to earlier eras where things like that were often said for toxic reasons, I think are out of fashion. Because that's the kind of thing straight dudes used to say. I'm also trans. So yeah, I mean, it matters more. Your opinion of it matters more, really, in the end of the day, because like you're the one who has to deal with stuff like that. But I'd say like the phrases like "chicks with dicks" is the kind of thing straight guys used to say when you're with groups of like guy friends and you're like joking about or making fun of like trans stuff. That's probably the most common place you would have used that or heard that phrase said. But that's almost going back as far as the era when people used to use the word gay as bad a lot. I remember that too. Like that was my high school. Like throughout late primary school to high school was right in the middle of that period where everyone used the word gay to mean bad. Like we would be collecting or trading X-Men trading cards on the schoolyard, and you'd be like, "Oh, do you want a copy of Morph?" And you'd be like, "No, Morph is gay. That's a gay X-Men character." And like, it's interesting looking back at that now because there was no homophobia behind it in those days. Because as kids, you're not thinking in terms of homosexuality at all. Like the word gay literally just meant something bad, and there was no reason for it. Like there was nothing in your brain that was making it that. It's just that's how the word was used, and so that's how you used it, and then everyone knew what you meant. And then you get older and you look back and you go, but wait, why was the word gay used for bad? It feels like homophobic adults started doing that, and then kids started doing it, not knowing the origins of why that was started. And before you knew it, you had like a whole generation using gay for bad, almost by accident, by osmosis. And so a lot of us had to like unlearn that, mainly from our own acknowledgement of like how kind of weird and, you know, stupid it is that that word ended up being used that way. And so we personally would just stop doing it and hope that if you don't do it for long enough, the automatic response in your brain that makes you say it without thinking would just disappear. That's the hardest part about, I've never used the term, but I have heard it. Yeah. Some words, like, I've heard the word tranny used amongst LGBT and trans people in a way that would suggest it's totally fine. But then I've also heard the word tranny used amongst slightly homophobic straight guys as a slur. So it can get a little confusing sometimes to keep in line in your head exactly what's in or out of vogue in terms of like what is offensive or not. When I say transsexual, I'm referring to someone who wants to have a sex change, for lack of a better term. Okay. Fuck the word with the knee at the end. Yeah, see, there you go. Like, Jeannie's trans, and you were okay with affectionately yourself using chicks with dicks, but you are not okay with the NY version of tran. So that's one of the examples of like, sometimes you have to be careful with your understanding of where the political correctness spectrum lies with this stuff. Because on one side of things, a word you think would be an insult is actually being used affectionately by the group themselves. Whereas another word where you're not so sure, or isn't actually a different, like, it's only putting NY on a word, so you're like, is that enough of a difference to make it a totally different word in the way that it's now an offense? It's now an insult? And according to Jeannie, it is. Like, when you hear the word, you think that's a slur. So that's what I mean. Like, I've heard that word used by trans people I've like spoken to like in person, like friends and LGBT people through like art school, that have used that word and just like it's nothing. Like it's just another way to say trans. But the reason I'm always kind of suspicious of that word is because it's one of the most used words I've heard coming out of transphobic people. It's like the N-word to black people to you? Oh, okay, that's pretty full on then. See, I wouldn't have expected that you would have found it that bad, but there you go. That's why it's worth talking about this stuff sometimes, because otherwise you just wouldn't know. Like, I was literally going by just 2 examples. The fact that I've heard it said as openly and as easily as what you just said, you like the phrase chicks with dicks. But then I've also heard it used the most as a slur by dudes that don't like it. I'm allowed to say. Are you trans, Sham? You've never told us. Yeah, I've heard that said with Venom by many a guy that didn't trust the whole concept of, you know how like straight guys, when they have this kind of weird insecurity about the idea of trans people, like somehow it's a trap specifically for them. Like they're so scared that a hot chick's gonna turn out to have a dick that it's somehow some kind of personal affront. The whole idea of a trans person. And that's when you start to hear the NY version, I think, the most. Like, I've heard those kind of people say it a lot. And you know that they're meaning it as a slur. You know damn well they are. You're half black? Oh, you can say the N-word. Well, lucky you. Hey, I probably got some black in me. I'm South African. I'm from a country where there's no way you have generations of family there without any black in your genes. Maybe I should be chucking F-bombs around on my stream and then citing my South African heritage. N-bombs. Did I say F-bombs? Might have said the wrong one. I don't think anyone's not allowed to say it. Might have consequences. Oh, it'll definitely have consequences. That's for damn sure. Everyone knows you're a piece of shit now. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing I was saying before about the First Amendment, Texas, in America, is that everyone does have the right to say anything. It's just that a lot of people misinterpret that law, that First Amendment idea of being able to say anything, as also freedom of consequences. That's the part they don't get. You are free to say anything you want. You're not free of consequences, because the person standing next to you also has the First Amendment right, also has the same freedoms. And if they don't like what you said, they're going to deliver some consequences. And that's not stepping on your First Amendment rights. That's someone else or other people. It's consequences for sure. Oh, yeah, I can't imagine many situations where they wouldn't be. Talk about the most hot button topic word in existence. I mean, I am the kind of person who believes that context is important. That technically anything could be said by anyone, very, very dependent on context. Like if 2 scholars, one white and one black, were discussing racial prejudices in America throughout history, then you might hear the N-word spoken through an intellectual discourse scenario, because they're speaking of the N-word and how it's used in society throughout history. So if they said it in that context, I wouldn't bat an eye, because they're discussing the like intellectual pop culture history of the word and what it means to people and how it changes. Like, I wouldn't ruffle my feathers at hearing it in that context. But don't try to use that as an excuse when you're trying to get away with saying the N-word either. Like, don't sit around and put your monocle on and try to have a little Ben Shapiro debate and drop the N-bomb because you're having an intellectual debate. Like, it's not going to stop the fist from flying from stage right. Your rights end where mine began. Yeah, there you go. There's actually quite a lot of fun little sayings that... But people still don't get it. Like, there's a weird amount of Karen types in America that don't understand that things like the First Amendment rights don't mean that you're the king of all you purvey. That you can walk into Walmart and decide not to wear a mask and kick over their stands. It's like, dude, you've walked onto someone else's private property where they have First Amendment rights that supersede yours to not come in there and fuck with it. That's the part a weird amount of Americans don't seem to understand. They just use like this weirdly shallow understanding of some of these laws to basically give themselves an excuse to be the fucking queen of America and be able to do or say whatever they want, and everyone else has to bow down. When I click my fingers, the police need to arrive and arrest who I tell them without evidence, even though they didn't do anything wrong. Because my freedom of speech says you can't do this. It's fun though. It makes for a lot of fun YouTube videos. People like me in Australia, we get fucking content out of this every day. Like, I get to go on YouTube and Twitter and see the craziest shit coming out of America. You people love to... I'm sorry for saying you people. You love to fist fight in what the fuck what's that pancake place? Oh, what's it called? There's a fast food place where everyone's getting into fist fights all the time. And it's bizarre. Is it Waffle? It might be Waffle House. The number of times I've seen people putting up like World Star videos of someone like starting a fist fight in a Waffle House, and then some Waffle House employee getting involved, and then someone throwing a chair, and then someone getting suplexed through the tiles. Waffle House is a good time at 3 a.m. What is it with Waffle House? I love it, but why is Waffle House breeding violence? What is it about waffles that gets people fucking Bruce Bannering out at 3 a.m. every night? Dinner and a show. Yeah, but here's the big gamble with Waffle House, though. You're there for dinner and a show, but you can't guarantee that you're not going to be part of the show. You know, the first night you might be seeing someone else throw down, and you're eating your chips and laughing your head off. The second night, you're the one getting suplexed through a table. It's a diner, not fast food. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I've heard and seen Waffle House, but no one's ever explained to me what it was. I just assumed it was another Taco Bell or Wendy's. People getting jacked up on hash browns and waffles. Fucking hash browns, I knew it. The salt content. People are basically like taking smelling salts, but through hash brown content. Denny's. Is Denny's a diner? Denny's sounds like a diner. That's definitely what I'd call a diner. They have good hash browns. Ooh, I like a good hash brown. I don't mind McDonald's hash browns. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend like it's the best hash browns you can get, but they're solid. If you like them crispy and oily, they don't deep fry a bad hash brown. You know what's the best hash browns I've ever had? A bowling alley in Queensland on the Gold Coast. When I was a kid, we lived in Queensland on the Gold Coast for a little while. And I remember going to a bowling alley and having the best hash brown I've ever eaten in my life. I can't even explain to you. It was golden. Salt level was like the golden ratio of salt. It was like it's like someone used the Fibonacci sequence to mathematically figure out the exact perfect amount of salt for a hash brown. I didn't even give a fuck about bowling. I'm like, people want me to throw a giant ball at some white pins. I'm just like, bro, just feed me hash browns. I don't care about the game anymore. You order the hash browns in a coded language. Get yours smooth and covered. Oh, so you can get them custom. You can get your hash browns stylized. Run through the character creator. The Saints Row of hash browns. Get them how you like them. Oh, not smooth. Smothered. I thought by smooth you meant like no ridges or crispiness. Just a completely smooth surface. Like a bar of soap. I'm like, I'm not going to even question that. To each his own. Don't question the way the man likes his hash browns. Can you believe we stopped watching YouTube trailers like 3 hours ago? And we're still sitting around talking shit? I was supposed to go to bed. Maybe I should just do it here. I'll just pull up the hood. And you guys can keep like talking at me. And I'll just be passed out under the hoodie. Oh my god. My hair's getting all fluffy like a little duck. Sleep stream. Just change it. Is there oh, don't tell me there's actually a just sleeping category. Really? They did that for real? Hang on, let me look. Just dance. Just dance, just dance, just cause. Just survive, just sing. Okay, there's no official category for it. You actually had me going there for a second. I thought maybe they did add it, because I know that people have done that. But don't they do it? Don't people mostly do sleep streams because they're doing like mad subathons where they stay online for 72 hours or something? Which is more useful for mid-tier streamers, I think. I think you got to be big enough to at least pull in the kind of numbers that would actually get something out of doing a sleep stream. When's your hot tub stream? I can't get a hot tub in this room. I'm not gonna. We want me to get one of those little wading pools, one of those inflatable wading pools. I think Call Me Kevin did that on YouTube. He got one of those inflatable wading pool things in his room, and then did all the like little tropical decorations around it, and he sat inside it with his Hawaiian boxes. Oh my god! Wait. Genie might have found it. It wasn't coming up in my stream info panel where I actually can... Oh, I'm only sleeping? Okay, wait, let me check that. Let me see if I can find that in the category. I'm only... Oh, there it is. Yep. Found it. It is I'm only sleeping. That's a game? No. I think you're right. All the streams that are currently in, these are all people sleeping. Yeah. No, you got it. I don't see a game here. These thumbnails are all actual sleeping people. It's Oh, no, wait, I see. Okay, wait. No, I see what's going on here. A point-and-click adventure game created by Inaiko as part of the reality TV On the Norm project. So there isn't actually an official category. People use the I'm Only Sleeping game thing as an actual official, unofficial sleep category. I don't think Twitch would actually add that as a real category. I don't think they like the sleeping shit. Because I think maybe that plays a little bit too much into potential self-harm, TOS stuff. Like, if you're encouraging people to stay on stream, like, 24/7, and even sleep there, like, that's risky. I don't think they want to touch that. They don't want to stop people either. Like, you can do what you want, but I think that's why people are using this games thing. You know what? You know what just doesn't make sense to me? More than half of these sleep streams are VTubers. Okay, that's bullshit. That's no, I don't accept this. No, this is bullshit. A VTuber can't sleep. Like, that's fucking cheating, man. You can't call that a sleep stream when you've just put your AI VTuber avatar to sleep, while you go off and do whatever you want. I guarantee you not a single one of those VTubers is actually sleeping off screen. That is a bunch of people chatting and talking about a cartoon, pretending to sleep. I don't have a problem with VTubers in general. I think the whole VTubing space is like hella interesting. I like the tech behind it, but I draw the line at VTuber sleep stream. I think that's ridiculous. That is a scam. That is literally a scam. Aw, she's so cute when she sleeps. She ain't sleeping. There's nobody here. It's a 3-second loop of a cartoon breathing with little Z's coming out. It's so against the spirit of the whole thing. I don't know why I'm getting so mad. I think I'd be too self-conscious to do a sleep stream. It's kind of weird. You don't know what you're going to say in your sleep, or whether you're going to scratch your balls or maybe even like nut for some reason. Maybe you have like a weird dream and then everyone just watched you nut in your sleep. And then you have to go walk to the bathroom with that wet stain on the front of your boxes to like clean yourself. And everyone in the chat's like, Jesus Christ, he's forgotten we're here. The avatar's not even in an Oodie. That'd be a cool idea, but maybe one day I should actually get a VTuber avatar made if I have enough money to do that. And get it made looking like me, but like an anime version of me in the literal Space Jam Oodie. And then for just one joke stream, maybe like on April 1st or something, I do like just a VTuber stream with cartoon me wearing the same thing. That'll be adorable. I don't want a VTube, like never appealed to me. Like if I'm gonna be on camera, just be on camera. Like I didn't have a reason to hide behind a avatar. But then again, that's an unfair way to describe that space. It's not always about hiding behind an avatar. Like some people just the role play of being an avatar in a digital space is enjoyable. It's kind of like playing Second Life or VR chat, but the streaming equivalent of that. I bet it's 50-50. I bet 50% of VTubers are people that just enjoy the role play of being their anime character. And then 50% of people are people that are, how do I explain this? Extroverted introverts or extroverted introverts or introverted extroverts. Like you're extroverted enough to want to stream and to be on camera, but you're too introverted to be comfortable on camera. Like your self-esteem just isn't like allowing you to click with it. So the VTuber thing is an amazing like middle ground for that, because it's you're there, but it's just you through a lens that you can hide behind and feel a bit more comfortable. Some people aren't comfortable but feel empowered using a VTuber. Yeah, that's what I was getting at with the other 50%, exactly. But I think that is an interesting like personality archetype, and that's why I try to describe it as a extroverted introvert, or I don't know which way around to say it. Is it an extroverted introvert or an introverted extrovert? I think they both mean the same thing. Kinda. Because it is possible to have the impulse towards extroverted things, like being on camera in YouTube videos or on stream, or wanting to make skits or do TikToks or whatever like that. But there's a discomfort with it at the same time. Like you really you need to do it, but you're very uncomfortable doing it, and you're stuck in that middle ground. Like, for example, someone like me might sit in front of this camera and spend fucking 8.5 hours talking bullshit and waving my arms and being a goofball. But the second I'm maybe in a more public setting, like at a club or at someone's house party, like it's not all this. It's sitting in the corner with a drink and just not talking to anybody and being quiet. Depends on which is your dominant character trait. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I bet you can split hairs and separate the two into more specific. Like an introverted extrovert might be someone that always likes to go to festivals, concerts, house parties, things that are very public, but isn't a big, obnoxious, showboaty person there. They like being there, but they're usually more of a wallflower while they're there. That might be an introverted extrovert. An extroverted introvert might be more like this, where you're an introvert, you're staying in the house, you're not dealing with real people, but in terms of projecting yourself outwards, there's a little bit of extroversion to your introvertedness. Yeah, because you're doing this. You know what I mean? Oh, shit. Texas is Biscoffin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like it's not the next stream anymore. That's going to be the The cracking open of the new jar. We're gonna have to do it now. How about we make that the swan song of this stream? How about that? I'll crack open a fresh jar of crunchy Biscoff, and that'll be like the celebratory send-off for today's Sunday stream. Because it's now technically 6 a.m. on a Monday. I've been here all night. Yeah. Get more of these. Hang on. Let me go get that jar real quick. We get to see what a fresh jar looks like. There's literally still 6 of these. Chair stream. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to do my Be Right Back screen. There you go. Happy now, Texas? I wish I'd done that for just the 5 seconds I was gone. Wait, where's my button? There we go. Check it out. Fresh, crunchy. Oh, fuck. I forgot it has the silver seal of approval. I'm really bad at getting into these. Hang on. That was loud. Sorry, microphone. Hey. Little trick. I also like stabbing through those with a knife. There's something about stabbing through those, like when you open a jar of fresh coffee grounds, they always have that plastic sheen cover on the top. Stab the shit out of it. Fresh. Whoop. Oh my god, it's Biscoff that doesn't kill me. Big scoop. I love making like a nice big hole in it. Something satisfying about carving through this stuff. There's the crunchy. I'm not gonna lie, it makes me a bit paranoid. I'm so used to looking for crunchy, because I'm thinking it's gonna be glass. So now that I've actually got natural crunchy in here, my brain was just like going alarm bells just then. It's like, Jesus Christ, it's all glass. I'm gonna have more. I don't give a shit. It's 6 in the morning. I can eat cookie dough if I want. I'm an adult. I gotta really get over the glass thing still. My brain still wants to use my tongue to work it around and like, just in case. And look to see if anything's in there. I can't believe I have to go to sleep now. It's actually almost 6:30 in the morning. Maybe I should power through. Maybe I'll go across the street, get a latte and a pie and a lemon meringue. Have a nice breakfast. That'll keep me awake. And then I can spend the rest of the day working on alert animations for my stream. We've just discovered the truth about Biscoff Crunchy. It was glass all along. It was just candied glass. It was sugar glass. The kind they use in stunts. When stuntmen jump through it. I mean, to be honest, with the state of confectionery and condiment manufacturing these days, I wouldn't be surprised. Remember when the peanut butter company got in trouble for the rat dropping content of their peanut butter? Or was that Nutella? All kinds of shit gets into this stuff, man. Any like condiment type thing that's mass produced in factories, they tend to have contents of stuff that you wouldn't want to know is in there. Like paint flecks from the ceiling of a warehouse over the vat where they're churning the peanuts. The rat dropping one was really easy because obviously Oh, actually, there was one where like they found like actual like rat bone DNA, which suggested that like rats were falling into vats, were being incinerated by the heat of the mixture, and then we're being crushed and melted into it. Like basically the rats were being disintegrated into like a juicy meaty pulp and became part of like the goo. I'm really glad I can't remember what that story was for, because I would never eat that again. Ignorance is bliss. Get your ass to bed. Yeah, it's time. I don't think I'm going to go to bed. I think I'm going to try and have breakfast at the cafe across the road and maybe see if I can spend the rest of the day working. Maybe work around the clock. I don't want to keep sleeping throughout the day and waking up in the afternoon when the sun's going down again. I've been doing that a lot lately and it's weird. It's starting to fuck with my head. And I have a lot of stream stuff I want to make. Now you know how I felt last night to this morning. It just occurred to me that I haven't actually, let me just check something. Oh yeah, my alert box. Hang on a sec. I haven't copied my alert box to the other full screen window yet. How do I do this? What's the easiest way? Copy paste. Copy. Solo camera. Paste. There we go. You want to see one before I leave? Hold up. Let me show you my donation pop-up for when someone cheers bits. I can run a test animation. Just give me a sec. Is it through Stream Elements or oh wait, Streamlabs. No one's actually seen this yet. I've only just finished the animation for the bits cheering and for subbing today before this stream. I'm still working on the raid and the donation animations. Alert box. Where's the test button? Here it is. All right, let's see if this works. Yes. I was proud of that one. I made that myself in After Effects. The Harambe holding the eggplants with all the sparkly pink magic around him animating. I didn't want to just do JPEGs. I want to do actual animations because I know how to edit and make motion graphics. So I want to do some cool shit. So yeah, I've got that for if someone cheers bits, and I've got one for when people sub as well. Those are the only two I've managed to finish so far. It can take a little while because you got to come up with the idea and then figure out exactly how you want it to work. Both things can drag on a bit. I wonder if Sham is still there, because Sham is kind of the reason for that bit donation. Sham made a bad joke. I think it was Minx that cheered some bits to me, and then Sham made a shitty joke about having your bits out for Harambe. It was just like out of nowhere. And I was like, that is so silly. I'm going to turn that into an actual bit animation. I wonder if he'd even remember that he's the reason why that exists. He's probably completely forgotten. Oh, do you want to see the subscribe one as well? Because I could keep that one up my sleeve secretly if I wanted to. But if I hit the test subscription button, I can show it to you right now if you want. We once yelled for Harambe while 100 of us were charging out of a tree line during a paintball game. Of course you won. It's the same reason Braveheart and his men won most of their battles. It's the motivation. It's powerful motivation. That's all it takes. You gotta drum up the willpower of man. Where is... Bloop. What if I loaded it up? Did I load it up correctly? Let me just check. Sorry, I'm doing something off screen at the moment. Just checking the Streamlabs animations I have loaded. Oh, I did do it. Good. 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 Alright, do you want to see the subscription one? The subscriber notification one? Go for it. Alright, here we go. Ready? Yes. I'm sure everyone would get that reference. Unless you're a nun. I had to make that myself from scratch. Because I was like, surely someone's thought of this before. And I looked online and I couldn't find any evidence of any GIFs or animations that anyone's made that do that. Specifically. Let's do it again. Wait, let's do it again. It's too much fun. Ready? It's so legit. No, I have no clue where it's from either. I just completely made it up from scratch. It's an original. Don't know. You know what I actually did to make that? Because obviously instead of saying it doesn't say stream, it says REC, it says record at the start when it comes up instead of stream. So I had to change, I wanted it to say stream instead of record. And then obviously the subbed bit at the end to the Pornhub. But the way I had to make that was to like actually download one of their porn clips and snip off the front bit to use as reference. So I could like overlay it on the screen and like figure out the timing and the actual movement of the different animations. Like I wanted to get the little yellow box that pops up and goes down. It does this little boop. It like bounces a little bit. I wanted to get every single detail correct. So I literally had to like work side by side with the real thing. But yeah. These have been fun. Oh yeah, hours of research before I even reached the logo itself. I was like, oh yeah, I'm here for the logo. God damn. A little distracted. But yeah, it's pretty fun working on this stuff. This is one of the more fun parts of doing this kind of stuff is getting to make your own animations and art and design stuff. It's kind of like, you saw my desktop, right? Wait. Like that. My computer desktop. That's my Seankichu branding and logo that I made. That I have as the desktop for my computer, my Xbox. That's used as a banner on a lot of my social medias as well. The Seankichu bit with the ribbon, the orange ribbon. Like, anytime you give me an excuse to like make my own themed art for like banners, display pics, animations for like my YouTube or my Twitch or whatever it happens to be, like that shit's fun. Coming up with your design motifs, it's a good time. So I just have to finish figuring out what I want to do for the donation and the raid one. The raid one I'm in the middle of animating. I have an idea and I'm kind of making it work currently. I'm halfway through that. And then I have to figure out the donation one. The problem is donations are very similar to bits, to the cheer bit thing. So I don't want it to be too similar to the Harambe one, even though it's a very similar type of way of donating to a streamer. I have to think of something that's different enough, even though it's a very similar mechanic. The raid one's going to be nuts, though. If you got more into streaming, you'd definitely pay you to make me something like that. You know what's actually funny? It's actually harder paid work. When you're doing this stuff paid for somebody else, it's actually a little bit harder than when you're doing it for yourself. And I think it's because, like, when you're doing paid work, a large part of that job is to second guess or get in the mind of the person that wants the job done. Like, because everyone has an idea of what their theme is, what their style is, what the concept for their animation or their alert is. Like, everyone's got a start to what they think they want. And a large part of that job is to try and find your way into that. Like what it is they really want. How have they explained it? How have they described it? How illustrative is it? How they've described it? Like, how close can I get to what they want by the little bit that they gave me? And some people don't really know how to articulate what they want very well. I've dealt with that a lot as an editor. Like, some people are very excited about something, but aren't particularly great at putting into words what it is they expect or want from it. It's all very vague, broad things. And then once you start actually doing something, you see them start to, like, realize that this is actually very intricate, and it's like, I can literally do anything. So it's like, oh, okay, so you've just put a red circle there. It's like, I didn't expect there to be a red circle there. I guess I do need to put more thought into this and be more specific. I get would be great to have you apply your knowledge of Texas to making it. It would. My knowledge of Texas? If you're talking about actual Texas, then the knowledge is not much. If you're talking about Alexis Texas on Pornhub, then I have a little bit of knowledge. I've actually met her in real life. Funnily enough. You probably don't know who I'm talking about. There's a porn star named Alexis Texas. She's blonde. I met her in real life, and I got an autograph. It was completely spontaneous. I was at a sex convention here in Australia called Sexpo. That's probably a very alarming thing to say out loud. If you're not from Australia and don't know what Sexpo is, you're probably like, what the fuck? It's a good place to go to meet porn stars and get, like, autographs and stuff. I went there for just shits and giggles one time, and she was I think there were like 6 or 7 porn stars that were up in this area where they were meeting fans and getting autographs and stuff. And I recognized 2 of the 7, and she was the one I managed to actually get to meet. I've never heard of her or Amazing Butt. Good guess, because her butt is more well known a trait than her breasts. She's a butt porn star. She has a big butt. So that's suspicious. You just typed her in, didn't you? Somewhere in the house, in a folder under a mattress, probably, I don't know. There is a few photographs of me with Alexis Texas. There's a photograph of me with, like, my arm around her waist and her arm around my neck, like that, and she's just fully topless. And it's just us smiling, like, cheesy at the camera, and I'm like, this is actually kind of fucking embarrassing. There's something, like, really corny about being the dude in a photo with a porn star, because you always look like a Muppet. You're just like this weirdo standing there with this naked chick, just smiling like an asshole. Well, she's just more natural, just like, oh, just got my tits out, whatever. I'm Alexis. You know who I am. I'm like, man, why? There's no way to get a photo with a porn star and look cool. I want to look as cool as the porn star does. Just chill. Just meeting your fans. You always look like a fucking nerd. I don't think any dude has it in them to actually look cool in a photo with a porn star. You're just immediately a dork. Yeah, anyway. Let's call it there then, because I've found so many ways to distract myself and keep this stream dragging on. Just for no reason whatsoever, because sleep is for the weak. I'll call it there. Yeah. No stream. I was going to say tomorrow night, but it's the morning now, so no stream tonight. Tomorrow is, yeah. Tax evasion. Fuck's that game called? Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. That's the game. Her award-winning role in Butt Women. You didn't even try with that fake porno name. Butt Women? Give me a sec. I'm not putting this on screen, am I? Okay, good. Butt Women. Wait. I'll put that in quotation so it's one phrase. Oh, Google Images is getting some hits on that. God damn. Okay, I'm not finding any movie called Butt Women. There we go. So I'm just making sure you made that up because it sounds like a very low effort made up porn name, but you know what pornos are like. Who were you talking about? Oh, we were talking about Alexis Texas for a couple of minutes there. And then Texas made up a fake porno called Butt Women, and I just had to double check that Butt Women wasn't an actual real porno because pornos do have a habit of being very low effort in every way, shape, and form, including naming and production values. All of the above. Look at my hair. Holy shit. What am I doing? We were talking about her because I was mentioning that I met her in real life. I went to a sex convention once and I met the porn star Alexis Texas and I got photos and an autograph with her. Kind of by accident. There were a whole bunch of porn stars there and I happened to recognize her out of all of them. So I was like, let me see if I can meet her just for the hell of it. It's going to be great. Never been a real porn star before, face to face. Let's see how much of a dork I can be. It was quite dorky. I did not look cool in the photo. I look like a dweeb. It's out. It's somewhere in the house. I'll find it someday and show you. Oh, wait, no, I can't because her tits are out. I'll find it someday, censor the tits, and then show you. It's kind of funny. It came out in 2008, but when... Oh, you flipped it. You said... That's one word. Oh my god, it's real. Alexis Texas's butt woman. What the fuck is this? Okay, I couldn't find it because I didn't put... I put the space. As soon as I got rid of the space, it appeared. What is this? Is she a superhero? Is she a superhero called Buttwoman? The Adventures of Buttwoman. Okay, wait. I need some box art. Oh, damn. This is not on stream, right? Okay, good. I keep panicking. Just don't let me press the button that switches the camera right now, because there's a lot of Alexis Texas butt on my screen at the moment. She's had lipo on her stomach. How can you tell? Is there a telltale scar or something? I mean, she's a pretty big name porn star. I'm sure she's made the kind of money that lets her get lipo easily if she wanted it. The question is, did she... Oh, the rolls in her back. But her stomach is flat as hell. Oh, I've never thought of that as a sign of lipo. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd had lipo done, if she pumped that fat right back into her butt, because she does seem to be mostly known for her blonde booty. Not ghetto booty, big blonde booty. Okay, I gotta get this off the screen before I fuck something up. I don't want to accidentally show that. Texas hasn't heard of her. He's the one who told us about the film and the year the film was made that stars her and knew all about her butt being her defining feature, but he's definitely never heard of her. So don't get it twisted. If his wife asks, he doesn't even know what porn is. Isn't that the kind of shop where you go to like sell your secondhand goods? Pawn shops, right? I think that's what it means. Wait, what did you mean by I just have to cut 8 minutes earlier? I missed that. Oh, were you talking about, you're still going for S ranks in RE5, right? I almost forgot. Yeah, infinite launcher. Did you see my sub alert, Genie, when I was showing it to Texas? I wasn't. You might have been wrapped up in RE5. I'm just so proud of it. I worked all afternoon on animating it. I can't wait for the day when some poor unassuming random gets it for real, actually subs out of the blue and gets the animation in the wild. The way it should be. Alexis would be proud of it. She sure would. That means I have an icebreaker with Alexis, Texas. I'd be like, hey, Alexis, you want to see my Twitch stream sub animation? Oh my god. The thing that every woman loves about men, their Twitch alert animations. Oh, you want to see it? Hang on, I'll bring it up now. Let me just go back to... Oh, no, I can do it on this screen. What am I doing? I forgot I actually set it up correctly. Let's bring it back up. Where's Streamlabs? Streamlabs. I need to get a better shortcut to the test page for Streamlabs so I can hit that button. Okay, here it comes. You ready? Yes. It took longer to animate that than you would think. A lot of little moving things to copy off that original logo. I also made it a little shorter than most sub animations would go. What did it say? Oh, I'll do it again. Here you go. Woo! It says subbed. I replaced the two halves, the pawn and the hub, because the hub is in the little orange box, with SUB and BED. So it just says subbed across the whole thing. I thought that was clever. But we'll see. I'm keen for the first time some random that's not expecting it decides to sub and gets it. I want to see real world reactions. Maybe I should like keep it on the down low for the next few streams and wait for the next time Minx subs. Because Mixon's renewed her sub a couple of times. She kind of regularly does it, so maybe I can actually keep it a secret until Minx does it for real, and then you won't see it coming. She won't be expecting it. That'll be fun. Vaughn as well. Ask Vaughn. Hasn't been around for a bit, but Vaughn generally like stops by to say hi every once in a while and then like resubs. It's pretty common movements for Vaughn. I got to resub in the 70s. Well, now you know what's coming. It's been spoiled for you, Texas. Maybe I should like make a specific like April Fool's one-off one just for the 17th and have it set. Just because you'll be expecting the Pornhub one and then you'll get some other random shit. Just to catch you by surprise. Look at me just trolling out here. Just trying to find ways to trolling people just for no reason. Just being a jerk. Alright. Okay, good night everybody. This was a much longer stream than it was supposed to be. This was meant to be a 4 to 5 hour stream, so fuck me. We're now at 9. So I'm gonna go get breakfast. It's been fun hanging out and chatting, especially. We've spent more than half of the stream just sitting here talking, if you can believe that, which is crazy. All right, good night.